Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if evil Issei was Rias'S oldest member of her peerage, and had lived longer than her? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Marcus from 2005 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. So yeah, I ain't changing the old chapter names, because why should I? They all rule. At least most of them did. But anyways, welcome to first remastered chapter of Issei Imprisoned. I am realizing this one maybe a bit early than I had planned, since I wanted to see if you guys, the people who like this story, actually like this remaster or not. Because if not, I could just. Nope, ain't doing that. Anyways, hope you all enjoy. Bye. And yes, this chapter is basically just a big grammar correction, mostly. Deal with it. Rias'S, why are we at the club building this late at night? Do we have a meeting with someone? Asia asked, as her curious emerald green eyes scanned the long Victorian-style hallway that she and the rest of the Gregori heiress Peerage was walking in. The door leading to the main club room could be seen only at 10 or so more meters down the hall, but the group went right down another hallway, one Asia and Zenobia had been down before. Though either of them knew why they were going there, they both had an idea that it might have something to do with the sealed-off door at the end of it. Their suspicions were proven correct, as the raven-haired beauty and queen piece of Rias'S Gregori, Akeno Himejima, spoke to them as they kept walking. We aren't going to a late-night meeting. If we were, then only me and Rias would have been needed. No, we are going to unseal one of Rias's other servants, as per Lord Lucifer's orders. Akeno said with a friendly smile, the same one she would use daily. Issei nodded a bit slowly, as she now understood the situation a bit better, but it still didn't explain why they had to do it so late at night. It was practically 3 in the morning, and the moon was at its brightest, as its light shined in through the windows. But then why are we doing it at night, Akeno-senpai? Wouldn't it be better to do this after school? Asked Zenobia, as she found the whole thing kind of weird. She received a slight giggle from Akeno as she smirked a bit, as she found the two's lack of information somewhat cute, but before she got to answer, Rias spoke up. It's because he's a vampire, plus that when my brother sealed him here he made it so only I or him could unseal him, but only at night. That goes for him as well, Rias said before she said something else that they couldn't understand, since she was mumbling it. But from the tone of it, that Kiba and Kaneko could hear, she didn't sound too happy about it. Okay then, a vampire, huh? What piece is he? A pawn or rook? Asked Zenobia, before they all stopped since they had reached the door. Rias didn't answer as she began to mumble a chant, before she then cast some kind of magic which made all of the yellow tape disappear. As it did, a surge of strong magic was unleashed on the group. For those who had met the boy inside, it wasn't too bad, but for the 2 new members it was rather scary. They had fought and survived fighting Cocabriel, something not many at their level of power can brag about, but this felt just as scary. But only for a moment, as the magic then began to fade. Now, before I open this door, I would like for you two, Zenobia and Asia, to stand next to me, Rias instructed, as she turned around with a bit of a friendly face, though in the corner of her eye laid some annoyance and worry. The 2 girls made their way over, and stood next to her. Good, now then, before I open this door I just want to prepare you two, since Gasper can be a bit of a handful when new people meet him. But he is really sweet and nice, okay? Rias asked, almost sounding like a mom to a child who had little to no social experience. All she needed was just a big sweater, and the smell of freshly made cookies, and she would be good to go. The 2 girls looked at each other for a bit, both feeling a bit confused about the whole matter, before they turned their eyes back onto Rias. We understand, Rias-sama. But he can't be that much of a handful, right? Zenvoya asked, earning a bit of a tired sigh from Rias, who proceeded to open the door, feeling it was the only way for Zenobia to learn. As the doors opened, slowly the layout of the room became visible, as the moonlight flooded in. The first thing the 2 girls noticed was the array of small piles of girly-looking clothes, before they then saw a pretty big coffin. They were somewhat confused, thanks to an upbringer in a church, as to why a male would have a woman's clothes lying on his floor, but said confusion was soon replaced with surprise as heard a high-pitched yelp from inside. They walked a bit closer, noticing a computer screen with a figure sitting in front of it. Her eyes were big and around the same shade of red as Rias'S hair. Her hair was a bit paler blonde than Asia's. Her body was not much bigger than Kaniko's, yet she seemed just a bit masculine in some ways, like if Kiba had just been a girl with a boy's body. Gasper, it's time to come out, you don't need to dash, and oh. I don't want to. I like it here, it's safe and I won't have to fight or see scary monsters. Gasper cried out as he had been caught for the third time by Kaniko, who then put him in Rias'S arms. She just hugged him tightly, almost motherly as the little boy kept crying and tried to escape. It's okay, Gasper. I am not sending you out to fight anyone, that you don't have to. Okay? I just want to bring you outside, so you can live a more normal life. Rias said as she began to comb his hair with her soft hands, which seemed to make him calm down slightly, at least to the point where he wasn't trying to escape. He just sniffled a bit more, before calming down fully. That's a good boy. And don't worry, Gasper, we are all here for you. We are all friends here, so you don't need to be afraid at all. Okay? Rias asked the little guy, who just nodded a bit. Okay, I'll try. Just don't get your hopes, Rias-sama. I am a useless bishop piece. After he got interrupted in his self-deprecation by Rias, who put a finger on his mouth, as she looked at him with somewhat hurt eyes. No, you are not, Gasper. You are one of my strongest pieces. You are one of my dear friends. And most importantly, you're a part of our little family, Gasper, okay? You are not useless. Rias said with honesty in her voice, though again in the corner of her eyes a slight annoyance grew again, before fading again as the little guy hugged her tightly while crying a bit over how happy he was. The group headed back to the main room after a few more pep talks for him to leave the room, with him only leaving if he could have a bow to sit in, a weird request which he got granted. So while everyone was talking with Gasper, and Asia and Zenobia were given more knowledge on how the world worked, Rias and Akeno sat and stood each respectively at the main desk of the room. Akeno was enjoying the view of the rest of the group talking, and making Gasper feel welcomed. The same could not be said for Rias, who was thinking about something. Akeno noticed this and reached out to her, with a supportive hand on her shoulder, which made Rias look up at her queen. Yes? What is it, Akeno? She asked, as she tried to fake a friendly tone and smile at her longtime friend, but thanks to her being a longtime friend she knew that it was fake. Something is bothering you, am I right? Don't act like it isn't, Rias. I have known you for a long time, so I know when something's up. Akeno said a somewhat stern tone, but also a bit quietly so as to not disturb the others. Rias sighed again, before dropping her fake smile and replacing it with an annoyed look in her eyes. My brother Sirzek's didn't tell me to just unseal Gasper tonight. He also told me to unseal my oldest piece, someone only my family and few others know about. Rias said, a bit relieved over finally revealing it, but her voice also became a bit nervous at the end, since she was telling it to Akeno. Akeno just blinked a few times, as she processed Rias's words before she spoke again. It's fine, Rias. It was probably because Lord Lucifer told you to do it, so I can't really blame you for it. He killed your mom. Rias said in a stoic tone, while she made direct eye contact with Akeno. Akeno just stood there, as the words flowed through her. She tried to understand what she had just heard, but it only brought her brief seconds of pain and flashback of the night her mother was killed. She began to feel weak in the knees, even shaking just a bit at the memory of the dark monster from that night, and his overjoyed smile when he ripped her mother in half. What? What did you just say? Rias? You can't be Sir Dash, I am though, he killed your mother. I couldn't tell you before tonight, or else you would have become stray, and I couldn't dash, so me becoming a stray was more important than telling me you had that monster locked up somewhere? You are such a. Akeno was shut up as Rias unleashed a strong amount of her magic, making everyone in the room fearful of what might happen. Gasper hid at the first sign of it, behind Kaniko in his box. Asia hid behind Zenobia, but still peeked out to see what was happening. Rias stood up, looking down at Akeno, who glared at her, but still felt the aura Rias was releasing beginning to overpower her will to fight her. Yes, I am that. But I am also your king, so live with it and follow my command. Rias said in a cold and threatening tone, making Akeno shiver in fear and like a whipped dog. Yes. Yes, master. Her voice sounded defeated and she even looked it, as she hung her head low and covered her face with her long hair. The rest of the group calmed down a bit too, but were all still on guard. But no one noticed the somewhat sad look on Ria's face, as she didn't like having to do this, but she also knew it had to be done or else it would only cause problems down the line. Let's go, before his seal gets completely locked off until tomorrow, Rias said, as she began to prepare a magic circle. Town Park. About 10 minutes after Rias scared Akeno into submission, she and her peerage were now all standing in front of the fountain in Park. But they were not alone, as Sona Citri and her peerage were also there, and they were, besides Sona, were all confused as to why they were all in the park at this time of the night. President, Yawn, why are we here so early in the morning? Asked Saji, as he kept doing small stretches and yawning a lot, something his other team members also did, since they were all tired. It's best if Rias explains, since we are only here as supportive to retrieve her sealed pawn piece. Sona explained in a tired tone, though her words were a bit cryptic, at least to some. It made the local free pawn wake up a bit more. Oh? He is just a single pawn piece, right? Then why have so many people here? Heck, I could probably get him myself. Saji bragged, not thinking about the fact that said pawn was sealed and that 2 high-ranked devils needed both of their peerages combined just to unseal him safely. But his bragging was still going to be shot down by Akeno, as she discovered that one of her other longtime friends also knew about this monster. You also knew about him, Sona-sama. You also knew about this ING monster. She yelled, the whole Rias scaring thing fading and being replaced by her newfound feeling of betrayal from 2 of her oldest friends. Sona looked over at Akeno for a bit, watching her with a confused look, before looking over at Rias and noticing her trying to avoid eye contact. I see. She never told her. Sona thought, before looking back at Akeno. Yes, I did know all this time. He was mine and Rias' friend, a long, long time ago. Before something happened to him, and he. I thought you knew Akeno, but it seems Rias forgot to tell you. I am sorry. Sona said, though she didn't bow to show respect since she didn't feel she was the one who needed to do it. Akeno just turned away, still feeling anger and conflicting feelings about this, but chose to go along with it for now. And while that had happened, Saji had gotten a bit scared as he had heard Akeno calling this pawn a monster. So, how strong is he, President? Saji asked, a bit nervously as he was kind of afraid now, plus he feared for his shallow ego of being a multiple-piece pawn. Rias, would you tell them instead? He is your pawn, and not mine. Sona said, slightly pressing the not mine part, like it was a problem or old dilemma. Rias sighed a bit, before turning around after having been looking at the fountain, as she tried to discover the gate's current location. Fine, you are right, Sona. Sorry again for bringing you all into this, but this also just shows how much of a problem he is to deal with, Rias said before she got ready to explain in more detail, which she did after bashing her hair into the air, like she just don't care. His name is Issei Hajoski, at least that is what he wants to be called. He is a pawn as you all know, but he took all 8 of my pawn pieces, of which 3 of them were mutation pieces. Rias explained in a slightly hasty tone, since she really didn't want to take too much time explaining this, since the next part was probably the most important. Thanks to the first half of Rias's explanation, Saji was already terrified to meet Issei, but he was about to be even more afraid. He is a dragon, and a strong one at that. Since one of his parents was a human/dragon hybrid, he was able to get a sacred gear as well. The boosted gear to be exact. Rias said, leaving most of the group with fear clenching around their hearts, while the others who didn't know what this meant were just left confused. Asia raised her hand, slowly, and asked a bit timidly. Is the boosted gear a strong sacred gear, Rias Weni-sama? Rias nodded as confirmation for the former nun, who became a bit scared about the thought of how powerful this sacred gear was, as well as the host. It's one of the 12 Longinus, capable of killing gods and godlike beings. It houses the soul of Drake, the heavenly dragon of domination, the very same from the last battle of the Great War. Sona explained in a stoic tone, before both she and Rias both turned around as they both could now clearly sense the gate. It suddenly opened for them all to see, revealing a tight hallway leading inside the fountain. The two heiresses looked at each, knowing what this meant. He knows we are here, Rias, Sona said as she sat up her glasses, before she began to gather up power. Rias nodded at her friend, before she did the same. Then let's not waste any more of our time out here, and go greet him. Follow me, guys, this won't take too long. Hopefully, Rias said as she began to walk inside the open path, with Sona flanking her. They were then followed by two separate lines, where each line was made up of each of their peerages. Queens first, pawns last. As Saji stepped as the last member, the gate shut itself and left them inside this small mini-dimension of a see-through world. The only sound they could all hear was the distant sound of water from the fountain, the sound of their own footsteps and breaths and chains clanging. Another thing you should all be aware of is that Issei has this almost sadistic passion of his, where he tries to make you doubt yourself, doubt those around you, and make you hurt yourself. So be on guard, since he will try to do it. Rias warned as she and Sona reached the end of the hallway, which the rest of the group also soon flooded into, and the first thing they noticed was not the fact that they were all standing outside, in front of the fountain they had just walked through. No, instead they were all shocked to see a man around their age, or maybe just a bit older, hanging from many chains up in the air. Even more shocking was the many tattoos and scars he had on his almost body, since thankfully he had something covering his man bits. Saji's slightly damaged pride of no longer being the only pawn around, as well as his current fear of this absolute beast right in front of him. Issei was fit, but not to the extent of some of the stray he had fought before, but it was more like he was just working out to be fit. Yet it still scared him, since if being in the supernatural had taught him anything, it was to never doubt your opponent's strength just because of their appearance. That was a mistake he had made once when he took on Momo in arm wrestling a few weeks back. The chains rattled a bit, as Issei raised his head a bit, making his eyes visible to the group. They were a deep purple, even deeper than Akeno's, and his hair was also darker than hers and Tsubaki's. But the most interesting, and also shocking thing about them, was the reptile slit they could all see. It had been confirmed, he was a dragon. He chuckled a bit as his eyes seemed to land on Saji. It was a somewhat dry chuckle, but still creepy to listen to, even more so when they spotted his sharp toothy smirk. Though Issei's little party was interrupted rather quickly by his master, Rias. "Hello, Issei. How are you on this fine night?" Rias asked, confusing a few of the people there as to why she would switch her way of talking, and so suddenly too. Though luckily, Sona would fill them in later, it was because Issei hadn't been out for a long time, so older ways of speaking were always the best way to start a conversation with him, at least when he was about to be set free for a period of time. Rias, why do you always talk like I am ancient or something like that? Do you know how many little punks I have to listen to every day? Issei asked, as spoke with relative ease with the modern way of speaking. It made Rias a bit surprised, but she collected herself quickly enough and tried again. I guess you're right, I just fancied one more conversation in that style, since Sona won't talk this anymore. Rias said as she put center focus on Sona, who gasped a bit like she had been betrayed. The current scene in front of the many reincarnated devils was very weird to view, to say the least. I do speak like that sometimes, it's just that you always ask to do it at bad times, so it's not my fault, Sona said, as she huffed a bit before looking away. Rias sighed a bit, before her body made a I give up like body movement. I can see that you have both missed me, Rias-chan, Sona-chan. Well, I have missed you guys, sniff, sniff. Issei's voice, after having been somewhat stoic, became happy, even childlike maybe, before he then suddenly began sniffing the air around him. The two devils looked a bit nervously at him as he did so, as they both knew that he had discovered the more exotic members of Rias'S peerage. His eyes widened a bit, as his pupils zoomed in on Akeno at first, then turned to Kaneko and lastly Gasper, who hid behind Zenobia as it happened. He began to smirk a bit, before speaking in a much lower voice. "Oh? You brought a little bat, dumb kitty, and a flightly, yet so beautiful-looking crow. Are they gifts to me, are they, master?" Issei asked as he somehow managed to lower his upper body a bit, making the three people he talked about feel like they stood in front of a giant scaly predator. "No, they are not, Issei. They are my precious family, and your new peerage members. So treat them with respect, is that understood?" Rias said, already knowing where this would go if she let him get too far ahead. But Issei didn't really listen, as he smelled another more familiar smell. It wasn't the one he got from the blonde boy behind Sona. It was the one he got from the tall black-haired beauty, Akeno. He narrowed his sight on her, as he tried to remember where he had smelled something like this before. Then it hit him right on the nose, since all it took was for him to remember his last meal and place the two faces next to each other. "You're Shuri's kid, aren't you, Crow?" Issei asked, his voice sounding distant to everyone else, but to Akeno it felt close and almost inviting. Like it was okay for her to trust it. Yes. The anger she had felt both before going inside this pocket dimension, and when she learned of the monster who killed her mom, had disappeared fully within her. She didn't understand why, and strangely enough didn't care why. "Don't talk with her, Dash, you know, you look a lot like your mother. You both look so delicious." Issei bit out into the air in Akeno directions, as his face violently and suddenly morphed into a more snake-like head. Akeno almost yelped in fright, as Kiba, Zenobia and Kaneko jumped in front of her, Asia and Gasper, ready to fight. But before anything like that could happen, another yelp, or rather a roar of pain, could be heard from Issei, as a new and crimson-red chain had appeared on his neck. "Stand down now, all of you," Rias ordered, as she held the crimson chain in her two hands tightly, causing Issei his current pain. The two knights and Rook all stepped a bit back, though none of them dropped their guard. Rias was fine with that, as they weren't the problem, Issei was. "Issei, you know how I feel when you try to play with people that I care about. So do you want to stop now, or do you want me to tighten it even more?" Rias asked with an even more stern voice than the one she used before. Issei nodded vigorously, wanting the intense pain to be over already. Issei liked feeling pain, at least when it came from people who couldn't hurt him with their weak abilities, but something about the power of destruction always, no matter how weak the user of it was. Rias began to loosen the chains a bit, at which Issei began to breathe heavily as he tried to get over the pain he had just gone through. But someone else was also affected by this, but in a more rage-fueled way. Akeno's anger and rage suddenly bursted back into existence, after having disappeared only a few seconds ago. Sona noticed this, and so to prevent a repeat of the previous situation, she began to explain Issei's abilities, at least the ones he could still use in those chains. "Akeno, and everyone else, do not start a conversation with him, but only if you start to feel like you can trust him or his voice. It's an ability he has, called Friend. It makes him release a kind of pitch in his voice that makes things in your brain make him out to be trustworthy." Sona explained as she began to walk cautiously closer to Issei, as she wanted to check if all the chains were still in good condition. Issei, after having finally gotten his cool again, watched her for a bit, before sending a glare over at Akeno for not entertaining him enough. Then he put his sights back on Rias, and then said something that only the three old friends were ready for. "So, Rias, my love, why have you come to me this time? Do I need to kill someone again? Does Mama and Papa miss me? Or am I finally set free from this shitty hidden prison of yours, HM?" Issei asked in a low and almost UAL tone, as she stared deeply into Rias's eyes, who stared back at him with some contentment. She was angry with him for toying with her peerage, and for making her have to explain more things tonight, more than she really wanted to explain. But to the rest of the group, except Sona, everyone was stunned with his statement of his love for her, and even maybe the slight implication that Rias was also maybe, or hopefully at one point had been in love with this clearly insane man. But without any hesitation, Rias answered him back. "No, but our brother needs you to defend a meeting between the three factions, brother," Rias said, finally making the entire group of reincarnated devils on K shout. "Brother? thus ending their first 10 minutes with Issei. 10 years ago, on the front yard of the main shrine in Kutown, stood a man and a woman with the only light on them being that of the purple flames that was consuming the woman's home. The woman wore a classic shrine maiden outfit, with purple flowers as the main design on most of it. She had long hair that usually would have been tied up into a ponytail and held by an orange ribbon, but she had given it to her daughter as she got her enough time to escape. This woman was Shuri Himejima, the mother of Akeno and soon to be Issei's last meal for a long time. The man in front of her, if he even could be called that, as his body was much too big to be considered human. If anything, it was more humanoid in some sense. He had a long and spiked tail, with 2 golden horns poking out of the front of his head. His eyes were a glowing deep purple, with the only other color visible in them being the black slit in the middle of them, signifying his draconic origin. His hair was unnaturally long too, with different strands of color in them, as it was either a deep purple or raven black like Shuri's. His fingers had been replaced with long and sharp golden claws. The same went for his exposed feet. Why are you, Huff, doing this? What do you want, cough, from us? Shuri yelled, as she breathed heavily, feeling the lash in her side beginning to take its toll on her. She could barely stand, let alone fight the monster in front of her anymore. She was silently praying that her husband would be here soon, and if not, then that he had found their sweet little angel, Akeno. Oh, I want nothing from you, but someone else I know, now they really want something from you. I am only here for the fun of it, if I am being honest. Issei explained, as he took a slow step toward Shuri, who moved her hands up to prepare a Shinto shrine art. But she barely got started before her arms fell down, clenching onto her side as more blood began spilling out. Issei waved his right hand's pointy finger, before speaking again. I wouldn't do that if I were you. You have already lost too much blood, and I really hate a dry meal, so just do us both a favor and give up already. Issei said, as he began coming closer. Shuri tried to heal her wound with whatever little amount of magic she had left, but she felt her healing arts being nullified or rather blocked. She looked up at Issei in fear, as she noticed over his still raised pointy finger, a little purple ball of magic had begun to swirl around. You can absorb my magic? What are you? Shuri asked in horror, as Issei stopped right in front of her, a toothy smirk beginning to form on his face, as he was impressed that this human could figure out his little ability so fast. I am a loyal servant of the House of Gregori, and the son of a very powerful dragon. And now I am also going to be the killer of one of the crow leaders, human plaything. He went down on one knee, just taking in the fear in her eyes. Thanks for the meal. In a flash and with one quick and haunting scream, Shuri Himejima had been killed and eaten. Present day, wake up. I said wake up. Akeno yelled, as she stomped her foot on Issei's head, making him wake up in a rather rude way. He growled a bit threateningly, but it was turned into a slight whimper instead, as Akeno pulled a replica of the crimson chain Rias had given her, to keep Issei in check while she and Sona had gone to finalize a few things with the Satan's King. I am up. No need to pull on it. Ing Crow, Issei crumbled, as he kept lying down on the ground in front of Rias'S desk, still with Akeno foot on his head. The rest of the group were all sitting on the 2 sofas in front of him, or standing over at the windows, or like Zenobia and Asia over in a corner. Only Tsubaki and Akeno were anyways close to Issei, since they had been left with responsibility to hold the leash on him. I heard that, pathic lizard. Akeno spit back, with her own insult, though to the others it just looked like she was playing with fire. Since the only thing keeping Issei from possibly ripping out all of their throats was that crimson chain she had in her hands. If that thing broke, who would know what Issei might do to them? Is it really such a good idea to taunt a dragon, Akeno-san? Asked Tsubaki, the possible only voice of reason in the room currently. Akeno scuffed a bit at her question, as her mind was somewhat clouded by her current power stance with the monster that killed her mother. If anything, Akeno felt like she was being merciful by not making it be in pain all the time. What harm can he do while he is in these chains? Besides, he deserves it for what he did, Akeno said, with a cold expression towards her fellow queen. This wasn't the way she wanted to avenge her mother, but it was a start that could come back to bite her in the ass, if she wasn't prepared. Oh. This is a mercy or almost a thanks for the amount of things I have done, Akeno-chan. I mean, when you are as old as me, you get to do a lot of hhh. Issei was interrupted in his little reminiscences speech, as Akeno pulled on the chain again, making his neck be burned a bit by the destruction magic in the chain. Did I say you could talk? Akeno asked in a stern tone, as Issei begrudgingly shook his head to the side, before calming down again after she loosened her grip on the chain again. Issei felt the burn marks healing slowly, but the pain was still very much there. It hurt like hell. But something happened that took his focus, not all of it, but some, off his pain and put on the voice of a short girl with long blonde hair. Akeno-senpai, I don't think Rias would like Issei to be hurt, Asia said, though her voice was a bit quiet and unsure, since she was nervous about what she was saying, and especially to Akeno, who she admired a lot. Akeno had saved her from being killed by a group of rogue fallen angels, and had let her live with her ever since, so she had come to see her like a protective older sister, as well as her guardian angel. But because of who Asia was, as a person, she couldn't just stand by and watch anyone be hurt needlessly, no matter how bad the person was. It just wasn't right, not to her at least. Plus I don't think one is wrong slows another. Asia continued a bit, but her words became mumbles, at least to those who didn't have even more heightened hearing, like Issei and Kaneko. And I don't like seeing you acting this way. It's not like you, Wani-chan. Her last few words were enough to earn her an approving look from Kaneko, as she found her words to be close to how she, herself, viewed this whole thing. But even though Akeno didn't hear the last bit, she felt a bit bad since she felt that Asia had a point, and she couldn't make herself lash out at the sweet and honest girl. So with an irritated sigh, she tried to calm her emotions a bit, at least enough to see that she wasn't much better than the fallen angels that she always tried to distance herself from. She felt sick about her actions, and wanted to apologize, but it was interrupted by somewhat muffled laughter from Issei. Oh, spare him, big sister, he isn't worthy of your anger. Ha ha ha, oh god, you are too funny. I see now why Rias collected you all. Gods, that woman has a sick way of playing with dumb people like you. And here I am being called a monster, ha ha ha. Issei laughed, as he spoke in a more energetic tone, as well as his almost sudden swift change in his manner of speaking. It was like he was a different person. But his sudden change in tone and all wasn't what surprised them or shocked them the most, it was what he was saying. Rias collected us? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Akeno thought, as she pressed her foot on his head again, but this time she was hurting him, she was trying to get his attention. What do you mean by that? Rias isn't like that, she saved us all from horrible people. People like you? Akeno asked, while also throwing in her own opinion of who Rias was. This was a mistake. No one saw it, but Issei had a little smirk on his face, which turned into a more surprised expression to act like her question was a complete surprise to him. Really? Well, I thought you all knew by now, but devils are all selfish. The whole thing about the Gregoris treating their peerages and servants like family is wyvern shit. They collect you for your powers, and your eagerness to find a new purpose in life. Have you never noticed how Rias or Sono was always there to offer a hand, when you needed it the most? Issei asked, his voice giving many of the people in the room the feeling of trusting him. But Akeno knew this feeling, since she had been under it less than an hour ago, so she could see through it immediately. Don't listen to him, he is using that ability again. Rias and Sono would never lie to us, they saved us and helped us all grow. They aren't liars, only you are. Akeno said, as she sent a hateful glare at Issei, who just smiled back, seeing that his little trick was already over. This was both the greatest strength to his ability, friend, but it was also its greatest weakness, because if the person he was trying to trick with it already knew the feeling of it, they could easily escape from it and save others. It was the most effective when people were driven by very specific emotions and couldn't think clearly. Oh well, you got me, Issei said, as he shrugged his shoulders and leaned down onto the ground again, putting his head on a spot on the red and Victorian designed carpet that felt somewhat comfy. But do think about it, just a little bit. Think of it like advice from a senior and the one who brought you together with your saint-like masters. Please do that for me, Saji, Issei said, as he closed his eyes and just waited to see how they would react this time. But nothing happened, since they were now all on high alert. But that wasn't to say nothing happened at all, since a few of them, namely Saji, were kind of shocked that he knew his name. The others had really thought about it too much, and if they did, they just decided it was because he had overheard them say his name, which he didn't. Issei just kept lying down, waiting a bit for one of them to reach out, but nothing happened, at least nothing from his perspective since he had his eyes closed. Oh well, so much for that plan. I guess I'll just sleep until Rias'S comes back, Issei thought, as he started to lay down in a more comfortable way. He is kind of weird, isn't he? Asked Momo, of the bishop pieces of Sona, to Meguri, the only knight in Sona's peerage. Meguri nodded, agreeing with her teammate's question, before giving a nervous glance over at Issei. Yeah, and creepy too. Like when he talked about how Rias and Sona-sama collected us, like he knew it was true. I don't want to believe it, but he sounded so sure of it, Meguri said, shaking a bit from feeling a shiver go through her body, making her look over her shoulder again, back to where Issei was sleeping. He hadn't moved, he had just kept lying there. Are you Meguri-san? You seem a bit on edge? Asked Momo, concerned with her friend's well-being. It took Meguri a few seconds to answer back, as she had kept her eyes on Issei, not wanting to look away in fear of him suddenly looking back at her, when she couldn't see him. Yeah, I am fine, This day has just been really long, you know. And to think tomorrow is going to be open house day. I hope I get some sleep before then, Meguri said, relieving her worried friend of some worries, but still not all of it. She felt a similar feeling, as she too also kept sending quick glances at the sleeping dragon. But before she or her friend could go with their slowly fear-inducing conversation, another friend and the only male in Sona's peerage joined in. It's open house tomorrow? What am I going to do? Who can I call that might want to show up? Saji began to freak out over such a little thing. At least it was to all the others, but not to him. But it was this little freak out of his, if even was intentionally or not, that made the two girls, as well as the others who had listened in, feel a bit more calm. Momo patted him on the shoulder, as she wanted to try and help him figure out who to call, even though she didn't really get why he had to call someone. Calm down, Saji. It doesn't start until after the first period, so just think about who can come at that time. Like your mom or dad. Saji, are you okay? Momo became slightly confused, as when she had asked about the most obvious options, Saji became still and seemed to be in a world of his own. Saji, are you there? Earth to Saji. Meguri tried instead, even shaking him a bit, which seemed to work as he seemed to regain awareness of the world around him again. Yeah, what is it? He asked, slightly confused and a bit unsure of why he was being shaken around. You just went quiet when Momo tried to help with figuring out who to call for open day, Meguri explained, still not getting why he suddenly acted so strange. Saji processed her words for a bit, before remembering it. Oh yeah, right. Hee, sorry but I must have forgotten to tell you guys, but I am an orphan. So I wasn't thinking of asking my parents, I was thinking, if I could ask my uncle or aunt. Saji revealed, making the people who were listening feel bad for the poor boy. Momo felt mostly bad, since she had poked at possibly a wound one of her friends had, that she didn't even know he had. Oh, I am so sorry, Saji. I didn't know, please forgive me. She went on to bow before him, earning herself a somewhat tired sigh from Saji, as he patted her on the head. It's fine, Momo, you didn't know, none of you did. Besides, I barely knew them to begin with, so it doesn't hurt that much when people talk about them or ask if I have any. Saji said, a somewhat forgiving and nervous smile on his face, as he explained his upbringing to his friends. It wasn't that much different from most people, except the fact that he used to live with his grandmother way back when she was still alive. She was priestess at some far remote village shrine, until one day when a thunderstorm burned down the surrendering forest and most of the villagers died. But luckily for Saji, he was at his uncle's home in Ku and had been living there ever since. So yeah, I was born and raised for a bit of my life in a shrine. I learned a few rituals back then, but I can barely remember any of them nowadays, and those icon would kill me in seconds, just by casting them. Saji said, a bit relieved to finally tell this story to his friends, and also a bit embarrassed over his not-so-cool backstory. But it did make two of his friends, namely Asia and Akeno, feel a bit of kinship with him, as they were also raised by a single woman for most of their early childhoods in a shrine or a church. But besides those two, everyone else felt a bit closer to him, some because his past was similar to theirs and other because they could understand his feelings on the subject. One other person who could understand was weirdly enough Issei, who while listening to his somewhat heartbreaking past, made an angry smile. I understand, Saji-kun. I can't use any of my former powers either, at least not the ones that involve prayer or light magic. It's not very easy having to adjust and change your magic, but we can both do it. Asia said, trying her best to be supportive, though also kind of kicking poor Saji in his pride, since he hadn't learned a single damn spell, beside the Essenitals, since he became a devil, while Asia was already nearing middle rank with her magic alone. Yeah. Let's keep working on it together, Saji said in a less happy tone, almost crying comedic tears as he watched the former nun smile happily back at him, not knowing the ocean-sized distance between them in terms of magical power. Oh, for Afe was a sack, could you all just stop this whole buddy-buddy crying circle? We get it, your parents are dead and you don't have Granny anymore, big ing deal. Issei said in an angry tone, as he stared at most of the group around Saji trying to make him feel better. Akeno got kind of pissed immediately for ruining the moment, and yanked at his chain causing him immense pain. Just sleep and let us have this. We have all had a long day, no thanks to you, she yelled back, before letting the chain go a little at a time from her hand. Fine. It just annoys me how similar. Never mind, just stop your tear-jerking and let me sleep, Issei said, almost revealing his own oh-so-tragic past, but before he let the last few words slip he collected himself, and chose to be rude again and laid down on his side, with his back to the group. The moment was gone, having been ruined by Issei's little outburst, but at least it had been one of the few good things that had happened today. Though unknown to the majority of the group, as they had all either began to be able to ignore him or just didn't want to hear another word from him, Saji had become a bit interested in knowing what it was Issei stopped himself from saying. It wasn't too hard, at least not for Saji, to spot the look Issei had in his eyes before. He seemed conflicted? Maybe even lonely? Why? Was all Saji could think as the rest of the group began to spread out in smaller groups again, discussing various things, and some questioning why Issei seemed to be or seemed to have been on such good terms with their masters. I mean, it does seem weird that Rias and Sona would be friends with a guy like him, doesn't it? Kiba asked Zenobia, who nodded her head, being as straightforward as she was. Yes, I may have only known them both for less than 2 weeks, but it seems so unreal to think that they would ever try and collect us. If anything, that was probably what happened to him, so he is just trying to put doubt in our hearts, out of his own hatred, Zenobia said, finding this to be the most probable answer in her opinion, and one Kiba agreed somewhat with. Maybe, but even so, we shouldn't deny his words fully. He might have had some truth to it, but let's not start making up crazy theories, since who knows how bad that might go, Kiba said, earning a stern nod from Zenobia as the two went on to discuss swordsmanship instead, with Sona's own night piece, Meguri joining in with her own style and being somewhat comically corrected on stance, power, and style by Zenobia. I wonder if this generation's White Dragon Emperor and Issei have ever met before? I mean, since they are each other's rivals and all. Tsubaki asked Akeno, who gave her a confused look, wondering if she suddenly began talking about that guy. Why do you ask? You're wondering which of the two is stronger or something like that? Akeno asked, somewhat curious about her fellow queen's question. Tsubaki shook her head a bit, before pushing her glass up a bit. No, not really. Though if I'd had to guess, I think Issei would be stronger, given that he is a dragon and all. But no, I was more curious to know if the two had ever met before, or if Issei had just been sealed. Tsubaki stopped mid-sentence as she began to rethink her question a bit, taking in a few of the things she remembered Sona and Rias said about him. Maybe Issei is the previous generation's Red Dragon Emperor? I mean, Rias and Sona did both say he was really old, but then the question becomes how old? Tsubaki asked, making her simple conversation starter question into a more of investigation how long natural supernatural born beings lived for. Since she, along with everyone else, besides 4 people in the room, were all originally humans to begin with, they didn't really understand the aging of their now almost eternal life. I get you want to know something like that, but you do remember that he isn't a fully bred dragon, right? So he probably lives for a long time, but not as long as other dragons. Akeno asked, somewhat curious as well about how old he was, since usually when Rias would call someone old, then it really meant they would be well over 1,000 years or so. I know that, Akeno, but I am just curious, and besides, it would be interesting to learn more about a dragon, and from an actual dragon too. The glass-wearing beauty said, earning herself an agreeing nod from the raven beauty. True. I wish I could ask another person like me about how my body works, you know. Akeno agreed, even sharing a bit of her own wants. The two continued this conversation for quite a bit, before somehow they both ended up splitting off from the original topic, and began to talk about tomorrow. Well, it will be the same as last year, as it always is. Rias'S family will come by. While they mostly be there for Rias, they will also make the rounds for the rest of the club. They are really nice in that way, you know? Akeno asked, earning herself a nod from Tsubaki. True, but I think it also hurts Sona in some way, even though they also tried to be nice to her too, since her parents. You know, Tsubaki said, hinting at the fact that both the head of the Citri clan and her husband are both never able to come since they are usually swamped with work. Yeah, I feel bad for her. But at least Leviathan-sama comes in their place, even if she is a bit of a troublemaker. Akeno agreed, but still tried to put the topic into a more positive light. Though this positive light was Seraphal Leviathan, which made the Queen of Citri sweet drop a bit, at the memory of last year's open house. Issei also reacted to this, as the words Leviathan, as well as Gregori family caught his attention. He opened his left eye just a bit, as he spied on the two from down on the floor. So they're coming tomorrow? Why though? Is it because of this thing they keep talking about? Open house? Drake, do you know what an open house is? Issei asked, through his mental connection to his partner, the heavenly dragon of domination, Drake. A few seconds went by, with the only sound Issei heard coming from the different groups. Right then. You are still not talking to me. Fine, guess I'll have to find out myself. Issei groaned a bit, but not loudly enough for the others to notice his slow and somewhat weakened movements, as he stood up slowly behind Akeno and Tsubaki. True. But I doubt she'll pull off something like that again this year. At least I hope she doesn't, for your guys' sake. Akeno giggled a bit, as the memory of Seraphal running down the halls of the second years, back when Sona was a second year, chasing after Sona and yelling all sorts of embarrassing secrets as she went. The rest of that day was spent erasing a lot of people's memories, so as to not cause an entire high school to know that the then student council vice president was a devil. What is an open house day? Issei asked in a stoic tone, shocking the two girls and making Kiba and Zenobia both rush over with their swords in hand. Issei just looked confused for a bit, before he cleanly dodged the two swordsmen's swings, both one from above and one from the side. The same couldn't be said for Rias'S desk, as it was now missing 1/4 of its original body. What's up with you two? Issei dodged another swing from Kiba, while he kept talking in this new stoic voice of his. I just wanted to ask Akeno a question. He then dodged a slam from Zenobia with the broadside of Durandal. Can I ask the question without you two attacking me? He raised his left hand up, catching Kiba's abyssal sword, before using it as a shield against Durandal. It broke, and Durandal came flying down, but it was stopped by his left hand. But unlike with Kiba's sword, where he didn't even get a scratch, this time he got a shallow cut in the middle of his palm. Zenobia would have been happy for hurting Issei, since until now she hadn't been able to test his strength, since she couldn't just fight him without any reason. But her joy was short-lived, since before she knew it, she had landed on the other side of the wall in the hallway leading to the club room. She didn't feel any pain for a few seconds, until she felt the small, but deep wound in her stomach dripping out blood. Kiba, Akeno and all the others look on in horror at the show of his monster's strength. To think that even in these crimson chains he was still very capable of hurting them all. Issei looked at Zenobia's both confused and afraid face, not caring about her expression, since he had done it to her out of a need for fun, like he usually would. He had done it because she had managed to hurt him, which was something he would normally like, but not like this. She had used a weapon that was built to hurt people like him. He didn't like that, so when he had faced opponents like her, who had all used weapons like those, he had always been rather merciless against them. Now then, can I ask what this open house thing is? He asked, as he turned around towards Akeno, but this time his stoic voice was gone, and a more annoyed one had taken its place. 11 years ago, in a small village on the outskirts of Kyoto, surrounded by forests and low mountains, inside the main Shinto shrine in the village, sat an old priestess. She had a gray and thin blanket on, covering her somewhat fragile body from the cold winds outside. She wore the standard priestess outfit, with a base of white fabrics, and golden pieces of cloth hanging over it. The only thing on her, besides the blanket, she also wore a golden flower emblem on her chest. It was a gift from an old friend of hers, a yukai, namely Yasaka, the leader of Kyoto's yukai, and one of only too few nine-tailed foxes in this world. She wore this as a sign of their old friendship from when she was just a kid, to her now old and slowly withering body. But she wasn't that old, or at least not old enough to be unaware of what goes on around her. "I hear you, servant of devils, come out of the shadows that you hide in," the old woman said, not moving an inch or even seeming slightly surprised when a young man steps out of the left corner's gathering shadows. It was Issei, in his human form. The only giveaway of his draconic blood was in his eyes. "So it is true. You look old and sound old, but you are still as sharp as a high-ranked devil or bishop candidate." "Impressive." Issei spoke, already liking the old priestess for her ability to sense him. "Well, when you have a grandson around, who loves to play hide and seek so much, it becomes a bit of a pain. Now, what do you want from me?" the old lady asked, turning her head over to Issei's still smirking face. "Your grandson, well, rather one of my friends wants him. She sees great potential in the little brat, though to be frank I see barely any outside of his Shinto magic." Issei explained as he walked over towards the small fire, that the lady had been trying to strength before she sensed him, though in turn he had turned it purple. The woman squinted at the flames, feeling surprised to learn this about her visitor. "You are no mere devil, are you, boy?" she asked, earning herself a slight chuckle. "True, though that hardly matters right now, does it?" Issei said before he sat down on one knee, making eye contact with an old woman. "Where is the brat? I have to bring him to Kufra, my friend, to fulfill her wish," Issei said in a relaxed tone, as the older woman shook her head a bit, before answering. "He is already there. I sent him there to be with my son for a week, since he rarely goes beyond the shrine territory," the old lady said before turning her gaze back into the flames, not noticing the slight smile appearing on Issei's face. "Good, that makes my job so much easier," he said as he stood up, making the old lady confused by his sudden attitude to this, like it was better this way. "What do you mean by that?" she asked, still watching the fire intently. "I mean that when I kill you I won't have to scar that poor kid for life, even though it would have been rather fun to see him yelled out in sadness, in anger, and in despair," Issei said, earning a few chuckles from the old lady, finding his confidence in himself to be funny. To her, at least for now, he was small fry. Even with her old body, she could still easily squish him. "Oh, you silly fool, you won't kill this old lady so easily. You are no stronger than the average devil, whereas I am able to." "Where did you go?" She had turned her gaze over to him, as she spoke of the power gap between them, only to find herself confused by his sudden disappearance. Though it didn't last long, as she did find him again, or rather she found his hand, going through her stomach. That may be true, but I am no ordinary devil, now am I? He asked, aware that the old lady was already halfway in heaven, back to the present. I go away for an hour, and leave you alone with 2 full peerages to watch you, and the only thing I wanted from you was to be quiet and just wait. Rias said, as she walked back and forth in front of Issei and the others who had been lined up on the right side of the room, though there was a bit of distance between the group and Issei. And instead you tried to disturb them, weaken their loyalty and morale. And to top it all off, you also decided to make a finger-deep hole in Zenobia. Rias yelled, as she stopped in front of the now much more chained-up Issei, who just looked at her with his 2 purple snake eyes, unwavering from her fury. They kept this up for a few more seconds, making the others believe themselves that they had been spared, especially since they felt they had suffered the most. But no, after Rias gave up momentarily on Issei, she turned her anger on her peerage. But you guys. I had expected Issei to make trouble, but I hadn't expected you to give in to it, and neither to fight him. What the hell were you doing, Akeno? You were supposed to watch him, not hurt him for no reason, Rias said, as she sent a much sterner glare towards her queen. Only Asia was spared from this, since Rias had been told by them all, except Issei, that she had tried to stop them from harming him. But he started dash. I don't care who started it or who ended it, I only care about the fact that you all let it continue. You were all supposed to be better than this, and now because of you guys Zenobia has a hole in her body. Rias interrupted Kiba's plea of not guilty, with a storm of facts and some slight insults. Sona and her own group had left for their own separate meeting about this whole dilemma, making Rias have to summon those extra crimson chains for Issei, to suppress not only his power, but also his abilities even more. Look, I get this has been a long day, and you have all learned things today that none of us would ever have liked to know, so you can all go home for tonight, and we will try to figure this out tomorrow. You are all dismissed, Rias said, feeling her head cry out in pain, just by the slowly building headache she had gotten in the last 20 minutes. The others all looked at each other, before nodding in agreement and walking out of the room. The only 2 who hadn't left yet were Akeno and Asia. Asia couldn't really leave without Akeno, but since Akeno wanted to talk to Rias about something, she was somewhat forced to stand by and wait. Rias, I need to talk with you, Akeno said, not even caring about Rias' tired sigh, as she turned around to look at her. Didn't I just tell you all that you were dismissed for today? Can't this wait? Rias asked, as she really wanted this day to end already. But Akeno shook her head, before she began speaking. No, this is very important. I need to know this, or else I might never be able to trust you again, Akeno said, making Rias feel a jolt of slight fear of that possible outcome go through her. Akeno looked at her with seriousness, and a somewhat nervous expression on her face. What is it, Akeno? Rias asked, unsure of how to handle this. But she felt she needed to at least hear what Akeno had to say, or else she would probably worsen her old friend's trust in her. Akeno took a deep breath before speaking. I need to know if you had in any way something to do with my mother's death, Akeno asked. A pitch of worry could be heard under her words, but outside of that no facial expression had tightened yet, signifying that she would cry. Rias was a bit unprepared for the question, and it made her quiet for a few moments, as she thought it over well and hard. She went through the same night it had happened, just to be sure that she said anything, or ordered anything. She had never ordered Issei to do that, nor many of the other things he had done. I didn't have anything to do with it. Issei wasn't acting on his own that night, and he did it because I was not good enough back then, nor now to control him. I am sorry, Akeno, Rias said, as she bowed to her. I did not order him, hinted at him to do it or anything like that. But through my lack of experience and ability to control him, I indirectly killed your mother. I am truly sorry, Rias said, still bowing deeply since she meant. She felt guilty about it since she was the one who was supposed to keep an eye on Issei as his master and as his family. Akeno didn't know what to say back, since her question had been answered, but not in the way she had hoped. Her best friend, Rias may not have ordered him, or had him kill her mother, but she was still apologizing for it as if she had. It made Akeno feel a mix of both relief and anger. Relief that her friend had nothing to do with this, and was left with such guilt over it, when it was her subordinate's fault. And anger at Issei for putting Rias through this, when he was to blame for it all. "It's okay, Rias. It was not your fault," Akeno said, a bit unsure still how to feel about the whole thing, but she had come to feel a bit more secure about the whole thing. "Thank you, Rias, for being honest. We will go home now. Good night, Rias," Akeno said, as she went over to Asia and took her by the hand and went out the doors, before closing them. She felt grateful for how much her friend cared about this, and even if she had been acting weird all night and almost seemed like a different person, she was still the same kind-hearted girl she had met back in that forest so many years ago. Even Asia felt a bit happy for the two of them, being honest and accepting each other's side of this mess. "Rias really is a good friend, isn't she, Akeno?" Asia asked, unable not to smile at her older sister figure, for how mature she was about the thing. "Yes, she really is. Now let's get home and get some sleep," Akeno responded back, with her own small happy smile. "You are a good actor, you know that?" Issei asked, as Rias stood with a mirror in hand and was trying to fix her makeup, since she had even had a few tears ready to spill, just for the extra effect. "Shut it, Snake. I meant what I said, I just hate that I had to ruin my makeup for some dumb half-breed crow." "You really do just up everything I tell you to do, don't you?" Rias asked in an annoyed tone. Even her voice sounded so different all of a sudden, as she sent a hateful glare at Issei, who just sent her a relaxed smile in return. "Ah, there you are, Rias. I was wondering when I would get to see my bitch of a master again. How's it been? Acting all righteous and stuff?" Issei asked, before making himself comfortable by leaning his back up against the wall and putting his hands behind his head. Rias sighed deeply, already feeling tired of this new conversation, even if it was with Issei. "It's been so boring. Do you know how hard it is to act so good for no reason? And besides, hardly any of my servants, other than you, are actually strong. Heck, they can barely take on middle-ranked strays without me." Rias vented her frustrations at Issei, who just seemed to soak them up, since negative energy was nice to him. It was something he never went into detail about, but it was a thing his race really enjoyed being in the presence of. "Oh really? I can see why you guys need me then for security, if all those dumbasses are really that useless. Geez, and here I thought I was doing you and Sona a favor by sending them your way," Issei said, before licking his lips just from the amount of negative energy Rias was releasing. Rias grabbed a chair and put it down in front of Issei, before sitting down in it, with her legs crossed. "You have no idea. By Satan, did I miss having you around. Even if you are a cold heart and insane half the time, at least you're honest to a fault," Rias said, finally calming down a bit as she felt a bit at peace, now that she could act like herself in front of someone again. Issei only chuckled a bit, showing off his toothy grin as he did, before looking at her with a new glint in his eyes. One of a kindred spirit, like he understood what she meant and felt the same. "That goes both ways, Rose. Now tell me, are you going to let me out of these chains or what?" Issei asked, moving his body in a way to make him sit on his legs, with his hands on the chain on his neck. Rias rolled her eyes, but had a somewhat joyous smile on her face, as bent over a bit in her chair and reached out with her hand. She touched his left cheek, stroking it softly before descending down towards his upper neck area, and scratching him a bit there. "Oh, does my cute little pawn want to be out of his leash already? I was kind of enjoying this sight of you, in chains and desperately wanting to be set free. But oh, I don't think I will, since you have been such a bad boy today, Issei," she said, her voice filled with a slight amount of desire, like she enjoyed watching him in chains. Which she did, because unbeknownst to practically everyone she knows, besides Issei, Rias Gregori is not the saint they all see her as. She can be cruel, racist, egotistical, and has no love in her heart for the weak. Was I really that bad? If anything, you might have been worse, not telling the little crow that her best friend and master was secretly hiding the person who killed her mother. That's a real no-no, Rias," Issei answered back, while moving his middle pointy finger from side to side, while speaking with a playful tone. Rias just shrugged, not caring too much about what he said. Well, I did never tell you to kill her, did I? I only said it would be great if I could get that damned fallen angel family out of future territory. But I guess I did get a pretty decent queen piece out of it, Rias said, reminiscing about the night she found Issei walking down the halls to her room, with his face covered in blood and long black hair that wasn't his. Still, it was a more efficient way of getting them to move, so I guess it's fine. But did you really need to eat her back then? Rias asked, as she was still somewhat confused about that, even after all these years. Issei just looked at her, still showing off his toothy smile. His purple eyes were shining dimly. No, but I thought it would be fun, he said in a relaxed tone, as he kept watching her eyes, before moving his sight downwards towards her legs. Rias noticed that, smirking a little mischievously, before raising her foot up to his face. Do you see something you like, you perverted little snake? She asked in a mischievous tone, before swaying her foot from side to side in front of his face. His eyes were almost glued onto it, following her movements carefully. Yes. My love dash, I am not your love, I am your master, Rias said in a much more flirtatious tone, as she stuffed his mouth with her foot, which still had a shoe on it. He only nodded his head once, before the rest of night was gone and morning had taken its place. All right, everybody, I would like for you all to be on your best behavior, as we invite your families inside for this period and the next, a female teacher said, as she stood in front of her class of seniors, the one Rias, Sona, Akeno and Tsubaki all went in, Class 3D. All of the students, which were all girls since it had been the last student group to be all girls before the former first years who are now second years started, all agreed in union. Yes, ma'am. The female teacher nodded, before looking over to the back door, and making a hand gesture to a middle-aged man outside. You may enter, and watch your young girls be the best they can be, the teacher said, as the group of parents and a few older siblings entered the room. Most of the parents looked middle-aged, since they were. A few looked a bit younger, and were being silently judged by some of the older couples in there. But there was one group of people which made most of the young girls focus their attention on them, a group of 3 men. 2 of them were obviously everyone's main idol's family, since they had that almost famous co-academy red hair, but the third man had long black hair, with barely visible purple hair in it too. Most of them assumed he was Akeno's, heck maybe even Sona or Tsubaki's older brother, but the way he stood with the 2 Gregori men made most of the girls, teacher and even some of the parents unsure. But one person who wasn't unsure, like the rest of them, besides the 3 other supernatural girls in her class, was Akeno. She was angry. Angry that Issei was here, like he belonged and had the right to stand next to Lord Rias'S and Unsealing, like he was a part of Rias'S family. He was just a monster, in her opinion. What the hell is he doing here? She whispered over to Rias, who sat right next to her. But her anger somewhat subsided when she saw the very embarrassed blush on her face. Rias looked over at her, showing even more of her atomic blush, which was somewhat fake, but also true, since she knew this would happen. He and those other idiots are here to embarrass me, that's what. She whispered back at Akeno, who was just more stunned over how embarrassed she looked, when she felt she should be more scared with a monster like him in front of so many humans. But don't worry, Akeno-san. Lord Rias'S and Lord Lucifer will look after him, so there is no need to worry, Sona explained, as she sat right behind the black-haired beauty, somewhat making her feel more safe. Yet it was still uncomfortable to have him here, watching her and the others. I wonder if he is Akeno-sama's older brother? Asked a girl to one of her friends, who just nodded in agreement, hoping the same, since for those who knew not what he was capable of, he looked dashing and handsome as hell. He wore a simple black shirt, and had some normal-looking gray pants on. He had even put his hair up in a ponytail, even going so far as to use a darker orange color for the ribbon. I mean, they must have planned this, since they both have an orange ribbon. But if she had such a handsome older brother, then why hadn't she brought the years before? Asked another girl, making Akeno gain a tick mark. I am not related to that monster, How dare you? She would have spoken up for herself, but knew she had a reputation to keep and had to act with it in mind. It only ended up with her becoming more mad. Maybe angry would be the right word, but neither the less. Thankfully, though, as the class went on, with only a few stops whenever a parent would ask a question or when the teacher would come up with some good quote for their small light novel that they had to write for today and bring home, the other girls soon began to theorize beyond Issei being related to Akeno. Something she was thankful for, though she felt bad for Sona when the theory was made that this was another older sibling of hers. Maybe he came here instead of Sona-sama's crazy older sister. I feel so bad for those two, a girl next to Sona said. Sona hid it well, but she felt angry at this girl for talking badly about her sister. Even if it was true that her sister was a handful, it still didn't make it alright for others to badmouth her. I hope I can get his number. He looks so handsome, and just look at that body. He must be so strong. Another girl said, one who sat behind Tsubaki, to a friend who sat to her right. Yeah, I get that, Yugari-san. And those eyes of his are just so mesmerizing. They look so fierce, yet so inviting. He is so dreamy, don't you think so too, Tsubaki-sama? Tsubaki was caught off guard by the sudden question, making her draw a thin line over her novel page, somewhat ruining it. Oh, sorry. Here, have my eraser. I am so sorry, Tsubaki. The girl whispered, as she handed Tsubaki a cute little eraser made to resemble a pink bear. Tsubaki took it and began to erase the line, but her mind was barely aware of what she did, as she was still not completely over the shock of the girl's sudden question. No, I don't think so. He is evil. He has to be. Right. Tsubaki wondered, as the events of last night went through her mind, the trick he tried to pull on them all about them being collected, not rescued. She knew in her heart it was untrue, that Sona and Rias did care about them, but her mind did the thing that everyone both hates and loves about them. It asked if they really did. It had made Tsubaki unable to sleep a lot last night, as the question kept spinning around in her head, almost never ending. It had made her so tired this morning that she had secretly taken 2 cups of dad coffee without him knowing, just so she could feel awake long enough for the period of time he was gonna be here. I wonder. Maybe if I am lucky and he notices me, I could have a date with him, since he doesn't seem that old. Oh, if only, then I would be the happiest girl alive. Another girl said, making the 4 devil students in the room all concerned, while Rias mostly acted for the girl. Issei also heard her, which made him smirk over her little wish, finding it to be cute. Rias'S noticed this, and even being happy since it just seemed like a completely normal one, a happy one. Did you hear something good? He asked, as he tapped Issei on the back, earning himself a sigh as well as a nod from Issei. Yep, some girls here all think I am rather handsome. But one of them says she would be the luckiest girl in the world if she got to go on a date with me. It was kind of cute, Issei said as he kept smirking a bit, watching the brown-haired girl closely to see if he could maybe get a few more cute reactions from her. Rias'S, as well as Ziaticus, found Issei's weirdly normal mood to be quite nice for a change, compared to 10 years ago, when he was either doing or saying something insane, or just being cold and taking care of his duties in the old Lilith dungeons. Oh, I didn't think all of my kids were such fine specimens to the human eye. I wonder where you all get it from? Ziaticus jokingly said, finding this more family-like Issei to be nice to be with. He loved him, like any father would, but it hurt him and his wife, Venelana, a lot when they had to put him in his prison all of the time. So these few moments where he acted like the kind-hearted and honest Issei that they had raised all that time ago, they felt happy. Happy to see their son again. Not you, Papa. I mean, you could barely get Mama to agree to marry you, while she had people from all around the supernatural wishing for her hand in marriage. So I think it is pretty obvious where we get it from. Issei said back, roasting his, at this point, almost ancient adoptive father, or Papa as he called him. I am not that Ulgi. Am I? Sirs, my dear boy, don't you think your old man is sorry, father, but I have to agree with my younger brother on this one. But I do think you might have a chance with the pink-haired lady over there. She has been eyeing you for some time now. Sirzex stated as he directed Ziaticus' sights on a middle-aged pink-haired woman, who was indeed looking over in his general direction, but not at him, but rather at Issei. I take it back. I hate my sons. Ziaticus thought, remembering how he had always felt his sons had his back, when Rias was growing up and stopped being daddy's girl. It had been a hard couple of years for the old man, and it had only been worse since basically everyone in the family was more or less only doing it as a group joke against him. He was truly alone. Only his grandson cared about him, since he was too young to join the others in the fun, plus he got a lot of candy from Ziaticus. I still don't feel safe with him being there. All those girls said all sorts of things about him. About how he looked like Dash. I understand, Akeno. But it wasn't my call to make. My brother and father wanted to see Issei and they brought him with them. Rias tried to explain to Akeno, as the two went down the staircase from the third year's level to the second year's. Akeno had been hiding her feelings through most of the class, but Issei's sudden appearance, along with all that gossip from all those girls, had really gotten to her, and she was unsure of how to deal with it. She wanted to defend herself and say the truth, but she knew that if she did that then Sona or Tsubaki would be left with the problem instead. I get that, but was it really such a good idea for him to be in a room with so many humans? Who knows what he might have done? Akeno asked, which got her an understanding look from Rias. The two rounded a corner, heading down the hallway towards the next set of stairs, so they could get down to the base level of the school. I know, and I was against it, believe me on that. But luckily my brother had been using an invisible leash, or rather he had one ready just to be safe. And besides, it's not like Issei hasn't always been the person you met yesterday. Never mind. Just know that we and everyone else are safe as long as Sirzex and my dad are here, okay? Rias said, in a somewhat unsure tone, earning herself an equally unsure nod from her queen. They reached the base level of the building, making the horde of first and second years stop in their tracks of telling how embarrassing their parents were, or how hot one of their friends' moms was. It's the queens of OMG, they look so beautiful today, Akeno-senpai. Rias-senpai, please notice me. I wonder if Rias-senpai mom is here again this year. She was so mature, if you know what I mean, blatty. The usually greetings, and the rather irritating comments from the perverted duo. But the queens of just went through the crowd of fangirls and perverts in waiting, wanting to get out of the school building and back inside their base of operations. But as the two reached the end of the crowd, they heard the sound of what they could only describe as horses running in formation, as suddenly a new and mostly male horde ran right past them and out the doors leading to the gym. Rias felt a shiver go down her spine, as a Vietnam-like flashback went through her mind. Akeno felt a similar feeling, though not to the same extent as the open house veteran next to her. She is here, Rias said in an almost frightened voice. Just the thought of having to repeat last year's open house was enough for her to want to lie down in a ball and cry. With those words and those words alone, Akeno knew what was up. So it begins. The two began to walk towards the gym and found the sight they had both feared, but even more worryingly was the people who were also there. Seraphal alone was enough of a problem with how unladylike she could be, not to mention her almost incestuous love for her sister. But for dear old Rias it was about to get even worse. Off to the side of the room stood both her older brother, Sirzex, and her dad Ziaticus, watching the duo on stage. Said duo was made up of Seraphal Leviathan, the arguable strongest female devil in history, with her only rival for that title being Graphia, the queen to Sirzex. She wore a magical girl pink outfit, with a short and almost skimpy skirt with white frills on it, and a pink and tight top that left her arms and belly to be exposed, and just to add a bit of flavor she also wore a little pink ship captain hat and had a magical girl staff. Next to her was, possibly the closest case of the supernatural world being exposed in centuries, Issei Hijaski. Issei in his human form with his hands and feet being draconic, but instead of scars they had human skin over it. His long hair had been let down, making his hair sway around whenever he moved little bit, making the all-girls all over his starless nebula-like hair, with its dark base and purple accents. He still wore the same black shirt from back in class, and his pants had just been rolled up a bit at his lower legs, to let his feet and leg grow a bit to match his more monstrous figure. Rias and Akeno were both surprised at how no one noticed the real-life monster right in front of them, and that was when they noticed it. Issei and Seraphol both spread some sort of magic spread out in the room, a kind of brainwashing magic akin to being drunk, or in state of less worry, wherein people under its effect, namely humans, don't notice or just ignore the very unnatural things happening in front of them. I, magical girl Levi-chan, will smite you evil monster. Get ready to receive my love cannon, Levi-chan declared in a cute voice, as she pointed her staff towards him, while using a bit of wind magic to lift her skirt for only a second, making a lot of camera sounds in the process. Huge amounts of applause was heard from the hordes of boys, even a few from the girls in the crowd. I will not so easily be defeated, Levi-chan. I, the evil Heartbreaker's #1 minion, Thomas, will defeat you with my suck punch, Issei stated as he readied his left hand, balling into a fist. Again a huge roar came from the many boys, though this time it was even more happy compared to when Seraphol showed her green panties only a few seconds ago. The weirder thing, though, was that all of the girls gathered there too were screaming back, I want to be suck punch too. Let me feel that suck punch first. No, let me daddy. It made the two queens, who stood to the left of this whole folk of perverts, wonder if protecting all these humans from Issei really was worth it, if they all seemed to want him between their legs or do weird UL things to women in front of them. I wanna die. Please kill me, Akeno, Rias said, as she hanged her head, already feeling all her credibility slowly vanishing, since she felt that now that everyone has seen her brother act like this, they might think she is weird too. But they didn't think he was her brother, they had all scrapped that idea ages ago, or rather 10 minutes ago. The only answer in their mind was either that he was Tsubaki's, Akeno's, or Sona's older brother. I think I should be the one to ask you for that, Akeno said, as she began to hear girls and some boys talking about how different she and her brother Issei were from each other. Though some others talked about how in sync the two older Gregori siblings were, making it a bit more awkward when the voice of one of Sona's servants, namely her pawn Saji, yelled out from the other entrance. Stop this right now, this is not an allowed school event. Issei, is that you? He asked, confused at the sight of him, openly showing off his less than human form. Plus he was also kind of surprised by how cool he looked. The crowd began to walk out the room, right past the two queens, not even giving them a glance since they were sad about the show being stopped, though one student was left, a girl. Akeno-senpai, I didn't know you had such a handsome older brother, she said, making Akeno's blood boil for a second, before remembering she had to act friendly towards her kohais. He isn't my brother, he is actually Dash. Oh, so he is Sona-senpai's older brother. Oh, too bad. He looks so much like you. I wish my brother looked half as good as he does, the girl said, somewhat saddened over how big of a gap there was between her freeloading older brother and the godsend on stage. Saji? Why did you go and ruin the event? Did I do something wrong? Issei asked, somewhat sincerely, almost like he again was a different person from the one Saji had met yesterday. It kind of freaked the poor pawn out. No. I mean, yes, you two are here as Gusset, at least I know you are Issei, but what about you, girl? Who are you related to? Saji asked Seraphol, not knowing who he had just called a girl, when she was easily over 1,000 years old at this point. Oh, who am I? I am magical girl Levi-chan. I am here to fight the evil Heartbreaker, my sister. And you just interrupted my fight with her #1 minion, Seraphol declared, earning herself a few chuckles from the 3 male Gregori family members, and slightly tired and also PTSD sigh from Akeno and Rias. And who is your sister, Levi-chan? Saji asked, not noticing how he was the only one not in on the joke, since everyone else knew who this was and who her sister was. The same went for Sona when she entered the room. What is going on here, Saji? Asked Sona, still not aware of her sister's presence, and she was followed by Tsubaki, who looked rather tired. She was, as she had been asked by a few people, or rather a few people in her class, if she could get them a date with her older brother. Ah, President. Just some weird person here that Issei was doing this magical girl event with. President, are you okay? Saji asked worriedly, as he saw the slowly rising fear in Sona's eyes, as the poor girl now fully noticed her older sister. Sona-chan. Come give your sister a big dash, and oh, leave me alone. And the chase had begun, as Sona ran right out the door, crying tears of fear as her hunter, or rather her sister Serafal, was in hot pursuit of her. And no, Sona-chan means no love. Sona-chan. Serafal cried out as ran after the poor girl, leaving the room in silence for a few moments until the three men of the Gregori family bursted out laughing, while the three girls all began to pray to Lilith for Sona, while Saji just stood there confused as to what had just happened. What just happened? Saji said, as he watched the door where Sona had stormed out of, shut, after a bit of brainwashing, hiding some evidence from the human students later, and somehow as all this happened, Issei slipped away to take off some personal business. Outside of the school, a lot of the home-going students were blessed with the second godsend gift this day, in the form of a silver-haired young man, standing at the gates of school. He wore an open biker jacket, with a gray t-shirt under it. He wore dark gray cargo pants, with a medium-length chain attached to them. He had a cocky smirk on his face, closed eyes, and just stood there, like he was waiting for someone. This young man's name is Vala Lucifer, this generation White Dragon Emperor. And you are sure my rival is here? Among all these weak people? Vala asked his partner, and real rival of Drake. Albion, the heavenly dragon of supremacy. I am sure, Vala. I have felt his magic signature here for many years now, but it was always somewhat suppressed. But it seems that he may now have awoken Drake. Albion said, sounding very sure of himself, despite the fact that Vala may be his best host of all time, and has tremendous amounts of potential. He didn't unlock his sacred gear fully until only 9 years ago. If he had awoken only a year or two earlier, then Albion wouldn't have brought him here today. I see, so my rival is the complete opposite of myself. That is too bad. Maybe I should do something to inspire him. Vala thought, earning himself an indifferent sigh from Albion. I don't believe that would be a good idea, since the Red Emperor is always more proven to be more emotional. It might have the exact opposite effect of what you want. Albion said, spreading some of his ancient wisdom for his still young host. Vala just shrugged, not taking Albion advice seriously. He should have. He felt a sudden feeling of dread, like he was under the gaze of a predator, watching him closely from nearby. Vala opened his eyes, ridding himself off his cocky smirk and instead looking intense. Thankful no humans were around, or else they would think he just looked weird. Albion, did you feel that too? Vala asked, as he tried to pinpoint the feeling of dread, but it felt so overpowering, like it came from all around him. Albion felt it too, and felt stunned at the familiar feeling, the feeling of dread and death he brought with him. It can't be. It has to be. Albion said, his voice shaking a bit at the memory of the owner of this aura. Vala was confused by Albion's words, not understanding what he was trying to say. Albion, what are you talking about? Do you know the guy behind this feeling? Vala asked, still feeling a bit confused, but tried his best to understand what he was saying. Yes, Vala. And I may have just put your life in his hands. I am sorry, Albion said, so sure of himself that this was the end for his current host. Vala felt his blood boil with how weak Albion felt he was, compared to this man he still hadn't seen for himself. Yet he also felt slight fear, since hearing Albion saying he was sorry for this, meant that Albion truly felt he had been left at the mercy of this man. This unseen man? It's okay, you couldn't have known. Tell me, who is this guy? And is there really no chance for me to escape? Vala asked, as he began to try and find the center where the source of this feeling was coming from. It came from the main school building, from inside one of the many classrooms. So now the question was just which one it came from. His name. The name he goes by is Issei Hijasuki. He is a member of the Gregori family, and one of the best-kept secrets in the underworld. He was also the second dragon emperor of his generation to try and seek peace between the two. Albion explained, remembering the kind man he and his former hostess had met over 100 years ago. It sent a flash across his mind of the night he revealed his true self, and slaughtered his host in mere seconds, before devouring her leftover remains. He is the very definition of a monster. Worse yet, is that he is a dragon, or rather he is a part of a small subspecies of dragons. And each and every one of those freaks are not to be underestimated. Albion finished his explanation, though Valley had hardly listened to anything outside of Issei's name and his race, since he felt they were the most important things to know. I see. I think I found him, or maybe rather he found me. Look there, third window to the left on the top level. Vala pointed up to the building, not that he needed to, since Albion had a omnilic vision making him capable to watch in every direction, one of the few perks of being a sacred gear. But as Albion laid eyes on him, both he and Vala got a scare for their lives. Inside a normal-looking classroom, with the only light being the sun to illuminate the scene before them, they saw the disfigured body of some poor and innocent girl, lying dead on the ground. A huge humanoid figure stood over it, a gleeful smile on its face, with blood covering the area around his mouth. He was watching the few remains of the girl on the ground, namely her head, left leg and pieces of her torso. Blood had been spilled all over the room, with pieces of fabric and hair in it. Even a pool of what looked like piss was present, where her former bottom torso had presumably been. The man kept watch of her body for a few seconds more, before he turned his reptilian eyes out of the window and made eye contact with Vala, who had been floating in the air outside the room with his divine dividing. Vala felt fear, much more fear than when his father or grandfather would abuse him or attack his mother, since he knew this time the man in front of him wouldn't let him live afterwards. He could just feel it. The man sent him a satisfied smile, before turning around and leaving the classroom, and dragging the remaining pieces of the dead girl's body with him by his hair. Vala was left frozen. Never had he seen this level of cruelty in his life. It made him sick. It made him regret his prideful attitude earlier in the day. He went back to base soon after, and didn't talk with anyone the rest of that day. His mind was still unable to think of anything other than that sight. A few hours later, why did I have to watch him? Haven't had a hard enough day because of him? Wondered Akeno, as she sat on the left wall's sofa, with a book in one hand and the crimson-red chain handle to the chain currently around Issei's throat. He sat next to her, or rather lied next to her on the sofa, in a small snake form, which apparently according to Rias was a smaller version of his real form. He was weirdly cute, and the snore he made was like a lighter hiss, and much slower. Even his tongue struck out every time. It had been a little over an hour since Rias had left Akeno with Issei, since she had to show her brother, Surzek, around town for some other business for tomorrow's 3 factions meeting. Asia had been given an apartment key, and a small letter of money to use on food. Akeno had asked Zenobia to go with her, since she was slightly worried their creepy neighbor might try something, since he always had this weird look in his eyes when Asia was out and about. It made Akeno shiver just at the thought, so thankfully Zenobia had offered to stay until she came home. So while she sat here, worrying about Asia and Zenobia and waiting for Rias to come back and take over, she was reading a book. A book about important figures in the supernatural world. It was a bit over 500 years old, and had a few key figures pages ripped out, namely 2 from the fallen angels and 1 from a section called ED. One of those pages had been ripped out by Akeno, since she didn't want to see his name. She didn't even want to think about it. But if she wanted to get rid of his name from the book fully, then she would need to rip out the entire angel and fallen angel section. Her father, even before becoming a major figure in the fallen faction, already had a pretty huge impact in the angel faction. Being the former angel of astrology, and the single living master of the holy lighting of God, made him important enough to have his name somewhere on every page in both faction sections. So to avoid him, at least in the book, she just never read those 2 sections and instead used her time reading about the Shinto faction, but not today. Thanks to a certain someone, she had gained a slowly growing interest in dragons, namely the heavenly dragon twins. But why those 2? Issei happened to be one of their hosts, so she wanted to know a lot about Drake, and maybe find some weakness to use against him, if she ever needed to fight him. But as she had been looking for their section, which for some reason wasn't a part of the main dragon section, it was its own section altogether with only 2 figures, Drake and Albion. The dragon gods were after it, again only 2 figures, so she had to go through a section called ED. She didn't understand why it had this cryptic name, but as she passed the 10th or 11th page, she began to slow down and read the still ongoing introduction. It is said only a few ED have ever been in a harmonic state of living, in which they didn't give in to their more barbaric nature. Namely, these EDs were Ladin the Insomniac Dragon, Apophis the Eclipse Dragon, Vritra the Prison Dragon, and Vedas Ahi, son of Vritra. Each one of them, even though having the inner desire of any other evil dragon, or ED for short, managed to restrain themselves and live good lives. Akeno read, being a bit surprised at what ED meant, and then began to wonder what evil dragon was. It led to her stopping her research on the Heavenly Twins, and began reading from the first page of the ED section, finding this new subject to be rather informational, as well as unpleasant. Evil dragon, or ED for short, are a subspecies of dragon, who are much more in touch with their innate desire to maim, kill, destroy, and hunt. The average dragon has these desires too, but those are much less present or in some cases completely different, letting them live their lives more willingly than primitively, thus marking the big difference between the 2 sides. But that doesn't mean the 2 sides can't act like the other. Some normal dragons can be ruthless and cruel, while some evil dragons can be kind and fair. Akeno let it sink in for a bit, slightly feeling her interest growing for this subject. She kept reading, learning small things along the way, like for example how an evil dragon is made. No ED is born evil, except for Vedas Ahi. Most of them were transformed or evolved from regular dragons through a set of rather strict and mostly unpleasant requirements. Through long periods of negative emotions, thoughts, and actions, one could become an ED. If the same thing happened but on a shorter scale, then negative emotions, thoughts, and actions would have been much more extreme. Akeno thought it over for some time, before looking over at Issei, wondering if he might have fallen into one of these boxes. She felt bad for him, but only slightly. He was a monster, especially in her eyes, but if he had been a good person at one point, then maybe it wasn't really his fault. She shrugged it off for now, not wanting to confuse her view of Issei. She still wanted to hurt him for all the things he had done to her, and probably so many others, but she couldn't for now. She wasn't strong enough. But the line about how no ED had ever been born, besides this Vedas Ahi, did interest her. She remembers how he had been mentioned as one of the more harmonious members of the species, back when she read the 11th page. I wonder if Issei is this book? He seems like he would be a pretty important figure, given he has the boost gear and everything. Akeno wondered, as she flipped over to the list of names or rather chapters in the ED section. There were a handful of names there, but Issei's wasn't on it. It made Akeno think he just might not have been at the time, or else he would be over 500 years old at this point. And Issei, even if she wasn't trying to compliment him, didn't look a day over 25, kind of like Rias'S. Weird. She noticed a few other major figures in the species, the first one at the top of the list, and with a pretty fancy title, Krom Krua, Crescent Moon Dragon, King of Evil Dragons and the Heavenly Dragon of Cruelty. A bit of a mouthful, but still quit the name, and he seemed to have had quite a long history of death behind him with a title like Heavenly Dragon of Cruelty. Akeno made a note to skip his chapter, already having a feeling that it would not be good for her mental health. So she skipped through every chapter, until she reached Vedas Ahi and began reading. Vedas Ahi, the son of Vritra and the blonde dragon slayer. Argento? Akeno was surprised by the link between her roommate and younger sister-like figure, Asia, and this blonde dragon slayer. I can't believe it. I have a descendant of a dragon slayer living with me. And apparently the mother of this Vedas Ahi. Oh, this is acutely kind of exciting. Can't wait to tell Asia about her family. Akeno thought, smiling a bit at the thought of telling Asia about her heritage. She couldn't wait to see how she would react. But before she got too far with this, she went back to reading about Vedas Ahi. As the son of both an evil dragon, Vritra, and a half-dragon and human hybrid dragon slayer, made the young hatchling quite a big threat, especially if he got to grow up and learn of all his power. Unfortunately, the poor hatchling lost his parents thanks to a misunderstanding between his father and the god of war, Indra ending with his mother dying in the crossfire and Vritra being sealed in a sacred gear, as he had lost his will to live. The poor hatchling was left in his egg for well over 1,500 years, before he was discovered by the Satan King, Rias'S Lucifer. Akeno read that last bit, once again feeling so inspired by Rias'S sincere acts of kindness. That was until her head began to put a few dots together. Veda's Ahi was inside an egg for nearly 2,000 years, was then found by Rias'S and as it read in the text after it, became a part of the Gregori family as its youngest member at the time. Akeno became curious, and turned over the book to the front and looked for something. A date of release. She found it under the title of the book. It was rather small in size, but she could read it all the same, 1496, 1st of December. So Vedas is a member of the Gregori family, then how come I have never met him? Akeno stopped herself and thought, as many memories of weird things, confusing and cryptic conversations and so all about Issei. Sona said he used to be different. And the way he acted with them, and the way they tried to speak with him. His close friendship with Serafal. And that little bit he spoke about how Saji past felt similar to his. And Rias said the name he likes to be called by. She never said his real name. Akeno let go of the book, being in slight shock at her moment of deduction. Issei is Veda's Ahi. She felt a tight and scaly grip around her throat as she spoke, stopping her from speaking as well as breathing. She was being suffocated by Issei, no Veda's Ahi, as his reptilian clawed hand grabbed her throat tightly. What did you just say, Akeno? Vedas said, as he and Akeno made eye contact, making Akeno suddenly feel a huge pressure unfold on her body, as well as a slowly creeping feeling of dread. She had made him angry, it was obvious. And she was scared beyond belief. How? How did you find my name? He looked at her eyes as they moved around frantically. A few times the book could be seen, mirrored in her eyes. He looked down and saw the title of the book. That book? That was how you figured me out. Was it? Akeno nodded at her as much as she could, feeling scared of what he might do to her if she tried to deny it. Vedas just tightened his grip on her, making her feel the air in her lungs beginning to fizzle out slowly, making her head begin to spin and her vision go dark. Then I guess I need to make you forget. Forever. Vedas said, though his words were muffled as Akeno's many senses began to stop working. Then it all went blank for her. In those last few moments in which she still had consciousness, she prayed. Prayed that she would see the light of day. But would she? In one of the teacher conference rooms in the new school building, sat 4 of the 3 factions' leaders. Michael for the angel faction, Azazel for the fallen angel faction, and Rias'S and Serafal for the devil faction. Each of the 3 faction leaders had a follower with them. Michael had a newly reincarnated angel, who Rias and Sona knew, along with their peerages. It was the same chestnut-brown-haired girl Zenobia had come to with, Irina Shido. Azazel had a young man with him, with somewhat spiky silver hair and biker-like clothes on. His name was Vala, this generation's white dragon emperor. Rias'S and Serafal both had their sisters with them, and they had each of their peerages as well, except for Rias, who were missing 3 of hers. Grafia was also present, standing next to Rias'S like always. The room was silent as the 4 leaders all listened to Rias giving her report of the incident with Cocabriel, with Sona and Valley both confirming different parts of it. As Rias stepped back again, after finishing her report, the room entered thoughtful silence, as each side thought about how to continue from here. But that was hardly needed, since Azazel was there. Let's just make peace and start an alliance already, the young spirited man said, as he spoke with a relaxed tone to the rest of the leaders, who were all a bit stunned at his sudden suggestion. Isn't this going a bit too fast, Azazel-san? I do agree peace would be nice, but going into an alliance right off the bat? What would the people not think, if they knew we suddenly had an alliance with you all? Rias'S asked. He wasn't against the idea or anything, he was just more worried about the public opinion about it, since in the end, What good does an Alicine do if it just made the people who were in it want to leave? Azazel just waved in a relaxed manner, before sitting up straight. It's fine, and besides, we don't have to tell them all right off the bat what we are doing. We just need to ease them into it, through diplomatic missions, sharing resources, and so on and so forth. Azazel said, understanding what Sirzek's was saying, but still wanting to get this alliance off the ground, and fast. Look, I am not suggesting this for no reason. I am suggesting it in case of another member of our factions or groups of them leaving and starting trouble. I want to avoid another Cocabrial incident, as much you all do too. Azazel tried to assure them, sounding serious as he spoke, something he rarely did. The two Satans looked at each other, still both a bit on edge of this suggestion, but both of them seemed to agree with the fallen leader's logic. The same went for Michael, who didn't hesitate much to agree with his younger brother's suggestion. I understand, Azazel. The Angel faction will join this alliance you speak of, so that we can stop such incidents like this one from ever happening again, Michael said, earning a thankful nod from Azazel, before he looked over to the Devil's side and watched them carefully. And what do you choose, Sirzek's? Seraphal? He asked as the two mentioned made one last glance at each other, before Seraphal answered. As the representatives of the Devil faction, we are honored to join into alliance with you and the Angels. She spoke, earning some relieved breaths from the younger people in the room, who hadn't even noticed they had all been holding their breath. Then it's decided. From this moment on, a new alliance is dashed. Before Azazel could finish his sentence, a huge wave of magic was sent out across the school, leaving many of the people in the room frozen in place, almost like they had been stopped in time. Only the four leaders, Vala, Irina, Grafia, Kiba, Zenobia, and Saji had not been frozen. What just happened? Rias? Kiba asked, before noticing the state of his master and becoming worried. Sirzek stood up, already having an idea as to what had happened. It seems someone or something has set off Gasper's sacred gear. Now the question remains, who did it? He asked, as the other leaders also stood up from their chairs, though Michael was rather quickly pulled over to the window by Irina. Lord Michael, our reinforcements. They're being attacked by people. The young angel informed him, as he and Azazel both stepped over to the windows and looked out. They saw what Irina had described to them, as both fallen, devil and angel reinforcements had been attacked, or rather teleported away. But even more worryingly was the huge magical circle in the sky, which seemed to be a teleportation circle, since people kept coming out of it, though they were all turned upside down. They were sources, at least judging by their clothes and the all too similar magical aura they all shared. Well shit, this day just got a bit longer, Azazel said, not caring much about the state of his soldiers, and cared more about the amount of work he would have to do now. Lucky the enemy was all easy pickings for 6 of the people gathered at the school, but for the others it was a different story. Azazel turned towards Valley, and Valley, already knowing what he was going to say, summoned his divine dividing. Good boy. You take care of them while we. Azazel stopped as a new presence made itself known. Out of nowhere a bright blue light came, before vanishing again and leaving in its place floating in the air, that most of the leaders knew. Kateria Leviathan. While we take care of our guests here. Azazel finished with a relaxed smirk, which he only used to focus the prideful devil's attention on him, and not the others who were unable to protect themselves currently. Kateria snickered, proving Azazel right in his tactic. You take care of me? My, how far you crows have fallen into your delusion of strength. While I hold true power, you have no more than dust. Kateria declared in an overly prideful tone, which somewhat worried Azazel, since he didn't think she would be this overconfident. She seems almost too sure of herself. I wonder. Azazel tried to keep up his act, while luckily the other 3 leaders had already prepared a teleportation circle out of the school building and down to the race tracks. I see, so I guess the rumor about your old Satan faction is true? Azazel didn't know much about the rumor, only that some of the strays from the Devil faction and his own had all been talking about how their groups had joined this new big group. Haha, why my dear governor, you are as smart as all of your former followers claim you to be. Yes, we of the old Satan faction have joined an Alicine with other groups, who all seek to correct this world we live in. To retake our rightful places, from fakes like you, Seraphal. Kateria stated before turning her attention on Seraphal, who looked like she had pity for the prideful woman, which she did. Kateria, you don't need to do this dash. Oh, but I do. This world needs to be reminded of who its true owners are. And thanks to Office-sama we can now achieve this goal. Kateria declared as she began to release a lot of magical power, and a lot of it wasn't not hers, judging by its almost infinite and draconic aura. Azazel, sensing this power, made up a risky, but still much safer plan of attack. He smirked as he too began to power up, an indirect way in the supernatural of asking for a fight. I see, so even you so powerful rightful rulers are willing to sell yourselves out if you gain power for it. My, how the so pitiful have fallen even further. Azazel said, shrugging as he spoke and sending Kateria, who was already getting pissed, a shite-eating grin. She prepared a magic attack, just like Azazel had planned for. The three other leaders all activate the teleportation circle, appear outside with all the frozen people too, and put a barrier. Then a huge boom was heard from inside the former conference room, as Kateria and Azazel both flew up into the sky and began to fight. Meanwhile, Vela had fought all of the sorcerers who kept coming, but not without constantly keeping an eye open for that monster he saw the day before. Speaking of said monster, Issei was in the middle of beating another intruder to death with his comrade's former leg, with an audience of a scared kitty cat and horrified bat, aka Kaneko and Gasper, who he had saved only a few moments earlier. With one more whack to the poor soul's head, and with it turning in unnatural ways, Issei threw the remains of the leg to the side, before turning around with a somewhat happy smile. Ah, that felt nice. What are you two still doing here? Issei said, since he was confused, as he had thought the two would have run back to the others as soon as he saved them, but yet they were still here. It's safer to stay with you. At least for now, Kaneko said. She sounded scared, since she was, and who wouldn't be when they see someone killing someone with a leg, but she was also trying to be smart about this. Those three people Issei had killed were not the only ones here, she was sure of it. She could fight them and win, but not without adding damage to herself or Gasper, so sticking with Issei, even though she hated that plan and would rather risk it, was still the best option to her and Gasper currently. Issei just turned his head slightly downwards left, as he looked at Kaneko weirdly, having not expected her to stick with him. But he just shrugged it off, before he began sniffing the area for more enemies. If that's what you think is best, then sure, you stay with me for now. Sniff, sniff, but don't get in my way, got it? He asked in a weirdly and somewhat friendly tone, which the two hadn't been prepared for. Though the shock of Issei sounding and talking like a somewhat decent being was quickly overtaken by their own sensitive senses, as well as Issei. They could all smell or hear, in the Kaneko case, multiple people coming down the hallways, and towards them. Issei's smile only widened as they came closer. He began to creep towards the corner, transforming into his draconic humanoid state as he went, not even giving the first of the enemy group a chance to see his demise face to face, since Issei, without a single care for Rias'S base, swung his right arm through the wall and straight into the first man's head, crushing it. He poked his head around the corner after that, giving the other 5, still currently alive people along with the other group further down the hall, a chance to see their killer's face. His purple snake eyes pierced them all at a glance, as his scaly body and bloody claws made them all have a quick reevaluation of their lives. Time to hunt! He roared as he, without a care once more, broke more of the walls on his right, as he swung his arms around somewhat haphazardly, and slashed the fleeing sorceress. His tail was sent off multiple times, either cutting through their legs or arms, or sometimes piercing them so he could slash them with his claws. It was a bloodbath that had taken no more than a minute from beginning to end. Gasper and Kaneko could hardly stand when they came around the corner and saw it all, with Issei in the middle of it all, bathed in both the gruesome blood and the moon's gentle light. It was a sight that would stay with them for the rest of their lives, as the duo understood unconsciously what a dragon was capable of, since to them this was pretty big, but for Issei it was normal. He turned his head around, noticing the scared looks he got from the two. It made him smirk a bit, before he turned forwards towards the next corner, since he could smell someone coming from that direction. You two go down the right hall here. Find Rias and the others, I'll take care of the rest here. Got it? Issei asked, or rather said, since before either of the pair could answer he was already running down the hall, with his claws ready to end another person's life. The two looked down the hall for a bit, before doing as Issei had said. They barely reached the stairs before they could hear another scream. But the owner of said scream was Issei, since the person he had tried to slice open was not one of the sorceresses. It was a dragon, or rather a dragon god. Ah. Op. Ophis? What the hell are you doing here? And what was with Issei froze in complete silence as Ophis sent him a serious look, before she turned herself fully towards him. Though luckily, thanks to the moon's light only shining on her back, her chest was covered in darkness, not that it helped Issei much. She kept looking at him with a serious look, even her smile was less relaxed than normally, this time it was rather mean-looking. Veda's Ahi, she said as she began to float towards him, her long black hair swaying after her almost like a small tail that had been cut into an endless amount of ends. Your past, it seems, is about to be revealed to the higher-ups of your mate's faction. I have come here to make sure that does not happen. Ophis said, as she stopped moving and simply floated right in front of his face. Issei was confused as to not only how she knew this rather vital information, but also why she would warn him about it, since last he checked the dragon goddess Ophis he knew wasn't this nice for no reason. He looked at her carefully, wanting to see or sense any kind of deception in her, but he found none. How do you know this? And also, why do you think it will happen? I already took care of the biggest leak last night. Issei said as his body began to slowly become smaller, as his human form took his half and half form's place, making him look human again. Ophis made a tsk sound with her tongue, before turning around and letting Issei for only a second see the bandaged bra that she was wearing. She looked out of the window, seeing the white, blue, and red flashes that went across the sky. A show of the battle happening mere meters away from the pair of dragons. You still lack trust in me, I can understand that. And while you say you did take care of it, it would be untrue. Said girl is still in possession of said knowledge. Ophis said as she watched what she believed to be Vala flying across the sky in the form of a blue streak. Issei began to stand up, finding his position on the ground to be rather unbecoming of a dragon, even if it was in front of a dragon god like Ophis. He walked closer to her, standing only a meter behind her, and almost as if on cue, Ophis moved just a slight bit to the side, letting him view the current battle as well. As to how I know this, then you would need to ask your rival, if you would even call him that. After all, I saw what you did to him yesterday. A bit overkill, if I am being honest, she said, as she continued to watch Vala zigzag from enemy to enemy at speeds that were below her own. Issei shrugged a bit at her opinion, still believing it to be a good way of saying hi to his new rival. So he found out too? But how? Did Albion say something to him, or did he also happen to read an old book with my old name in it? Issei asked. He felt a bit of regret at speaking about his old name like that, but it was true. He didn't want to be seen as Veda's Ahi, for many different reasons. Ophis shook her head in response to both of his questions, since it was someone else who had told Valiant. No, either of those two things happened, someone else told him, but who it was I do not know. Ophis said, as she turned her head to look at Issei, but whoever they were, I believe they might have some personal connection to you in your past, so be careful, my child. Ophis said before turning her gaze back towards the wall behind them, before reaching out with her left hand. Issei kept watching the fight unfold, finding it to lack much excitement, or real stakes, at least for his rival's part, since he was barely sweating. I see. Thank you, Ophis, for your warning, I won't forget it. Say hi to my uncle for me, will ya? Issei asked, still not turning towards the goddess as she began to float through a hole made of snakes coiling themselves around the edge of it, and showing a world behind the whole of a starlit sky. I will, my child. Until next time, serpent, she said as she went through the hole, before it vanished the moment after in a quick reaction to her own action. Issei was left alone in the moonlit Victorian hallways of the old school building, with both the smell of blood and calming light of the moon as his only company. He kept staring at the fight outside, before finally reaching out with his slowly transforming hands and opening the windows. He jumped up and bent his legs in the window as he watched for a bit more. "I guess I should greet my rival. What do you think, Drake?" he asked, receiving no answer, as always. "I told you already, that thanks to Ophus's blessing I am beyond your capabilities, Governor. Give up before it's late, or else you won't just lose one arm today." "Ha ha!" Kateria laughed as flaunted her power over Azazel, who was taking all this rather calmly. Even after losing his entire right arm to her, he was still acting rationally. He had stopped the bleeding with a spell for now, but he would have to get better treatment later, or else it could be bad for his future plans. But this would also, at least in his mind, be a perfect opportunity to see if his little invention would work, even with his missing arm. "Well, it might seem like that, but that's only because you were never taught how to really fight, or rather how to fight as a leader," Azazel said, as he sent the prideful Satan-era cocky smirk, as a way to not only make her think less rationally, more than she already did, but also to keep on his act. "For you see, when you fight as a leader, you never reveal all of your cards right from the get-go. So yes, you might be stronger right now, but in a moment you will be faced with real power," Azazel said, as his smirk widened a bit, as his right hand had found what he had been looking for in his jacket's left pocket. "Let's hope this little trick of mine works," Azazel thought as he pulled out the short golden scepter, its purple gem top glowing somewhat, almost like one of the heavenly dragon twins' sacred gears. Since it was, technical at least. It was an artificial sacred gear that Azazel had made with the memory of him viewing his father's last great work, as in the two heavenly dragon twins' sacred gears, before he died shortly after from the amount of energy and life force he used to create them. He called it Downfall Dragon Spear mostly because it sounded cool, and since he was a rather unserious person he chose it, plus it matched rather well with the soul living inside of it. Fafnir, the golden monarch and collector of all things precious. Now how the name matched well with the soul inside of it, no one knew outside of the trio of old males who were a part of this creation. Namely, Azazel, Fafnir and Odin, weirdly enough. "What is that? Is that a peace offering? Because if so I have to deny it simply by it being held by your gross hands," Kateria said, as the slight fear she had felt began to fade as her confidence at seeing this supposed power-up had made her overly confident in her own powers. Azazel just looks up, from checking it over for safety reasons, and over to her. Still wearing the same smirk he had worn since this new conversation began. "Oh, you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Downfall Dragon Spear!" he shouted as he became consumed by a bright purple light, and suddenly released a lot more power, making Kateria feel doubt about her earlier statements. And these doubts were only increased, as the light vanished and left in its place a suit of armor much like Vala's, just without the blue and white, or even the wings. It was instead a tarnished gold, with purple gems covering certain areas, like the chest, hips and shoulder plaits. And instead of wings like Vala's, Azazel had his own 5 pairs out for all to see. Azazel looked at himself for a bit, before chuckling a bit at his limp arm, since it was hollowed thanks to his right arm being cut off. Though it didn't stop him summoning a trident made of light in his left hand instead, which was still scary, especially for the prideful descendant, Kateria. "Well, I think you should have accepted it, if it was a peace offering to begin with. Since I will have to cut you down now," Azazel said, as he pointed the tip of the trident towards her head, restarting the fight between them, though the second round of the fight ended just as fast as it had begun. The two suddenly felt a strong and dreadful aura coming towards them from inside the school building. They both looked towards it, either caring about their opponent's actions, as both felt this one was much worse compared to their current enemy. The others around them, both on the ground and in the air, felt this aura as well, and stopped to watch what was about to happen. The aura was dominating in a way, making each and everyone, except a few, unable to move just from its sheer presences. And these few expectations were the leaders of the factions, as well the one person who was destined to fight this being, Vala. A huge and deep roar was heard, shattering most of the remaining windows in the building, before it began to tremble itself as suddenly a huge serpent flew out of the building. Its whole body was well over 50 meters and was covered in raven black scales, with small glints of a purplish skin underneath it. It had 2 golden horns on each side of its head, almost covering its lower mouth with side armor. Its eyes were a light purple color, with the all too classic snake slit in it, which was focused on its current prey. Everything slowed down for everyone, as they watched the giant beast open its maw up, ready to eat the complete unprepared Kateria, who was crying unconsciously, since her mind had already accepted her fate. Then time sped up again, and with only a second left to live in, Kateria screamed for dear life. Then she was gone, as her body was crushed in its mouth, the sound making everyone present shiver at the crunches. The sounds of meat and crushing bone would stay with them for a long time. The serpent lowered its head towards the ground, before it began to grow rapidly smaller, making the large body make unnatural body movements and sounds that a body normally shouldn't make, and it condensed down into one much smaller body. A human body, horrifyingly enough, at least for the more sensitive souls. The area was in complete silence, as everyone, both enemy and allies alike, watched as the huge serpent, who had just eaten Kateria in one bite, transformed itself into a young and handsome-looking man. Or he would have looked handsome, if not for the huge stains of blood around his mouth and fingertips. It was Issei. Issei had eaten and killed Kateria in only a few seconds, and now he stood there in the middle of it all, and looked so calm and relaxed, like it had meant nothing to him. It didn't and probably never would, at least not as much when Michael said something he, nor the others had expected. I can't believe it. It's really you. Your Lookai's son. Lucian Argento. Michael said with a mix of both fear at the sight of what he had just seen, but also small tones of joy at having found his old friend's long-lost child. Everyone, except the few people who knew him on a more personal level, were shocked at the reveal of his true name, since it must be true if Michael is saying it, an angel doesn't normally lie without a good reason. But even then no one had expected that last bit about his name. Lucian Argento. Everyone, except Michael and Issei, turned their heads from Issei to Asia and then back to Issei, as they all tried to process this supposed family connection that Michael had just thrown at them. But to those that knew his true name, or maybe now it was just a second name, became confused. Surzeks, Rias, Graphia, Sona, Seraphal, and Albion all become confused at this new name of his. Michael. What did you just call him? Surzeks asked, wanting to be sure he didn't just hear something differently. But before his question could be answered, Lucian/Issei added his own. What the hell did you just call me, pigeon? My name is not Lucian, nor is it Argento. I am Issei. Not Lucian, nor Veda's I. Just Issei. Issei roared as he let his anger manifest in a wave of shadowy magic that pushed a few of the people nearby back, while also cracking the ground around him. He took a heavy step forward, anger evident in his eyes, which only made Michael feel more sure about his statement. I did not know that that was your name, and I am sorry for that, Issei. But the name your mother gave me, when she passed into heaven, was Lucian Dash. I will kill you for ruining Albion's predecessor's rivalry. Michael had barely said all he wanted to say, before out of the air and diving down at Issei, came a blue streak of light. It was Vala. And at the tip of the light was a deep purple light, mixing into the blue light slightly. Issei knew the weapon just from a glance, since a white dragon emperor before had tried to kill him with it. Graham. Was all he got to think, before putting up his hands up in defense, feeling the impact of the sharp edge hitting his flesh. As the two, Vala and Issei, made contact with each other through Graham and Issei's black scale, a giant wave of air shot out, and a cloud of dust sprung up over the two. The sound of the skin being cut was heard, but it seemed to stop as it hit something too hard for it to cut. It was only then the many onlookers saw a pair of bright purple eyes, looking towards what they could only think is Valley, with disappointment in them. You know. In my 500 years of living in this dull world, Issei said as the dust began to settle around him and Valley, revealing the unexpected outcome of the two's clash. You might be the most uninteresting, undeserving, and most arrogant fool of a white dragon emperor I have ever met," Issei said stoically as he leaned forward towards the shark-hand body of Valle, who was still barely holding on to Graham's hilt with his hands. Graham had worked, but not like Albion, Valle, or anyone besides Issei had expected it to. In Issei's raven-black and scaly-clawed hands sat the edge of Graham's blade, only being able to cut him to this extent before it stopped. "I mean, did you really expect me to die just because you swung that sword at me?" Issei mockingly said. Everyone present could hardly believe it, that a dragon-slaying sword, and one of the strongest at that, had done practical nothing to a dragon. If he had been anything other than a dragon, then maybe it could have been possible in their understanding of how these weapons normally worked, but this was simply to say an impossible scenario, yet it was real. It was like a cursed miracle. Issei's face was almost right in Valle's, only a few centimeters were left between them. Valle could feel, even under the chain mail, Issei's cold and blood-reeking breath. It made him feel sick, and even more scared, since Issei also began to slowly push back Graham, making a cutting noise as he did it since his skin kept healing itself, before being cut by Graham again and reopening. "I hope you know," Issei said, as he suddenly gripped the edge of Graham with the hand that had the deepest cut, as he pushed even faster away from him, "that I will be getting payback for your cut. By giving you one myself." Issei gave him an evil smile. Before Valle could even react, he felt his arms go numb, before he could only for a brief moment feel intense pain, before an even more extreme pain took over. Valle fell onto the ground, after Issei had let go of him, with Graham falling down to his side with 2 sets of blood on its blade. Valle's arms had been broken by Issei, as he ripped Graham out of his hands and used it to cut his left cheek, before letting go of the sword. Everyone had been unable to react as they all felt this dreading and threatening feeling coming from Issei, yet he had barely even looked at them since he and Valle had made that impact only a minute prior. He kept his violet eyes on Valle's unconscious body for a bit, before he looked up into the sky, noticing the circle had disappeared, but he wasn't looking at that. More the young man currently diving at him with a black and golden designed rod, ready to attack as soon as he could. But before he or Issei could get the chance to possibly redo the last fight, Issei, in his current moment of pride and confidence, felt a sudden and much more painful feeling compared to the one Graham gave him. A sudden change in the air around the group let them feel at ease and safe again, as they all noticed the multiple crimson circles forming around Issei. "Rias! Now!" Rias'S yelled to his sister, who, while still being a bit in shock at what had just happened, seemed to understand what her brother meant and began to help him. Issei, with much pain and difficulty, managed to look over at them, his eyes seething with rage at them for stopping his fun. Though his glare could only last for so long, before he fell onto his knees as the pain got even worse. Hhhh. He roared as the pain kept increasing, before out from each of the circles came chains, upon chains and more chains, all locked themselves onto Issei's body, anywhere they deemed available, not only chaining him but also for every new chain on him, his pain lessened. "What are you two doing?" Azazel asked, unsure of what was even happening anymore, but he didn't get an answer, at least not from the Crimson siblings. "They are binding him," Michael said as he watched the continued pain and chaining of Issei. "Every angel can feel the pain of humans, if they are close enough or if they have connection to said human. But what Michael was feeling right now was not just his pain. It wasn't just a physical pain, there was something even deeper inside of him. Binding him? It looks more like they are tutoring the kid. Oh shit, right, Valle? Azazel suddenly remembered his adopted son, and tried to reach for him, only to be stopped by not only a new figure appearing, but also by Michael, who grabbed his arm. "Hey! I was just trying to." "Baiku? What are you doing here?" Azazel asked, no longer as worried, since another one of his subordinates, and one of Valle's teammates, had appeared. But instead he was confused as to why the descendant of the victorious fighting Bude, or rather the Monkey King, was here and not back at base. Azazel's confusion over Baiku's sudden appearances took a step back, as he saw him carrying the half-alive remains of Valle in his arms, both his, Michael's and Baika's expressions were all ones of horror at how badly his state was. 2 broken arms was already bad enough, but the shallow cut he had gotten from Graham, on his cheek, was lethal. Baika looked over at the kneeling figure, Issei, with most of his body now in chains. He was still breathing rapidly, feeling the leftover pain, yet he was still able to stay comatose. "I wouldn't do that if I was you, Monkey King," Rias'S said, as he noticed the clear look of someone who wanted revenge for a friend, starting to form in Baika's eyes. He was still holding the chains on Issei through a magic circle he had near his left hand, but now he didn't have to focus too much, since most of the magic had already been done. In this state, Issei was incapable of using practically every ability he had. Only his natural strength and purple fire breath were still available to him. "How would you know?" "I bet I dash, don't Baiku, he is much more than you can handle. And Vala needs medical attention." Albion spoke up, making Baika look conflicted for a bit, but knew the old dragon knew what he was talking about. He whistled 2 times, before a cloud came to him. "Then I will leave for now. This will be the last day. Me or the other members of Vala's team will be your subordinates, Lord Azazel. Bye for now," Baika said, not wanting to stay here for much longer, especially he had left the message that Valley had originally planned to leave, but seeing as how he was currently out cold he would have to say it instead. The 2 flew off shortly after, leaving the 4 leaders and their respective subordinates to now figure out where to go from here. "So where do we go from here?" asked Azazel, breaking the long-held silence as everyone had either been resting from all that had just happened, or keeping an eye out for enemies. Only Rias'S, Grafia and Michael were still keeping an eye on Issei, as he was still on his knees, unable to move because of how short the chains were. It left him in almost perfectly still positions, where only his head could move, but with a limited amount of directions, like up and down. "We start with finding out how to deal with that monster," Akeno said, not caring about how he had just saved them twice and saved 2 of her friends. He was still a monster, one who didn't care about the suffering of others. An abomination of nature, who was capable of taking a hit from dragons slaying weapons like it was nothing, while wielding draconic magic and abilities, while no one there could argue against her, if he really deserved that title or not, since it was clear as daylight he was something akin to that of a monster. "Akeno, I understand you have good reasons for hating him, but he is dash, I don't care, Rias. He shouldn't be allowed to live. I mean, have you seen all the destruction he caused just to kill 1 person? Akeno interrupted Rias as she tried to save her best tool, while acting like the perfect little sister. Meanwhile Akeno came with an argument against him. "He is nothing but trouble, and he will not be anything else," Kiba said, agreeing with Akeno as he didn't like him either. Rias felt shocked at her second most loyal piece speaking against her. "I feel the same way too," Zenobia said, while Kaneko simply nodded since she felt she couldn't really say, at least not after he saved her and Gasper. Gasper was unsure himself, but felt he should side with the others and so he did. Only Asia had said anything yet, making Rias hopefully at least someone would agree with her. But Isa didn't say anything at all, as she had kept looking at Issei in bewilderment, which had gone practically unnoticed by most of the group. She stumbles with her words, both Akeno and Rias hoping she would side with either one of them. I have a still living family member?" was all she said, confusing most of the people around her, before they began to protest. Only the leaders didn't seem to join in on it, since if Michael had said it, then there was no doubt they were related. Asia, he isn't your family, I am," Akeno said, as she tried to reach out to her. "Asia, if Michael-sama says so, then he is your family. So please help to save my family, and also yours," Rias said, trying to play on her emotions to get Asia over on her side. Though either of them got an answer from the blonde girl, who seems to also ignore a few of the other people's protests, both those in her group, and those outside it, as she looked over Michael asking a simple question through hers and his eyes meeting, he simply nodded at her, with a sad, yet happy smile, feeling both happy that she could find some remnants alive in this world, but also sad that she had to meet them like this. She looked back at him, there on his knees chained in place. She felt a mix of emotions, most of which she could hardly understand, nor comprehend how they all changed, turned and felt. My family, she said as she reached out with her left hand, unsure of what she was doing and even rather nervous with how everyone was watching her. No one said anything to her, not even when she slowly began to move towards him. She stopped 2 or 3 meters away from him, looking at his dirty black and purple hair, noticing the night sky-like reflection in it that would have been clearer, if not for the dirt in it. Issei, she said, unsure of what she said or if she even should say any more than this. Issei Argento. It became quiet, as everyone held their breath as they all awaited what Issei would do. He lifted his head slowly up, his hair sliding to the sides of his face, revealing this mix of shock and disgust on his face, as he made eye contact with Asia. What? Did you just call me? He asked through his many rapid breaths, as he glared at the poor girl unsure what she had just said. Time skip, underworld, fallen angel territory, Gregori, you know. This won't help much. The kid is clearly hell-bent on denying any blood ties or family he has. Azazel said to Michael, as the two watched through a protective glass window into an open cell with Issei inside it, throwing what the two brothers could only call a deadly tantrum, at least by how he seemed to claw out into air, even biting in their direction. I see what you mean, brother. But I can't leave my old friend's child to suffer, even if he has brought suffering to others. It just wouldn't be right. It's what father would have done. He would also try to redeem him, Michael said, as he clenched his left hand over his heart, hoping that this really was what God, his father, would have done. Aha. Just don't let this whole "but this is what Dad would have done" thing get all my people killed. Though I do wonder how the Gregoris managed to learn how to constrain him with their powers, since it seems like barely anything else has the same effect on him. Azazel said, gaining a slight interest in researching this literally living mystery right in front of him. Since practical everything about him was not like how he, nor most of the world believed that things should be. He was a different piece in an already finished puzzle. I believe it stems from the fact that their magic is more concept-based compared to our own brother. Or maybe perhaps he is just so weak to their power that it alone is enough, so that they can chain him up in it, without having to expend too much magic. Michael suggested finding this mystery to be an interesting one himself, but not one he could spend too much time on to solve, as he had other duties he had to see soon, or else he would get a stern talking to from his queen card. I shall take my leave for now. Do contact me if you feel my guidance would be needed. Good night, brother, Michael said, bowing his head to Azazel, who returned his respectful gesture by sending him a casual wave. As Michael was enveloped in the golden light of heaven, a new figure emerged from the door, that just happened to be behind Michael. Out of came the second in command, Shemhazai. Ah, just the man I was looking for. Hope you aren't too tired, since we have a long day ahead of us, Azazel said, though it was funny to him. It was already 3 in the morning and it could be seen in Shemhazai's dead and annoyed eyes, as he had already just spent a full week of all-nighters, only being allowed 1 night off before Azazel called him in for this. I yawn, really hope whatever it is you called me in, it was more important than my son's first words. Shemhazai said, no SAS or anger, but just a well-understood threat of an angry father who wanted to see his son for more than 5 minutes a day. Right, sorry about that. But I promise, you will be given a full week off, with the next 4 weeks after with only 4 work days that you get to choose. Ain't too bad a deal, right? Azizek asked, hoping his salesman's skills still worked on Shemhazai. 5 minutes later, so this is the kid who killed Brother Baraquil's wife? Was it really such a good idea to bring him here of all places? Shemhazai asked, as he took a big gulp of his coffee. Azazel wanted to laugh, feeling sure of himself in his decision, but thanks to Shemhazai breaking half of his ribs, giving him a blue eye and possibly ending all of his chances at future offspring, the guy didn't really feel like doing that. I can't say for sure. But he is special in a way that I just need to understand. He goes beyond anything I have ever seen in my life. Azazel said, remembering how he had barely been hurt by Graham, how he ate Kateria with practical no remorse, and how he didn't even have to look at him, or put any amount of pressure on him, to make him feel like he was outmatched. Is he really that special? I mean, he killed Kateria and beat Vala, but he is a dragon, so that would be expected. He took a direct hit from Graham, the demonic dragon slayer sword used by Siegfried to slay Fafnir, like it was nothing more than a normal sword. Azazel interrupted Shemhazai, blowing his mind at what he thought was possible. Shemhazai looked back through the window and down at Issei, amazed that such a person could exist and that he was right here in front of him. How? He asked, curious to know every little detail. Well, that's where I need someone else's help to figure out that question. For now, all I can do is theories, and since we don't have any dragon slayer swords on hand. At least not anymore, I thought he would be the next best thing. Azazel said as he made a rather unsure, yet still determined smile, one that Shemhazai didn't quite understand until he started connecting the hints Azazel had given him. Samuel, right? Your younger brother? He asked, earning a nod and a small chuckle from Azazel as he kept looking at Issei, still trying to free himself of the chains on him. Yep, I'm going to ask for little Sam's help, for once in my damn life. I hope he likes coffee and barely sleeping, since we can only have him here for a week, before the Devils and Michael get angry about it, so we gotta use the time we have. Azazel said, sounding like he had already had the whole thing planned out, which he did since he is Azazel. Always 2 steps ahead, and then other times 5 steps behind. While the 2 fallen leaders continued to discuss their upcoming plans for the next week, inside the new and vastly different prison that Issei had been put in, everything had gone quiet. The 2 hadn't even noticed it yet, as they kept talking about their plans. This place, it won't help. Why do I think that? Because I always think that. And yet still I hope it will. Don't let me fool myself. I will never change. Will I, Moria? Issei thought. His mind both asked and answered each word he had said, as the memory of a white-haired girl seemed to show itself in front of him, though only he could see her. Moria, so do you understand, Miss Argento? Michael asked, as he had just finished explaining to Asia, along with the rest of the Gregori peerage, of her and Issei's shared heritage. To say that everyone was shocked would be an understatement. Heck, even Rias'S, who was supposed to know him the best out of all of them, had no idea about any of this. She knew about some part of his past life, thanks to her family telling her as she grew up, but she didn't know any of this, I think. But why? Why did he seem like he hated that, when you said it before he and the other Dragon Emperor began fighting? Asia asked, still very unsure of how to process it all. She was confused, unsure, shocked, and yet happy and sad. She had just learned that she still had a family, a real blood-related family, but he was, from what she had learned in the last few hours, a cold-blooded monster who killed or do anything to get what he wanted. Most of that came from Akeno's mouth, but she still chose to believe it half-heartedly. Michael smiled weakly at her as he reached a hand out to her, putting it on her shoulder in a supportive gesture. I do not know, child. But Lucian. No, Issei is a very secretive person, so much so that I didn't even know he had managed to fool the sacred gear system, so that his birth name wouldn't be revealed. Michael said, finding that bit of information to still be quite extraordinary, how he had managed to change to the system God had put in place, just so his birth name wouldn't be revealed. Though when he mentioned that Lucian would be his birth name, both Rias'S and Akeno got a bit confused at that, since they both knew him as Veda's Ahi. His name isn't Lucian. Lord Michael, his name is Veda's Ahi. That's his birth name, from what my parents and older brother told me. Rias said, finding her own lack of knowledge on her most prized piece to be rather irritating, since it seemed like everyone suddenly knew something about him. She didn't. Oh? Well, I guess his parents must have had their own differences in regards to that, but since I never met Vritra, I guess I just chose to believe his name was Lucian. I am sorry for the misunderstanding, Michael said as he sent an apologetic smile towards the young heiress, before returning his sight back onto the main person in the conversation. Now listen, Asia. Even though he may not want to see you as his family, and he is beyond a doubt a very horrible man, do not forget that in this one life we are all given, you and him are all that remain of once famous and noble family of heroes. So try sometime in the future to earn his respect, so that you too can rekindle the Argento's name," Michael said, earning an unsure nod from Asia. "Now then, I must leave as there is much to be done now that this new alliance between us all has been made, along with this new threat we now all must stand against. I hope to see you all soon again, in good health. Bye for now," Michael said as he stood up, before spreading out his 12 golden wings and disappearing in a cross-like shaped light. The whole group was left in silence as they all tried to process what they had heard, some struggling with it more than the others, namely Asia, Akeno, and Rias, each for their own reasons. Rias'S was the most obvious one, in that she felt weirdly betrayed by her most useful evil piece, keeping all these secrets from her. She knew who his dad was, what his real name was, and his life story, but now she began to doubt it all. It made her feel angry, though she did a good job at keeping it hidden from the others. Akeno was feeling a similar anger towards Issei, Lucian, or Vedazahi, though it was more for how he had acted when Michael had said what he had said, and how he was now related to Asia, her sister in everything but blood, yet he would reject her for no given reason whatsoever. But Asia's feelings on this matter were a bit more mixed. She was, by the way of her nature and upbringing, always trying to see the good in other people, even if there seemed to be none at all. She felt some slight joy in knowing she was from a family of heroes. Humans who had done good in their lives, maybe even at the cost of their own well-being. Maybe Lucian could also be like that, but he just chose to hide it so that no one would know of how kind-hearted he could be. Yet on the other side she was terrified by how brutal she had seen him be. Even if it was only that one time, it had still made quite the impact on her. How could one even begin to try and see the good in someone who didn't even seem to care about something as basic as the end of someone else's life? "I believe we all deserve a long break from all of our work for the next while, so you are all dismissed until I say otherwise, okay?" Rias asked, as she tried to regain some kind of control of her normal everyday life, beginning with handing out some basic commands, to which her peerage all agreed. "Good, then you may all go, except you, Asia. I would like to speak with you for a bit, if that's okay?" Rias asked, sending Asia her best and most supportive glance she could muster, earning her Asia nodding back. The others left soon after, with Akeno being assured by Rias she would bring Asia home to their places, since Akeno, even normally, was not really comfortable with Asia going home alone. So as she left the room, leaving only the red and blonde beauties to themselves, she would not notice the sudden shift in attitude that Rias began giving to Asia, which began confusing the poor girl. "Listen here, nun." Asia visibly moved back in surprise, shocked by how rude Rias was suddenly being. "I know you want to try and find some good in my brother's heart, but trust there ain't none in him," Rias said with no emotion in her tone, and with a blank stare on top, which worried Asia even more out. "He is the perfect killing machine. He is my killing machine, and only mine." "Got that?" Rias said, her voice finally sounding a bit less cold and more confrontational, shocking Asia even more at the sudden shift in Rias's personality. "Rias-sama, I don't understand. Why are you shut it, and don't speak before I am done, understood?" Rias said before crossing her legs and summoning a small little notebook, with an embroidered name on it, spelling, "Toys." "This right here is going to stay between us two, is that understood?" Rias said, not even looking at the now much more nervous Asia, as she simply nodded as she didn't really know what else to do. "Good, at least you and the others can follow orders. Anyways, as of right now, I will be fully honest with you, I hate each and every one of you worthless pieces of human filth. You are all so weak and all hold yourselves back over such simple things as trauma. It's embarrassing," Rias said, as she began venting all of her frustrations onto Issei, who was not even half as able as Akeno to listen to all this so suddenly. "I mean, can you not all just shut up about your past life for 1 second? It's all you guys ever talk about." Rias continued as Asia kept taking the slightly, even verbal abuse being thrown at her. "So it just makes me so angry and annoyed every time I think about it. How I so as to let that dumbass run off and just do this shit to me and you all. I guess this is what you humans call karma, right?" Rias said, as she began weirdly and kind of even a bit creepily smiling, finding it so relieving to finally talk about this, to someone other than Issei. Asia was still shocked, or rather beyond just that, as right now the person sitting across from her wasn't the same kind-hearted woman who had saved her life, nor given her a new chance at life. This was some well-hidden and ugly witch who had hidden behind the pure and kind farce of Rias'S Gregori. So, now that I guess I have ed up my whole hiding in plain sight trick, I guess I should tell you why I am telling you all this, Rias said, as her much more relaxed, yet worryingly happy-looking smile kept freaking out Asia. Though what she said next only made her feel more scared. You see, all those things that the over-glorified pigeon told you, forgot it all. Do not try to talk with my toy, he is mine and mine alone. And don't even think about telling the others about this, because if you do... Oh, if you do... Rias felt such a rush of joy from this. It felt so good for her to finally be herself more openly, even if it was only to one other person. She licked her lips, almost like she couldn't wait to see how Asia was going to react next. Then when Issei is finally set free again, he will not hesitate to kill you all. After all, I am the only one keeping him from doing so, since he is madly in love with me, Rias said, as a hint of red went across her cheeks, as Asia looked at her with a terrified stare. It made her feel hot in certain areas, cursing her bad luck for not having Issei around at the moment. But even so, that didn't mean she couldn't use her little sweet Asia instead, right? So now she slowly stood up from her place on the other couch. I hope you, she went around the coffee table, as she watched Asia with a hungry look. Already Asia couldn't even move as she felt a kind of fear she had never felt before. To take over, she was right in front of her now. Only a few inches was left between their heads. The overly joyful smile on Rias'S face, along with her almost darkly shining blue eyes and slight blush, was scaring Asia even more. For Issei's other duties. Rias leaned in a bit further, before licking Asia's left eye, swallowing the single tear rolling down it, before grabbing her tiny head in both of her hands. After all, you are one of my toys too, Issei, she said before leaning in again, with Asia not saying, doing or reacting to anything she did to her, for the next few and most terrible minutes of Asia's life. She had never felt so scared in all her life. You're all mine now, ha 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 ha. Underworld, Gregori, Issei's cell, in a medium-sized room, with white metallic walls enhanced on inside with many different power-sealing magic seals and such, and a pillar in the middle of it all, hang Issei in a cross-like position. Each arm out to the side, his legs strapped together and his neck, along with the other parts of his body, all being held there in place by crimson chains, made of mainly Surzek's power of destruction. Since only his and his family's powers seem to be effective against when it comes to having him imprisoned, and despite how badly his neck felt, he had managed to fall asleep and had been asleep for the last 6 hours or so, which had also been enough time for his new captors to get all the things they needed to begin their research. A sudden buzz was heard, before a few muffled tapping noises followed, before a voice rang out through the speakers that were in the room. Good morning, Issei. I hope you slept well. Hello? Azazel asked, a bit unsure, since Issei seemed to just ignore him, though in reality he was just sleeping. Very, very deeply. Azazel didn't try to talk with him over the speakers again. Instead, he and his 2 fellow researchers began to discuss something inside of the observation deck, something that Issei couldn't hear and wouldn't have cared about if he was awake. Though something he would care about, when he finally woke up, were the many and rather visible marks of his heritage covering his half-body. Thanks to how the room worked, along with its unique lighting, it made Issei's normally invisible birthmarks visible. His much more muscled body with its slim and thin build was only really a farce as to hide his many birthmarks, that in daylight, or most light in general, were practically invisible to the normal eye. But because of the lights in this room, they had made themselves visible. They each glowed dimly with a purple hue, as they each depicted or brought together the full end of the body of a giant purple and black snake, with many smaller marks surrendering it as like a Stone Age picture wall. Well, if you had your doubts before, then now it's practically like our father has given us his insight on the matter. That kid is definitely Vritra's kid, since only one dragon type has these kinds of marks. Azazel said, somewhat relieved that his brothers weren't going to kill him over their earlier discussion about coffee, and could instead focus them on the main reason why they were all there. To try and understand Issei better, both physically, but also mentally. By Ophis. It really is like you said? This kid is. Samuel stopped himself as his innate desire to speak with Issei increased tenfold and made him dash off towards the stairs, and running down them towards the door. Shemhazai seemed rather shocked at how excited Samuel had seemed, but Azazel just shrugged it off and proceeded to open the door for him and then press another button. Well, let's see how this turns out, shall we? Azazel asked, before taking a big gulp of his coffee mug before watching with much interest Samuel entering Issei's cell slowly. The door behind him slammed shut, leaving him alone in the room with Issei, who was still fast asleep even though his marks had begun to light up more with Samuel's sudden appearance, to the point it almost looked like it was burning him slightly. Its glow made him walk closer to Issei, each step taking slowly and thoughtfully, so as to not wake him up yet, not before he could read his marks. Though thanks to Azazel's meddling, not that he knew what those marks meant besides his species of dragon, he had pressed a button that would unchain Issei. So with a big and sudden bump Issei fell to the ground head first. Samuel stopped in his tracks as he looked surprised at his sudden freedom, before looking up at Azazel through the glass with a less than pleasant look, making Azazel confused as to why he now felt threatened by his younger brother. Issei groaned slightly, before yawning a bit and stretching out his arms, before stopping and feeling this odd sensation of being able to move. Then his mind connected the dots, making him smirk a bit, though not for long, as he felt the presence of another being in his room. Another fallen angel, yet also a dragon. He raised his head just a bit up, to see who this person was, and to his surprise, if he hadn't met Michael the day before, he would have believed that the person standing in front of him was Michael? No, wait, you smelled differently. Ah. Issei suddenly sounded a bit more awake, and then proceeded to, in a fast and surprising showcase of his innate speed, stand up and already be a few meters in front of Samuel. You're Samuel, right? That poor excuse of an evil dragon made by God, right? Issei asked insultingly as he pointed at Samuel, while sending him a condescending smirk. The two fallen angel leaders both took a step back, both fearing their fellow fallen angel's wrath, since him being half fallen and half evil dragon was a sensitive subject for him. Though surprising for all three of them, he just smiled back rather pleasantly and spoke calmly. Correct, I am Samuel, son of the Holy Father and bringer of heavenly wrath. And you must be Veda Zahi, son of Vritra, the evil black prison dragon. Samuel said, rather calmly, with an even more calm Issei nodding in approval of his introduction of him, which made Azazel confused since last he checked. Issei hated being called by anything other than Issei. Does it have something to do with? Who is calling him it? He asked himself, out loud, earning him a silently and curious look from Shemhazai, before they both looked back at the conversation below. So you know who I am, and I know you. Suddenly the room began filling with a sort of dark mist, with its starting point being Issei's long hair's tips, as it too began swaying around the air somewhat calmly. So what do you want, huh? Another scar bigger than the one your daddy gave you? Issei's voice became both much deeper and even threatening as his body grew slightly in both heights and also in seas. Samuel didn't seem to care, nor about Issei's threat, as he was more than satisfied since he got to see what he had come to see. His marks. He looked them over, at least the ones on his bare chest, shoulders and arms, watching as the small and gentle body of the snake began to become bigger and more monstrous. It was a rather simple way for the body to tell a story, and one that only a single race of dragons could do, with sadly only one still being alive. Samuel had spent a lot of his time under surveillance, to study up on many different races, but mainly the one he felt more connected to thanks to his family's rather harsh treatment of him. Dragons? So it didn't take long for him to understand what the marks meant. It was a story he had seen so many times and always found rather sad yet familiar in a sense. A young child is lost, with no one to guide him until a friendly person comes along and accepts him. He then grows up and finds a purpose in life, friends, confidence, and love. Then one day, like in every story ever, it is all taken away from him, by his own actions. You poor, poor boy, Samuel said quietly, to the point where even Issei couldn't hear him, though not that he would have noticed since he was still more focused on getting Samuel out of his room, so he could continue sleeping. You must have suffered so much. And for no more than the pure actions of your heart, and your parents' love for each other. I couldn't even fathom how much pain you must have gone through, Samuel said still quietly before he turned around and began walking towards the door. He had turned his back towards Issei, a sign for dragons that one had given up or was weaker, which should have made Issei feeling pride, yet instead it just angered him, since Samuel was supposed to be a strong opponent. Yet here he was, walking away from what Issei had hoped to be his first big fight, and had left him standing alone in the room. Where the hell are you going? Fight me, like a true dragon dash. I will fight you another day, hatchling, for now I must learn and understand more, so that I can help you with this. Bye for now, Veda's ahi my kin, Samuel said, so calmly and pleasantly like he wasn't just threatened, almost attacked and insulted by Issei. It only served to anger him even more, leading him to leap towards the door where Samuel stood, with his now fully transformed claw fist ready to slash his face open. But instead, Samuel simply grabbed his middle finger with two of his own fingers. Issei was unable to move, as he felt his middle finger was stuck. What? Let go, you ing crow! Issei roared before reeling back his other arm to slash Samuel with it. But before he could, Samuel punched him in his gut with such a great amount of force, Issei kneeled over, feeling all the air in his lungs disappear. The pain kicked in just a bit after, making him roll over to the side. I'll see you later, around dinner time, okay? Bye for now, Samuel said, as the door opened and closed after he entered it. Underworld, Gregori, Issei's cell. It's been about 5 hours since Samuel left Issei's cell, and for those last 5 hours Issei had been in his true form, wreaking havoc on his room and blocking the view of his room to the 3 fallen angels watching him. So, explain to me why you hurt the pride of one of the most prideful races in our universe, and still haven't gone inside yet to fix the problem? Azazel asked, as he emptied his third lunch coffee cup for the day, as he sent an unfazed, yet annoyed glare at Samuel, who was standing right in front of the blocked windows. Samuel was watching Issei's immature way of dealing with his pride being hurt, smiling as he watched him strugglingly trying to break down the walls of his cell with his entire body. Because I enjoy watching weaker creatures suffer, plus I wanted him to understand where in the food chain he was sitting and where I was. It's a dragon thing, you wouldn't get it, Samuel explained indifferently, as he didn't really care enough to give a more detailed explanation than that. Azazel just sighed, before going over and grabbing his 4th cup of coffee, but stopped himself as he felt 2 familiar magic signatures nearing the room. One of them was one of the 2 heiresses of Ku's evil pieces, namely Sona's pawn piece, and the other was the father to Rias'S queen piece. He almost felt like reaching for the liquor drawer instead of the coffee machine, since he knew this conversation wasn't going to go well. And right on K, the doors to the elevator opened up and out stepped the 2 people he asked to come, though now he wished he hadn't. Betrayal didn't know why he was asked to come, nor why he had to go all the way to the shared territory between the Gregori clan and the Citri clan to get this seamlessly ordinary boy, but he had been given in command from Azazel, so he figured it was best to follow along for now. Saji was in a similar situation that his traveling companion was in, though the major difference was that his master had told him a few things about why he was sent here. Flashback, an hour ago, Kotown. You want me to do what? Asked Saji, mildly confused as to this sudden request from his master, Sona Citri. She sighed heavily, having already feared this response from her pawn, but luckily thanks to her for seeing this she had also prepared herself to deal with this. I want you to go with Lord Betrayal to the Fallen Angels' territory, so that you can help Lord Azazel with something. He didn't say what it was specifically, but I can only guess it has something to do with Issei. Sona re-explained, with Tsubaki nodding her head in agreement. I get that, but why me? What's so special about me? I mean, I have a dragon-type sacred gear, but that's it. Wouldn't Asia be a better person for this job? She is related to Rias. Slammed her hand onto the table, with a stern and disagreeing expression on her face. She had joined the 3 of them as an extra, since she wanted to know what was happening with the sudden appearance of Betrayal in her territory. She is not going anywhere, she is staying here. Besides, we all heard what Issei said when he found out about it too. So it's a no-go. Rias explained a bit aggressively, though her demeanor changed rather quickly when she noticed the shocked faces of the 3 other people in the room. Sorry, this whole thing has just been really stressful. But I think me and Sona, probably even Akeno. A slightly surprised footstep could be heard from outside in the hallway at the mention of Akeno. Knows why, but it would only be fair if you knew as well, Rias said, with Sona nodding in agreement before speaking again. You have the sacred gear known as the absorption line. It's one of 4 dragon-type sacred gear pieces to an old and well-known dragon. Vritra, the evil black prison dragon king. Sona revealed, though it still failed to make Saji understand why he had to go, outside of him having a pretty badass-sounding dragon inside of him, and it being an evil dragon like Issei. Cool, I guess, but how does that relate to Issei? Vritra is Issei's father, Sona said, as she became quiet and let Saji chew on that piece of information. End of flashback. Well, hello again, brat. Hope your master didn't scare you too much about this little assignment. Azazel greeted Saji, who was still unsure of how to feel about all this, though he was still able to react to Azazel's somewhat carefree greeting. Hello again, Lord Azazel. Despite it being brief, it still made Azazel feel a bit shit for putting him on the spot like this. Though before any more words between the 2 of them could be exchanged, another problem had to be dealt with, namely Samuel and Betrayal. What is he doing here, Azazel? Betrayal angrily asked, as he stared daggers at the fallen angel hybrid, who was still staring joyously at Issei's frustration. He is here to help with this problem, so to speak, Azazel answered, somewhat thankful that he still didn't have to talk about the other, much bigger problem than Samuel's stay at Gregori. Betrayal hissed with an irritated tone to it, before his eyes landed on the giant black being behind the windows Samuel was looking out of. And who is that in there? Another dragon you have made a deal with? Betrayal asked, less angry, but more tired with how often Azazel invites dragons in here. To his surprise, he wasn't answered by Azazel, but by Shemhazai. His name is Issei. He is an evil dragon and a member of the Gregori clan. And he is behind the death of your wife, Shemhazai said with a shaky voice, receiving stares of shock from the 2 who already knew, Azazel and Saji. And one filled with confusion, then anger from Betrayal. What? Exile. What the hell do you think you're? Before he could get too far with his sudden burst of anger, he, along with everyone else, besides Samuel, all felt a dark and blood-freezing stare pass through them all. They all looked towards the only person, besides Samuel, that gave such a glare. It was Issei. He was looking through the windows with his right eye mashed up against the glass, with his almost torso-sized purple iris, with its vibrant orange meaty eye under it pulsing as he watched them. You know, evil dragons are attracted to negative emotions. It's one of the sweetest things we can feel. It's rather addictive to some of us, but luckily for you I don't find it nearly as intoxicating as our gusset here, Samuel said, as he turned towards the others. His own eyes seemed almost to shine with a blue hue as he watched the 2 still in ready-to-fight stance. Betrayal, let's not do this. At least not right now. I asked you to come to help you, not make you angry. You have to believe me on that, Azazel said as he slowly reached for Betrayal's raised hands, slowly lowering them with no resistance from him, since he was more focused on Issei's dead cold stare at him, before he shifted it towards Saji, more specifically his left arm where his sacred gear had appeared. Vritra. His low, yet deep voice made Saji feel a cold prickly pain go down his spine, as he felt Issei's glare solely on him. It made him feel such an intense pressure from his glare alone. Then his sacred gear began to glow as well, the source of the light being from the 2 small eyes and the frog-like head. Vedas Ahi. Vritra spoke as he watched his son's angry eyes watching his host. Flashback 334 years ago, Human World, New York. So I said, well, that sounds like a pretty sweet deal, especially for such a sweet and beautiful devil like yourself, Thomas said mentally to Vritra, who just sighed at his current host's perverted lifestyle. I will never understand what that woman sees in you, Jefferson. Anyways, how is that paper you're working on going? Vritra asked, trying to lead the conversation away from whatever next sin his host would add to his list, by talking alone. Oh, it's going rather well, though I am rather unsure if I should be more detailed about this one line, if I should say man, men or people. Since I fear some idiots might take it the wrong way, if I write the first two instead. Thomas said before taking a sip of his whiskey, with Vritra thinking over his host's small, yet maybe important dilemma. I believe men should be sufficient, and if people choose to interpret it differently for their own benefit, then so be it. Vritra said since he had a pretty good amount of experience with people choosing what something means, based on their own interests. Thomas sighed deeply, since his wife had said the same, along with a few of his friends, so this hadn't helped him at all. Fine, but if some dumbass changes its meaning, then it's not my fault, he declared, earning an entertained laugh from Vritra. He always found this specific host to be able to make him laugh, though unbeknownst to him in the future, he would do the exact opposite. Still, my dear friend, why do you seem to think so? Vritra stopped his laughter, as he began to listen more intently. I mean, why do you believe people to change the meaning of a couple of words for their own interests? Is that what happened to you? Thomas asked, not knowing that he had the nail straight on the head. Yes, my friend. I wore my name and titles with rightfully earned pride, but despite all that, one day a man beyond your puny god came and made people view me differently. Vritra said, remembering that dark chapter in his life. I am what the supernatural world would call a dragon king. I am also an evil dragon, much like those in your human fairy tales. But he made pretty much everyone believe this nonsensical lie that I was no more than a brutal and cruel monster, when he was the real monster, Vritra said as he saw a flash of the darkest and last night of his life. A cracked black egg, with a yellowish fluid gushing out. And coiled around it lies the body of his wife, but her head was missing, as it had been taken as a trophy by the monster who had done this to him. He killed my family. Then he killed me and gave my soul to God, as a prototype for a much stronger version of his sick little hobby, these damned sacred gears. I was the first dragon type that was made, and the first one with a soul inside of it. Thomas felt his faith practically being snuffed out by his own newfound hatred for his god, but more than that, he felt sorrow for his oldest friends suffering at the hands of this mysterious man. What a monster! I may not be able to feel your pain, but know that I will try to make sure no such thing will happen in this country. No man or woman deserves to go through this kind of pain, Thomas said before pouring out the rest of his whiskey on the floor, as a human sign of respect towards the dead. It was a strange custom that Vritra didn't fully understand, but he liked the thought behind it, along with his host's kind words. I hope that you do, my friend. Flashback end, underworld, barren territory. I saw him the other day, you know. He looks quite a lot like you, when you were younger. A small, petite black-haired girl said, as she watched with emotionless eyes a tall, blonde and black-haired man sitting down at the edge of a giant rock, watching the faraway territories of the devil faction. He smirked cockily, as he heard those last few words, before turning his two chromatic eyes towards her own two gray and dull ones. Of course he those. I taught the kid everything he knows, not that damn old man Tannen. So how's he doing? Still fully in love with that girl, I'm guessing, right? The man said as his voice went from being happy to being less than pleased as he thought of this girl. Yes, he is still like a dog, following her every command, but he seems to have begun being more free in some ways. The small girl said, lifting the man's hopes for the boy a bit. Good. Well, I can only hope he soon gets rid of her and finds someone like Moria. She was nice, not too demanding, and knew her place, unlike that red-haired bitch, the man said, with such venom in his tone, though only at the mention of Moria that his tone changed to a much more pleasing one, before returning to a hate-filled one again. True, she was quite nice and tried to do great things. Too bad they had that falling out. I would have loved to have her as my daughter-in-law, the girl said, finally letting some emotion into her voice. The man turned around towards her with a less than pleasant expression on his face. Now hold on a second, since when did he ever become your son? If anything, he is more my son than yours. the man declared, as he began to stand up, not wanting to back down from this unneeded, but important discussion between the two beings. Well, he did ask me to say hi to his uncle. Plus, he no longer has a problem with me calling him my child, so I think it's pretty clear who is his parent, and who's not, Crom. The girl said, as she began to float off the ground, being so high that she and Crom could make perfect eye contact. I don't think so, Ophis. I raised him, not you. I taught him how to be a dragon, a true dragon, not like those other puny pieces of shit. Crom said, as he puffed up his chest, almost like he was ready to fight over this issue of who was this boy's real parent, and who wasn't. Though if he did, he would get destroyed within seconds. Fine, but do remember I, as the first serpent-like dragon, am still much more closely related to him as a member of the same dragon species tree. Ophis defended herself with a rather childish argument. Besides, whoever of us he sees as his real parents doesn't matter, not as much when confronted with Vitra himself. Those two will meet soon enough again, and it won't end peacefully like last time. Ophis said as she thought back to the night she last met Issei, where she had continued to watch the battle and found something rather interesting among the people Issei was associating with, that one of them had not only a piece of Vitra's sacred gears, but also his soul inside of it. Underworld Gregori, Veda's Ahi. Vitra spoke in a low yet strong voice, making the many people in the room feel slightly lesser, for but a brief moment at the sound of this ancient being's voice. The room was soon after enveloped in a tense silence, as no one knew how the father-son pair were going to handle this meeting between them, so all they could do for now was watch with bated breath. Issei's slitted eye kept close watch off Saji's left arm, watching the two crystal balls in the head of the small frog-like figure glow and sizzle slightly out, before glowing again and repeating. Saji was probably more on edge than the rest of the room, besides Samuel, who didn't seem too affected by the whole thing. But then again, from Saji's perspective, it looked like Issei was watching both him and his arm, like he wanted to rip open both him and Vitra. Leave, Issei said in a stoic tone, before slithering away from the window and morphing back into his human form, no longer feeling his damaged pride or anger, just hatred towards his father. But not an explosive hatred, but more a childlike one in nature. The rest of the group all looked towards Saji's left arm, expecting to hear a response from Vitra, though he gave none as he dismissed the sacred gear and moved back inside the back of Saji's mind again. Why didn't you answer him back? Saji asked, not noticing the few slightly let-down expressions on the other people's faces in the room, besides Barakweel, who was still having a bit of trouble understanding what had just happened. Saji didn't really care about the payoff like they had, he was more interested in seeing how Vitra, who he has only recently been able to talk to, was going to handle this whole thing. I see no point in telling that to you, my host. It is as clear the difference between night and day, Vitra said before he blocked the mental connection between him and Saji, as he wanted to be left alone for a while. So what? Earth to Saji! Wake up! Azazel, noticing Saji's lack of attention on him and the others, shaked him around a bit, before Saji woke up from his and Vitra's little discussion. What? Asked Saji, a bit surprised over his sudden and kind of rude way that Azazel had gotten him out of his head. We wanted to know what your dragon said about the whole thing. I mean, he did say something judging by that confused face you were making earlier. Azazel said, his normal attitude finally coming a bit back, little by little. Unfortunately, it started with his smug parts, meaning Azazel was talking with a somewhat laid-back tone and a friendly smirk. Oh, he just said there was no point in telling me what had happened. He said it was like the difference between night and day. Saji said, feeling a bit down about that since Vitra, without meaning it fully, had called Saji stupid. Well, that is a tough one. I don't understand it either. Azazel said, feeling somewhat surprised that even his knowledge would be lacking in this situation. But luckily for him, Saji and Samuel, there were two other beings in the room that knew what he meant by his somewhat cryptic line. One being Shemhazai and the other Barakweel, both understanding it almost just by watching the two converse earlier, but now they fully understood. It's a way for Vitra to say he has failed as a parent, said both Barakweel and Shemhazai at the same time, both understanding the pain and fear of such a thing. The other three looked at them somewhat confused, before the two who did know realized it made sense for them to understand. But that still left Saji in the dark since he didn't know how they would get it. But if they did, then so what? I see. Well, that would make sense for him to say that, considering how he's never been able to raise Issei. Not that I don't think the Gregoris did a bad job of it either, but there is only so much a devil can do for a dragon as a parent. Azazel said, already starting to think up a whole world's worth of ideas and theories. True. A dragon needs a lot more from their parents than any normal family of a different species could ever provide, especially if they don't know how to handle said hatchling they have. But we must still give them credit for raising an evil dragon, and a dragon of such a rare species. Samuel said, praising the head and his wife of the Gregori clan for their efforts. Though that last part of what he said had them all confused, since to them, which was rather unfortunate, none of them knew how many dragon races there existed. Samuel could practically tell that they were all asking what he meant by Issei being part of a rare species of dragon. He sighed deeply, finding their combined lack of knowledge of this topic to be rather pathetic for their different stations of power within their respective factions. Don't tell me. You didn't know there existed more than evil and normal dragons? Samuel asked, hoping just slightly that they knew more than that, but he only received nods, making him feel his hope for his race slightly disappear. Okay. To the library, I have to teach you all a thing or two. Because Azazel, if you really want to understand him, then you have to understand what he is on the most practical level imaginable. Samuel said before snapping his fingers once, forcefully teleporting them all into his home and into his personal study. Only Issei was left behind, for obvious reasons, but still he noticed the lack of other people being near him, except for a magic signature coming closer to the room. Human world, Greenland, top of the world. Ah, there we go. Get comfy, we're going to be here for a day at least, as I will give you all a crash course on dragons, mainly Issei's species tree. Samuel said before he began using magic to pull out multiple dragon books, having a few copies of some of them, so all 4 of his students could have one each. Search up page 34, and look for our subject's name or vitra. Heck, even Ophis would work. Samuel said, as he himself found the page in his own book, and sat down in his one-person sofa. All 4 of them were a bit surprised at how fast everything was going. But even so they all managed to find page 34, look up Issei's real name and began listening to Samuel lecture. There exist many species of dragon, though many of said species are either extinct, are close to going extinct or are just good at ing to stay alive. These would commonly be fire, water and air dragons, the most basic of dragons. But even in their ranks there are outliers, like Tannen and Fafnir. Samuel said, already beginning to feel more hyped up for this whole thing just by saying that. These 2 were as normal as any other dragon, both being of the most common dragon race, which would be fire, and both of the standard 4-legged race. But because of this rare and hard-earned event in dragon society called a principal power, these 2 both grew much stronger and evolved into something beyond their normal kin. No more were they mere fire dragons, but instead their own species of fire dragon. Samuel said before looking at his student, who all looked at him confused. What? Samuel asked, not seeing what could be so confusing about his whole lecture, at least not until Azazel asked this. What does this have to do with Issei? I mean, none of the things you have said so far is on the page we are all looking at right now. Azazel asked, with the others nodding in agreement, though Saji was a bit thankful for the extra information on dragons, since he would probably have to study up on it someday. Good point, I just wanted to explain the basics, but maybe whatever, just listen closely now, okay? Samuel asked, receiving nods from each of them, before starting over. So, Issei, or rather Veda's Ahi, is the first ever born evil dragon. You all know what an evil dragon is, correct? Samuel asked, lowering his book to look at them all and seeing their agreeing nods, before looking down at the book and continuing. Good. In short, they are the most instinctive dragons that exist and not opposed to using unneeded violence, if they deem it an option. But they are also the smallest part of our race or species, since, until Veda's Ahi was born, they could only be created by raw and extreme amounts of negative emotions. This is why there are only a handful of us at most that exist, not to mention not sealed away," Samuel said, as he used some light magic to form many different names in front of him, some of which the three older of the beings there knew, while only two of them were known by Saji. "These are all dragons who have succumbed to their negative emotions and have become threats unlike any ever seen before," though luckily he swiped his hand once, and suddenly only 15 names were left out of the 100 or so before. "We have managed to kill most of them, while the rest are either sealed away or in hiding. Now then, on to the real matter that we must discuss today. Issei's species, as well as his father's. And maybe worst of all, Ophis's," Samuel said, as he turned from page 34 to page 35. Before he began lecturing again, he took a deep breath and began to talk. "There exist many variations in the dragon race, some are obvious, while others are less or never really noticed. One such thing would be their real race among their species, like the most basic of dragon races is called flying lizards, thanks to their lizard-like body and added wings. Then we have snakes, like Veda's Ahi, Vritra and Ophis. All of them are not the same race, except for Veda's Ahi and Vritra, but they are all on the same species branch, with Ophis being the first," Samuel explained, before taking an even bigger breath and speaking again. "Ophis was the first snake-like dragon to exist, with Great Red being the first flying lizard, so it's obvious where practically every other dragon came from, though how they made them all, no one knows. But what I do know for a fact is that Veda's Ahi and Vritra are both the closest snake-like dragons to Ophis, mostly thanks to how similar their bodies are, but also in how some of their powers work. Like absorption," Samuel said, turning everyone's attention onto Saji. "Wait, what? My sacred gear powers come from Ophis?" Saji asked, not fully understanding everything he was being told. Samuel thought over how he was going to answer Saji, before he just gave up and gave him a simple answer. "Yes. The power you possess is a weaker version of one of Ophis, that Vritra gained by some miracle. It's what lets her do her job and lets her have her title of Dragon Goddess of Infinity, since she must have infinity power, so she has to absorb a ton of it," Samuel said. "Underworld, Gregori." "Ah! Stop! Someone save me!" the screaming man cried out, before his voice and life was cut short by an ivory-clawed hand piercing through his head before splitting it open to retract from the head. "Ah, that felt good. Thanks again for your help, my friend," Issei said before he kicked the now headless corpse of some random, yet unfortunate fallen angel to the side, before leaving through the door of his cell. As soon as he put his foot down on the outside of his cell's walls, an alarm was set off wailing through the whole building, alerting the many guards and leaders of the prison break currently in action. Though all it did for Issei was just make him smile sadistically as he felt the many magic signatures nearing him. "This is going to be fun. Finally I can get. Right, I should probably get these things off before I do anything too hard," Issei said as he remembered the cuffs on his arms, legs and neck. He went up the stairs and into the control room and began looking for something that looked like it would free him of his cuffs. Though before he could, 3 guards came out of the elevator, all of them with light weapons. They didn't even give him a chance to defend himself as they each threw their light spears at him. "I guess Azazel told them fire on sight. Fair enough," Issei thought as he let the light spears hit him, only sighing at how pathetic they felt, before he swung his tail at them and sent them flying into the walls. He kept looking for a few more minutes, before he finally found it. "Ah, there we go. And done." Issei didn't even care about his last victims, as they had all come in, fired at him, and then he killed or knocked them out, since he had been too focused on freeing himself. His cuffs fell off, making a metallic clunk sound as they all landed on the ground, but that sound was suppressed by the sound of alarms still wailing. A new group of people arrived from the only other way inside, that being the stairs going down to the basement level. Out came one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Tamil, and 5 more and much higher-ranked guards. "Stop this at once. If you stop now, you might still be allowed to live, dragon," Tamil yelled, as he and his guard all prepared many light spears, with only Tamil's being a real threat to Issei. He just stood still, before slowly lifting his arm over his head, making Tamil stupidly let his guard down a bit. That would cost him. Absorption, Issei said, as two small purple and blackish balls appeared over each of his hands. Tamil and the guards began feeling their power being sucked out of them, and at an alarming rate, with the guards almost only a second or two after having trouble with just standing up. What is this? Stop this. At once for your own. Issei Tamil fell over, being knocked out himself from Issei's extensive absorption of his and his guards' power. No. I don't think I will, Crow. Issei, now in his half-human and dragon form, began to walk out of the control room, through the door where Tamil and his guards had come from. Time skip, a few minutes later, when that door opens, you all fire everything you have at that monster. Is that understood? Screamed Penumian, as she and the other two still standing leaders at the Gregori stood behind the few remaining troops, who weren't dead or just knocked out. Yes, ma'am. The troops and leaders yelled, before the door was sprung open and came flying and sliced right through one of the troops. Don't scream, it hurts my ears, bitch, Issei said, as he came out of the door, walking calmly out of it like nothing had just happened. His tail was swaying calmly from side to side, his hair being moved by it, making it hard for the many fallen to see his eyes clearly, thanks to how his hair was being moved. Penumian hesitated for a brief moment, before she yelled at the top of her lungs. Fire! Fire, goddammit! No fired a single spear, since no one at his point felt it was possible to beat him, not without Betrayal, or Azazel at least. Thanks for your hospitality, but I'm a leave now, got plans and such you know. Bye. Issei said in a happy tone, yet thanks to how deep his voice was it only sounded threatening to them all. He just kept walking towards them, and before he reached them they all just moved aside, letting him pass without any problems. He transformed fully into his dragon form when left the building, and began diving into the hard ground like it was nothing, disappearing from their sights only a mere moments after. What the hell happened here? Asked Betrayal as he came out of his office, since he had teleported there after having received a message about one of the alarms going off. He couldn't believe his eyes at the state of Gregori, and at how frightened all of his fellow leaders and staff members looked. Not to mention the 5-meter-wide hole outside of the Gregori front door. I have to tell Azazel. Right ing now. He quickly made a communications circle and called Azazel. To say Azazel was shocked was putting it nice. Underworld, Gregori, so let me get this straight. One of the guards who were supposed to watch over him in my stead decided to open up Issei's cell because he said he had a stomach ache? Azazel asked, in a calm yet with undeniable angry tone hidden behind it, as he stared daggers at Tamil, Penumian and the other leaders who also failed at capturing Issei. Yes, sir, Tamil said, his head hung low as to not feel the full anger from Azazel. Azazel turned away from them all, and instead looked out at the hole outside of his front gates and just watched it for a bit, before he began feeling a headache creeping up on him. Someone please call Rias'S or Serafal right now, and tell them Issei has escaped and that we are incapable of hunting him down, Azazel said, as he turned towards his subordinates again, with a less than pleasant expression. As of now, we are no longer going to keep Issei here, he is simply too smart for you idiots, not to mention dangerous without me or Samuel, Azazel said before he began walking through the crowd of leaders and guards, as he went towards the still intact elevator that led up to his office. Samuel stood, with the others, and watched him leave without saying a word, before he too left through a magical circle to somewhere else. Devil faction, Lilith City, Devil King's Castle. So I said, that's not a spear, this is a spear, a guard said before earning a few laughs from his fellow guardsmen, who somehow found whatever he had said funny. Man, you should be a stand-up comedian. With jokes like that you could be in like the top of funniest beings alive, said one of the other guards, the one who had laughed the most as well. Yeah, maybe. I just need to get a contractor or something so I can keep paying the rent. I mean, that is why I chose to work for Lord. As suddenly the entire building began shaking violently, with a strong and enraged voice soon after roared out through the halls. You let that monster escape! Lord Asmodeus roared, as his anger itself manifested in the form of the former, yet terrifyingly strong earthquake, that was still spreading across Lilith, Rias'S, and the other two Devil Kings, Seraphal and Ajuk all watched carefully as the normally sleepy and unattentive Lord Asmodeus, or rather Falbim, was in a state of pure rage at the news they had all just gained. Even Penimian, who was the one who had called and told them the news, could feel his intense rage at the news she had brought. Should I go now or? She asked, unsure of what she had done or if she should even do any more. Surzek simply waved at the image of her see-through form, dismissing her and the magic communication, before looking over at his friend, who was still very angry. Falbium. I understand that you dislike dislike? Oh, I hate him more than anything, and you should know that you enough. Ajuk stepped in, before Falbium or maybe even Surzek would say something they would both regret. This isn't going to solve our current problem, so let's stop fighting and make a plan to recapture him. Or maybe kill him. Ajuk said with a neutral voice, since he himself wasn't much of a fan of Issei. But he wasn't like Falbium or Grafia, who both actively hated him. But he couldn't say he didn't agree with their reasons for hating him either. How Surzek had managed to keep them from killing him all this time is still a puzzle that Ajuk hasn't been able to solve yet. Surzek was visual upset with Ajak's proposal, not so much with them having to find him and stop him, but more the potential of him having to die, if the need would arise. Do we really need to consider that last part? I mean, I can lock him easily, and for a much longer time instead, maybe long enough to Ajuk put up a hand, as a sign for Surzek to stop. Not this time, Surzek. It is obvious now that Issei is nothing like the boy you found all that time ago, and with each passing accident, it becomes more and more clearer to everyone, but you, my friend. Ajuk declared with a harsh voice as he looked at Surzek with a sad look, yet still determined enough to get the point across. Surzek couldn't believe what he was hearing, nor could he argue with Ajak's statement. All it took was just a quick glance around the room for him to see the other two Devil Kings, their queen and even his own, that they all agreed with this. Fine. But only if I can't get him to chain himself willingly, then you. Surzek clenched his fist roughly, feeling disgusted by himself to even say these words, since it went against what he and his family believed in. But he had a duty to fulfill, and now he had to step up and do just that. Then you can kill him. After me and my family get to say goodbye. Surzek said, with the others nodding in agreement, since it would only be fair. No. Falbium said, making the others look at him with a bit of surprised look, especially Surzek, who had hoped at least he would have given him this chance. But it seems Falbium had a different opinion on this matter. Why not? It would only be fair. Even you must be able to understand understand? Oh, I understand perfectly well, which is why I won't let you nor your family anywhere near that evil monster. Falbium said, sending a threatening glare at Surzek, who only became more surprised at his aggressive actions. But why? You got to say goodbye to her. I didn't. She was already dead by the time I got there with that monster still goring on her dead body. Falbium said, feeling slight and extreme want to cry at the mere thought of that night again. He shrugged it off, before he stood up ready to make one last statement. I will hunt him down myself, since you three would all try to save him without a second thought. But I won't. Falbium said, and before anyone could say anything back to him, he and his queen Peace both teleported away. Surzek was in shock at how harsh and brutal Falbium had been, but he could understand, yet he chose not to feel sympathy for the simple fact that the man had basically told him that he would kill his brother. I see he still isn't over the loss of his daughter. It truly was a great loss to our world. Moria would have been the strongest white dragon emperor in history if not for Don't start that conversation. Not right now, Grafia, please. Surzek asked, sounding hurt at how cruel his wife's words were. Yes, my king. A day later, Human World, Co-Academy. Inside the main base of operations for the Gregori Peerage, aka the Orc, were currently all members and pieces of the Devil Heirs in town, with only one piece missing. Sona and Rias had been briefed last night, but didn't want to worry their friends with the information of Issei's escape, not that this plan had worked since Saji had already let the beans spill. Are you sure he won't come here, Sona-sama? Asked Momo, Sona's bishop. She is a very easy to frighten girl, and Issei was certainly fighting, so ever since last night when she had the news from Saji, She hadn't been able to sleep nor focus on her schoolwork. Well, there's no way to be sure of that, at least not for the time being. But I do worry that the likelihood of him coming is quiet, considering the people who are in this area," Sona said, with said people all feeling a slight chill go down their spine, at just the thought of seeing Issei again, though hopefully, we won't have to stay here for much longer. Sona said, bringing some hope and curiousness back to the people gathered in the room. Lady Serafal has ordered that we leave at midnight via the train so that we can be in much more secure locations. Locations where Issei can't easily get to us, Sona said, remembering how worried even her sister had sounded through the communication circle, which was something that slightly scared Sona even more. Rias and Sona both noticed the less than happy mood of the two groups, so before it could fester for any longer Rias began to speak. "So for now, let's all return home and gather our things and meet back here. The faster we do this, the faster we can all leave this place." "In Lord Falbium's hands," Rias said, making most of the people gathered there a bit more relieved, all except for Akeno, who seemed to be confused as to why such an important figure would come here. "Small time skip, okay, is everyone ready?" Rias asked, trying her best to sound genuinely happy, while trying to make her and Sona's pieces be less scared of practically every shadow they saw. Most of the group nodded, some with and some without as much energy. The day had been long. The many terrible news along with the many reveals had taken quite a toll on the group, but now they could hopefully all relax and let themselves go in their training that they will be doing over the summer. "Good. Everyone on board, and don't worry about your league too much, just put it down somewhere on the cart and sleep. We'll arrive in the Gregori territory around 9 a.m. tomorrow," Rias said, as she began to escort her peerage onto the train, with Sona doing the same as they each entered a rather obviously different colored and designed train cart. One of them was deep and dark blue, with black serpent-like lines going across it, while the other was a dark crimson red, with a black feather motif, which was symbolic of the original Lucifer. It was rather easy to guess which cart belonged to which devil king, but why would the two peerage be allowed on such a cart for something as simple as going home? Because the owners of each of the carts are extremely overprotective older siblings. "All right, just put down your stuff and go to sleep. I will wake you all up an hour before we arrive," Rias said, as she then rather quickly left the main room of her and her peerage's cart, to sleep in another and more private one. Over in the Leviathan cart, the group was all made widely awake at the many pillows, oil paintings and statues of Sona as a baby. It was obvious who owned this cart, and what they used it for. Sona was less than happy about her sister's extreme opposition with her, but she couldn't deny that it could sometimes also be rather helpful, like it was today since Serafal had threatened the conductor if he didn't pick them up tonight. But at least there was one thing in the Leviathan cart that wasn't about Sona. It was a hand-made wooden statue of a serpent, painted in black and purple colors, with a few tints of gold on its head. It was positioned off in the far end of the room, in a wave-like motion as if it was moving towards something or someone. Sona noticed it there, just like it always was when she used this cart. Some of her servants noticed it as well, finding it to be rather familiar in a scary way, though none of them could figure out why. Except for Saji. "Sona-sama. Why is there a statue of Issei here?" Saji's words confused a lot of the people in the room, all except for Sona herself. She knew of its existence to begin with, though the look she gave Saji and the others told them she wasn't exactly thrilled about its present, but nor was she angry or sad about it. "Issei used to be a really good friend to my sister. And to my family, even despite his many flaws, they and the Devil Kings could always seem to find a reason to like him, with only the Gregoris ever trying their damnedest to accept every part of him," Sona said, as small flashes of her childhood came back to her. "I know some of you may doubt, if I say this, but only 10 years ago he was like an older brother to me. Always so caring, helpful and fun to be around. Though thanks to his increasing flaws and how much he got harder to control, my family as well as Lord Ajuk finally stopped treating him as they once did, leaving only my sister and me to care for him, besides the Gregoris obviously," Sona said, as she slowly walked towards the statue, letting one of her hands slide across its finely carved body, finding the aged paint to be comforting weirdly. My sister had this statue made when he was only 100 years old, as a sign of his and hers friendship, as well as to promote dragon and devil relationships," Sona said, before becoming quiet as she rather fittingly reached the tail, before letting go of the wooden body and turning towards her peerage. "My sister, I wasn't the first person she ever adored like this. But something happened between them and—" "Never mind that," Sona said, as she, much like Rias, left the main room to her own private room for the night. "Katown, I who am about to awaken, Trian, Lucifer Cart." It was about 1 a.m. Most of the Gregori peerage had all fallen asleep, with the exception of one, Akeno. She was unable to sleep, had been so for a few days now, and when she does sleep she just sees the same 3 images in front of her. Her mother's sad, yet hopeful smile. Issei appearing among the purple flames, with deep purple eyes, watching them as he comes slowly closer. And the scene she had imagined of how Issei killed her mother. She couldn't sleep peacefully because of this, so she had to read and do other stuff at night, so as to not think about the dream. But tonight it was too hard to stay awake, even with how hard she was trying. Not even sending a small shock through her body could keep her eyelids from feeling heavier and heavier for each passing second. "Damn it! I can't fall asleep. Not again, but her thoughts were disrupted as a sudden bump on the rails, if there even were rails, made the whole cart shake, keeping Akeno luckily awake, but also earning a few annoyed grunts from her traveling campaigns. 5 more minutes, Kiba said, as he turned around in his sleep, finding the front of Gasper's box to be a perfect place for his face to slowly suffocate. "Ah dear, I should try and get this problem solved soon. This is too much to go through every night," Akeno thought, as she sounded less worried about her nightmare, and more worried of her lack of sleep. It was a somewhat positive improvement, though as her thoughts came to an end, another began. Said another thought was by Rias, who was currently shaking angrily over the message she had just gotten from Grafia. "Are you sure? What did he do to make them do this?" Rias yelled, thankful that she had set up a sound barrier around her room to keep the others from hearing anything they shouldn't, though also to keep her from waking them up unnecessarily. "As I said, Rias-sama, your brother and Serafal-sama intend to try and win over the other Devil Kings, and the Council by taking in Issei as one of their own pieces instead of you," Grafia said in her stoic voice, though behind it she herself was fuming with disappointment in both her husband and her rival for strongest female devil. She didn't want to show her fellow evil pieces of the current Lucifer's peerage, their king's monster of a brother, and her brother-in-law. It was a mix of shame and slight fear, since she knew only 2 of them could even dream to take him on and win. And that included her. That way, they believed they could contain him, or at least have strong enough people around at all times to stop him, if the need should arise. "I don't think they can. None of you can. Only Sirzek and Serafal have the power to do so," Rias said rather pridefully at how strong her pawn was, but it was the truth from what she had seen the last time Issei and Grafia were near each other. His power was slightly higher than hers. He wasn't the same little brat she had helped train when he was younger, he was someone beyond her now in the big leagues. Grafia couldn't believe Rias's rather arrogant declaration of Issei being stronger than her, but she had known Rias long enough to know she had a keen eye for such things. It was one of the reasons why she had managed to gather such a great peerage from an early age. "I see. So he really is taking full advantage of his potential? Then by the dead biblically God, I hope he never joins another side that's against us," Grafia said before cutting the communication between the two, and leaving Rias to think over this new and somewhat troubling news. At least for her they were troubling. For the others in her peerage, it would probably be seen as a miracle, or something like that. "Damn it, brother. You really must ruin all my plans in the most annoying way, making me unable to do as I please. But no matter, I will find a way to get my pawn back, just you see." Rias smiled wickedly as she turned towards a rather suspicious-looking briefcase. Human world, Katown. A few people had been woken from their well-deserved sleep, as either they just got on vacation or were only a week or 2 away from getting it themselves. Summer had begun after all, and many people were already preparing or had already begun to use every second of it in their own way. But for the small town of Ku, the current light show up on the hill was not the best way to start their vacation, or in some cases soon to be. On a nearby hill, with what some people in the housing market would call the perfect view of Kutown, sat Issei half on his black tail as he viewed his many shining tattoos lighting him up like a lighthouse. He didn't care if anyone saw him, since he could just kill them if need be, plus none of the beings in this remote area would understand the meaning behind his tattoos anyways, maybe not even the beings who were a part of his world. Thanks to his prison break earlier, along with his rather dirty but coolish escape, both his pants and shirt had been torn to pieces or ripped apart by his constantly changing body fescue, as he had very quickly and maybe even stupidly chose to keep morphing between his fully human and his half and half form too often. So not only had his clothes been ruined, but he was pretty sure he had even broken a few of his muscles and nerves, at least judging by how painful it was to lift his legs and arms. But he paid it no mind since his pain tolerance was rather high. But what really interested him was why his tattoos were lighting up so much, since he was pretty sure it wasn't his birthday yet, nor was this a moment of true draconic strength, as he called it, when his tattoos would light up like this. It usually meant he would gain a new one by virtue of him doing something only through the use of his dragon side, or because only he as a dragon could do it. But why now? I don't think I did anything too incredible, besides kicking the shit out of the crow's main base. But that doesn't count, right? Issei asked himself as he was still rather unsure of why this was happening. The lights began to die down, making him watch with even more interest, as this was the moment he would learn why this had happened. His entire upper body was covered in purple flame of sorts that bathed him in its brilliant glow, before gathering all at once over one spot, namely his heart, before all of it flew straight into the skin above his heart. The tattoo had begun to take form, now all he had to do was just wait for it to finish itself. My heart? But why? I don't think I did anything to deserve one there. Unless. Issei began thinking deeply about a certain blondie, since he thought she would be the obvious reason behind it, with her whole family ties to him, and all. She couldn't be though, right? I mean, why would I get a tattoo for? Rejecting her? Or did I get it because she did something? But what could she have? Issei stopped himself as a sudden and strong green light appeared on his left hand, surprising him at the sudden visits from his old friend. Issei. Drake spoke with a voice holding nothing but hatred towards the young dragon, who honestly felt heartbroken, or at least he tried to act like he was, by dramatically putting a hand over his eye and head, but dropped it immediately, not seeing the point. Drake. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Issei smiled rather pleasantly, which was quite unnatural for him, but he felt a strong urge to be friendly with Drake today. It had been nearly 400 years since they last talked. It has, and as much as I wish I could have kept it that way, I see now that I must look past your actions to make you ready for what is soon to come. Drake said, not sounding as worried as he probably should, but that was mostly because of his genuine hatred for Issei. Oh, what could that be? Is Tiamat finally coming to kill me or something? Did I anger Great Red, or have I brought the bloody poison prince himself after me? Issei stopped himself, as the flapping of feathery wings took his attention, along with the silhouette of a winged man's shadow covering his body thanks to the moon being right behind him. Yes. As you can see, you have garnered the attention of the bloody poison prince himself. Hello to you, Samuel of the Fallen Angel faction and spokesman for the dragons. Drake said, unfazed at the fallen angel's appearance. Issei, however, was unlike last time, scared shitless by what and who he was seeing. Samuel was the spitting image of Michael in practically every way, except for that creepy smile of his which he had gained thanks to his evil dragon's side. It sent chills down Issei's spine just by the sight of it. Hello, Drake, the heavenly dragon of domination, and to you as well, Issei, or should I say Veda's Ahi or Lucian? Not that it matters either way, since either of the three will live for much longer, not unless you do exactly as I say, you little brat. Samuel said, as he slowly descended down onto the ground, with his wings fluttering as he landed on the soft grass below him, still looking at Issei with his creepy smile. Now then, allow me to be fully honest with you, I hate you. Samuel said with a warm and happy voice, but underneath was the clear-cut truth of who he was. A man who couldn't give a damn if God was alive or not, and this only belief in Issei was only strengthened more when he began talking again. I hate everyone. Both of my races. Devils, angels, beasts, you name it. And I hate my family above all else. Everyone always thinks their family is the worst, but oh boy, trust me, mine is the original worst family. Samuel vented slightly, before composing himself to a much calmer manner. But you happen to be one of the few beings I dislike the most, which is not that hard a feat, but it nonetheless deserves to be rewarded in some way or form. Samuel said before sitting down on the grass below, not caring if his jeans would get grass or dirt stains on them, as his interests were fully placed upon Issei, who couldn't for the life of him relax at the moment. Especially with all the things Samuel had been saying, it was all so amusing to him. Issei began to smile as well, almost matching in how unsettling it looked next to Samuel's. Oh, is that a good thing, old man? I couldn't give a damn if it was, I just do as I please, so why don't you stop wasting both of our time and get to the point already? Issei asked before crossing his legs and putting a hand under his chin, making him seem bored by what Samuel had said, which he was, but also amused at how arrogant this crow was towards him. Oh, so I see you don't find me frightening? Even if a single drop of my blood could kill you in a split second? Samuel asked, receiving a slow and cocky nod from Issei. Yeah, why should I be scared of someone whose only power lies in his blood being just a bit more toxic than Grendel's sweat? Besides, I can do a lot worse than you in a few seconds than you could ever hope to dash. Shut it, brat. Besides, there is no way my blood is as toxic as his stench is. But fine, I guess threatening you isn't going to work, so let's try this instead. Samuel said, interrupting Issei, which was a bad idea for any normal person, but luckily Samuel was still a threat because of his blood alone, so Issei decided to listen to him for now. I want you to join me and a few of our kin in this new faction we have hidden behind the disguise that we call the Cow's Brigade. Samuel said, finally getting a genuine focused look from Issei for a split second, before his eyes darted back to the small tattoo which was starting to take shape over his heart. Samuel became somewhat interested in seeing what had taken Issei's off of him, until he noticed the small mark beginning to form over his heart. Ah, so you're getting a new one of those things? Samuel asked, with very little interest evident in his voice. Yes, I am. Whatever, that doesn't matter right now. What's this faction thing you were talking about again? Is it like a sassy beings only club or something? Issei mocked with a straight and uncaring stare, while also snapping his fingers, making his exposed upper body be covered by a gray sweater. Samuel didn't take much offense at Issei's mockery, but instead he chose to be more informative. You could say that, since it's made up of only evil dragons, Samuel said, watching Issei's purple eyes for any hint of interest. There was a quick glint of it, but it vanished quite quickly, maybe because Issei noticed the searching look he was getting from Samuel. Oh, is that so? Then forget it. I am not joining any faction where Grendel is also a part of it. I can't stand the smell of him. Nor can I stand the smell of other evil dragons, since you all reek of guts and gore. Issei said roughly, before standing up and turning away from Samuel, who only seemed to smile even more at Issei's reactions, before he began speaking again. A refreshing wind swept across the hill they both now stood on, with Samuel standing in a relaxed and calm manner, while Issei had his now fully transformed clawed hand right next to Samuel's throat, ready to rip through if need be. What did you just say? Issei asked emotionlessly, as his formerly lightly glowing eyes were starting to flicker from their former glow to full-on headlights with the amount of anger Issei was trying to suppress at the moment. Samuel just chuckled a bit, before he put on an even more creepy smile as he began talking in a much lower, yet smoother voice. If you don't join us, we will kill that little nephew of yours, since we know how much you like him. Samuel said without a single shred of shame at what he had just said. He was willing to kill a child in order for Issei to join them. What was Issei willing to do in order to save his nephew? Underworld, Gregori territory. The group had entered and left the Citri territory a few minutes ago, leaving them all alone on the train. Though that wasn't inherently bad, as they just used their time left on the train to do what little homework they might have left, along with chatting and playing cards until they would arrive at the Gregori mansion. Though two people were at the moment not engaging with others on these relaxing activities, those two being Rias and Akeno, who were talking about the news Rias had gotten last night. So, if he is found and accepts this deal, he will be traded for a position on one of their peerages? Akeno asked, wanting to be sure she wasn't just hearing things, because if what she had just said was true, then she could probably start having a more normal life again, even with the knowledge of who was behind her mother's death as added part to that normal life. You're correct, and I know I am gonna sound really horrible when I say this, but Rias tried her best to act sincere, though it luckily came to her quite easily thanks to the slight amount of sadness she was feeling at losing her best toy. And Akeno had fallen for her act fully, at least mostly, since she put a hand on Rias'S two crossed ones, with a supportive smile accompanying it. I know, and while I can't and never will agree with it, I can understand that you wouldn't like to lose your older brother this way, but… Akeno's smile changed suddenly to a much more angry one, making Rias realize she had for a moment fallen for Akeno's surface-level look of kindness, as Akeno had fallen for hers. I hate that bastard more than anything, so I don't care if takes the offer or not, I just don't want him anywhere near me or Asia. Underworld, Gregori Mansion, welcome home Lady Rias. The many maids and butlers of the Gregori household all said in unison as Rias and her peerage entered through the front door. For some, mainly Zenobia and Asia, seeing such a big room with so many servants in it was quite a shock to them, having never seen anything like it themselves. Even on the way to the station outside of the main area of the Gregori territory, they had to hold up their jaws in fear of it falling to the ground of how much land Rias owned. But before they could keep being surprised by how rich Rias and her family was, theirs and the rest of the group's attention was brought onto the group of 4 people nearing them. One of them they knew, thanks to her silver hair and classic maid outfit. It was Grafia, following behind an older brown-haired woman, who held the hand of a small red-haired boy next to her. And the last one was another red-haired man, but not Surzek's, instead it was Rias'S dad. They had seen him briefly back at the school for Parents' Day. Mother! Father! Milikas! Rias said, her voice filled with joy at seeing her family again. She walked over right away, being met halfway by the little boy, who they all could guess was named Milikas. Rias! Akeno-chan too! Milikas shouted happily as he jumped into Rias'S arms, hugging her tightly, before waving to Akeno when he noticed her as well. Hello Milikas-kun, Akeno said, as she began patting his little head, messing his red hair up a bit. Welcome home, sweetie. And to you all as well, Rias'S mother said, her voice sounding soft and warm to many of them. She seemed really nice, and it was rather obvious who Rias took after judging by the 2 having giant S each. Good to see you all again, Xiaoticus said, as he stepped up beside his wife and welcomed them as well. Grafia stepped over and grabbed Milikas, as she quietly nodded to the others, as her own way of saying hello. Hello again, Auntie and Uncle, Akeno said, as she bowed her head respectfully, earning herself an unhappy sigh from Rias'S mother as she began on her own little spill about how she is family, so she should act like it. With Xiaoticus having to agree with his wife, after she brought him in with the old classic line, "Ain't that right, Xiaoticus?" Needless to say, it was a breath of fresh air for certain members of the group to be here, while others would hopefully feel the same later on. Where is Uncle Issei? Or it would have been, if not for that innocent, yet slightly haunting question asked by Milikas, who was genuinely just wondering where his uncle was. It made the whole room awkwardly quiet as no one really wanted to answer him on that matter, more so the ones who knew of how close the boy was to his uncle, since he could look mostly past Issei's flaws. Rias wanted to answer him with the same thing she says every year, about him being very busy, but she knew he probably wouldn't be fooled forever. He was already 11 after all. Though luckily, and surprisingly enough, Akeno stepped up to the task and answered his question. Your uncle is dealing with some really mean evil people, so he can't be here at the moment, but you'll see him soon. Hopefully not, Akeno said, surprised most of the group who knew of their connection, though she whispered the last bit, which only Kaneko could hear, which made it apparent for her that she was just being nice to the kid. Really? My uncle is so cool, isn't that right, Mother? Millikas asked again so innocently, not knowing his mother's hatred for his uncle. It confused a few of them at first, why Millikas had turned towards Graifa and not Rias'S mother, until it hit them all. Graifa is Sir's ex-wife, so they probably had a kid and this was that kid. Yes. He really is something else, isn't he? Graifa, though, being the who she was, aka someone unable to crush her own son's dreams, just dodged the question in a way where it didn't seem she liked his uncle, without saying clearly enough for him to notice. Meanwhile, Underworld, Wasteland, come again? Grendel asked as he, and 3 other evil dragons, all looked at Crom in surprise. Crom just smirked before turning around and looking out over the cliffside, watching the endless waste that was the true part of the Underworld before. I said Issei will be going instead of you, Grendel. Crom said, leaving the whole group somewhat speechless, now that they knew they weren't wrong the first time. But not Grendel, he was instead rather annoyed with his job being taken from him. So what am I supposed to do now that your oh so fancy and powerful little shit of a nephew is taking my job? Watch clouds all day or something? Grendel asked angrily, as he stomped his way over towards Crom, who was still just watching the land below them, uncaring of Grendel's hostile actions. Yeah, or just shut up to begin with so I can give you something to do, other than annoy me. Crom said, his voice sounding uncaring, with him even chuckling a bit at the end. You say, you piece of dash, that's enough, Grendel, no need to destroy another mountain because your pride got hurt. A man, well dressed in black clothes, said as he stepped up and grabbed onto Grendel's raised hand, stopping his attack easily. His eyes were covered by his old-school glasses, yet the glare he was sending Grendel still got through to him, making him back down. Whatever, and let go of my hand, you weirdo, Aphopus. Grendel said angrily, before ripping his hand out of Apophis' grip and going over to some rocks to sit on them. Aphopus looked over at Crom curiously, having his questions to ask, some that even the 2 other dragons were also curious about. But why did you get Issei to do it? Why not Grendel or someone of similar strength? Aphopus asked, earning himself a slight chuckle from Crom as he turned his head towards the others. Both his golden and black eyes bored holes through their souls almost immediately upon contact. Because he is useful, plus I need to get him to stop pretending that he is something he is not, so that he can finally bring about my dream for this weak world. Crom said, confusing them all at what he meant, even more so how a half-blood like Issei could do it. The only lady there, Yamada no Orochi, stepped forward a bit from her semi-guard, laden. What can he do that is so special that it makes him gain your interest? Is he a child born by someone powerful? Or does he have Ophis or Great Red's blessing? She asked, with the others becoming interested in knowing why as well. Yes, and also no. Crom answered in his oh so usually cryptic way, before looking back at the wasteland below and staying silent for the rest of the morning. 1 month time skip, Human World, USA, State of Ohio. Out in the countryside near a rather beautiful lake, sat a well-kept and majestic colonial mansion on top of a hill. It had been owned by one family since the end of the War for Independence, namely the Wellingtons, or as the devils know them, the Bale family. Its current owner is an older man, namely the son of the head of the old Devil Council, Rias'S Bale. He had lived there for quite some time now, with his peerage alongside him to keep an eye on his territory, the entire state of Ohio, plus a few km's worth of land from the bordering states. To say he was a powerful man would be understatement, as he was currently one of the few beings that owned more than just a state in the US, but that was mostly political power, not real fighting power. Which would probably also be why a single serpent could beat and kill each and every one of his peerage members in a single night. In one of the more cozy wings of the mansion, in what would have once been called the study with its fancy oaken walls and family paintings, now instead it's smudged with blood and guts, with real people's heads replacing the stuffed heads of hunting trophies. The only thing left untouched was a single leaning chair, wherein the serpent, or rather Issei, lied on, as he talked openly to the poor woman and former queen piece of Rias'S, who sat, covered in her comrade's blood and guts, in a chair sitting completely still, scared for her life. You know, I never had a normal life growing up. I had a pair of sweet devils take care of me, with a loving older brother and strict, but caring older sister-in-law. Issei said, as he began recounting his life to the frightened woman, while playing with a small ball, or rather the head of the former owner of this house. It was unnerving how calm and relaxed he seemed, which only scared the woman even more, as she watched her former master's now dead eyes sometimes make eye contact with her. But even though they all cared about me, and got me the best kind of upbringing, I always felt I needed more in life. Like it was missing something in it that would complete me. That was when I met her. Moria, my other half. He threw away the severed head, and sat himself up and made direct eye contact with the woman, whose fear and panic only grew as his purple eyes pierced her own two blue ones. Please, don't kill me, she begged in a scared and low whisper, as she put her hands over her face to hide from him in a desperate attempt to survive. He watched her closely for a bit, his eyes scanning every bit of her, with his heightened and more sensitive hearing noticing her rather dangerous heart beatings. He could guess it would pop any second now. If he did just one more thing, she would probably just die from fear alone. I won't kill you, so you can run away now. I just wanted to talk with someone for a bit, Issei said stoically, as he looked away from the woman, before standing up and walking over towards the broken window. The woman looked at him for a second, before sprinting off further inside the building towards wherever she felt was safe. The boost gear appeared on his right hand, though not that Issei acknowledged Drake's presence. Why didn't you kill her? Drake asked, surprised by his partner's kind gesture, though he was fearful that it was all just a show he had put on before killing her. She didn't need to die. None of these people needed to die. Issei spoke softly, as he held a hand on his forehead, as he felt a sudden headache beginning to form in his head. Drake was surprised by his partner's words, yet still he couldn't forgive him for his actions, even if he had admitted they were pointless. In this last month of you hunting down devil heirs, fallen angel groups and angel-guarded churches, I have started to see a change in you. You don't like killing people, do you? Drake asked, confident his partner had become a better person, even if it had to take multiple lives for him to get there. At least now he could maybe atone for it, and actually feel guilty. Then you have seen wrong. I just don't find killing these people to be necessary. Why not just go for much more important targets than little shits like these? Issei asked coldly, as he watched the woman he had just let go, driving away on a motorbike as fast as she could. He pointed his hand towards where she was going, forming his hand in finger gun-like form, before pulling the metaphorical trigger and making a little aftershot sound. I could have killed her in 56 different ways just now, but I kept her alive because I need her. Or rather, he needs her to get a much more important person after me, Issei said, waiting for Drake to answer, but it seems his earlier statement had made him leave again for the time being. Issei just shrugged, before continuing to watch the woman driving away. Go get my father-in-law to come and catch me. Underworld, Gregori territory, no! A scream of anger and sorrow cried out through the halls, as the early morning sun began to rise, waking up all its residents to the dawn of a grim morning. It was Vinalana who had screamed, as she had just gotten the horrible news from her older brother that her younger brother had been found dead in his home in the human world, along with most of his peerage, with only his queen surviving, after she had run for dear life to get away from the monster who done it. But that wasn't the truly sad thing about this whole event, since along with her older brother on the other side of the communication circle, was Falbium with Issei in chains, who was just barely clinging on to life. I am sorry, but it's the truth, dear sister. Issei did it, he killed our brother. Vinalana couldn't believe what she was hearing, nor could Xiaticus, who was sitting right beside her, trying to calm her to the best of his abilities. He could hear the others coming towards them, as the halls began to sound of many footsteps, all rushing to see what the problem was. But he. My son would never dash. Well, he did, and now he will pay for his crimes. I can promise you that, Lord and Lady Gregori. Falbium interrupted her, with her weak and unsure voice, becoming ever weaker for each harsh and cold word said from Falbium's mouth. It only made it worse, when she could hear Issei's weak coughs in the background. Grafia opened the door, with the others, namely Rias and her peerage, and Millie Cass right behind her, along with a few servants who had come along. My lady, what is? Xiaticus interrupted her, raising a hand in the air as a sign for them to not speak, nor move. Please. Falbium. Don't take my son. Don't take my Issei away from me. I know he hurt you, but please don't do the same he did. It won't bring Moria back. I am not doing this for her, not anymore. Venelana, Xiaticus and Graphia were all shocked by those words, while everyone else was confused as to who this Moria person was, mostly Rias, as she believed or had believed that she knew all there was to know about him, but here again she discovers something new about him. I am not doing this out of hate or revenge, but as my duty to the devil faction and as a devil king, Falbium said, shocking everyone who hadn't heard what he had said until now. A few of them couldn't believe that Issei was going to be killed, or maybe just sealed away forever. But Graphia without any hesitation jumped into the air, screaming in joy for finally hearing what she had wanted to hear for so long. Finally! Issei will finally get what he deserves. She yelled out in joy, almost dancing to the sound of her own joy, not caring for the many shocked faces of those around her, all looking at her. Some were surprised at her apparent hatred for him, making even a few of them feel a slight interest in joining her. But Rias, Venelana and Xiaticus all looked at her with disgust for wanting to see him be killed this much, and her now unneeded amount of celebration. But worst yet was the betrayed eyes of her own son, who didn't understand why his own mother was so happy to hear that his uncle was going to be killed. 5 hours earlier, human world, inside the now blood-stained mansion of the former youngest son of Lord Baal, with the smell of rotting corpses, blood and magic, Issei was standing and looking out of a window, watching as the moon slowly moved across the sky above. He was looking at it quite calmingly, that being obvious by his calm and relaxed posture, along with his genuine smile of peace. Despite his former mass murder of most of the youngest son of the Baal family's peerage, something which would have made anyone more sane feel guilt, instead he just felt nothing, and the only emotion he felt was the calmness he got from watching the moon, though the reason why he felt calm for looking at was a special one, as it involved Moria, or rather it involved the memory of him and her meeting for the first time. A slight creak sounded in the doorway, making Issei's tail jolt violently to the side, before calming itself again. A sign to the person hiding in his blind spot to be wary of what they intend to do or say. Another creak was heard, then another, and then the final one, before the sound of someone Issei hadn't talked to in a long time came from the now Regentist person. Issei, Falbium said, his voice cold and stern, yet it still contained a hidden ember of an inferno of the hatred he held for the man in front of him. Falbium. What an honor, for you to come and find me. Issei said sarcastically, though despite his sarcasm at the part of Falbium coming, since he had suspected he would come to take revenge, but he did feel honored that he had come. He respected him. Shut your mouth, monster. I have come here only to ask if you're willing to surrender, and if not, then suddenly in his left hand a long spiked chain of black metal appeared, easily over 10 meters long. Then I am more than willing to put you down right here, right now, Falbium said, as he let go of the head of the chain and let it hit the floor, breaking it open with a loud crack. Issei kept quiet and instead watched the moon for a bit longer, as he thought over his response carefully, before speaking. What would Moria want me to do? Issei said, fully aware of the reaction it would have from Falbium, who had without any warning made the chain break through the floor and fly right to the left side of his head, as a warning shot. Don't speak her name, you don't have the right and never did, Falbium said, before yanking the chain back and catching its head in his right hand. Fine, just wonder what you might think she would have said, Issei said as he finally turned towards Falbium, revealing his slowly transforming body, as his black scowls and purple eyes began to set in. Falbium didn't fear the sight of this, nor had he ever feared Issei. I believe she wanted to still be alive, he said, before letting go of the head and beginning to swing the head around on his left side, before getting into a fighting stance. He knew his magical abilities were useless against Issei, thanks to his draconic body, so he had decided to train with a martial weapon, since he knew Issei's body might not be beatable via only magic, but he could still beat him with his own raw strength plus his weapon, that had been made of the underworld metals. I guess you're right about that, but still Issei's body didn't stop after his more human-like dragon form had taken over, as his legs and tail slowly began to fuse and then his arms and torso began to as well. She loved me. And I loved her, so don't you ever deny me the right to say her name. Issei roared, making the building crumble, which led it to begin to fall apart, with the dead bodies and broken furniture all falling into the many holes and rifts beginning to appear. Falbium teleported out of the house and into the air above, spreading his wings and extending his weapon, as he watched Issei grow to never-before-seen lengths. His body had always extended at his biggest form to about 50 or so meters, but this body was well over 100 meters, with a head 4 times as big as Falbium's entire body. I will not let you deny me my right to mine and her love for each other, ever. Issei roared, though now his voice sounded more like an echo, as the land around them shook at the mere sound of his voice, not to mention how it bent under his weight. Falbium had never seen a dragon this size before. Only Great Red and Ophis could beat him in size. It made him just hover for a bit, and watch in awe at the size and power the young man he once knew had achieved. But this feeling of awe soon after vanished as his mind reminded him of the duty he had to his people, and the crimes he needed to punish Issei for having done. Just because you're big now, doesn't mean you will win. Size doesn't equal ultimate power. Now then, let's get this over with, he said, before flying straight at him with the chain flying right behind, though it didn't look like it had done before. Not only was it longer now, but it now had 4 extra heads attached to it. Issei, in response to Falbium flying towards him, began to slide her as fast as he could, opening his huge mouth as much as he could, ready to swallow him up in a single bite. But before that could happen... Stop! Drake roared out, making the two stop dead in their tracks, both surprised at Drake's sudden appearance, even if it was through a small gem on Issei's forehead. Both of you stop this nonsense. Neither of you need to die. Not for this massive misunderstanding, Drake shouted, before beginning to inhale air at a massive rate, not knowing that he could actually become so exhausted just by digging through memories. Both of the other two were confused as to what Drake could possibly mean by a misunderstanding, making them look each other in the eyes, hoping that one of them knew the answer to this sudden and weirdly timed puzzle. What do you mean by a misunderstanding, Drake? What could I have possibly misunderstood? Falbium asked, almost becoming at the last part since he felt like Drake was trying to say he had misunderstood his own daughter's death, but he managed to contain himself for the time being. The death of Moria Asman Lendal was not caused by Issei, it was by Albion himself, Drake said. All 3 of them went quiet after that, as Issei and Falbium both looked at each other, both in utter and never-before-seen surprise evident in both of them. Albion? Present time, Underworld. Like I said, he will pay for his crimes. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a meeting regarding Issei punishment I need to attend to. Goodbye for now, Falbium said before turning away from Venelina's older brother, and using magic to make Issei float after him. The two headed over to a corner of the Baal Heir's living room, before Falbium made a teleportation circle to Lilith Castle, or more specifically into his office. The whole room and the now mostly filled bedroom of Head of the Gregoris were all left in silence, as no one knew what to say. Only the sound of Xiaticus disciplining Graphia in another room could be heard, mixed with the sounds of quiet sobs from Venelana and Milikas. I will leave you to your family, dear sister. We can talk about Rias'S later. Goodbye for now. The communication circle disappeared from its place in front of Venelana, who could only begin to cry as she covered her head in her arms, not caring for how she looked. She didn't give 2 craps about maintaining her look as a fine and orderly duchess. Now she could only cry as mother and as a sister could, as she had lost one important person in her life too quickly and was sure that she was going to lose another one again soon. Milikas sat beside her, hugging her arm tightly as he too kept sobbing over the sad news, but even more than that, he was confused since he didn't understand what Issei had done to deserve this. Rias'S Peerage had all left to sit in and watch Xiaticus discipline Graphia, besides Asia and Akeno, as the two hadn't celebrated the news at all. Asia had begun to cry a bit as well, fearing what Rias might do to her mainly, but also at the fact that she would lose the only person in the whole world who shared her blood and family with her. and Akeno was rather unsure herself by why she hadn't joined Grafia when she had begun to dance around happily, as she was sure she hated him. She did hate him. Who wouldn't hate the person who ruined her family and killed her mother? But yet, when she saw the sad eyes Rias'S family all had, she couldn't do it. It hadn't made it better when she had noticed Asia crying along with them. Even if her sobs were much smaller, it was still real. She couldn't hurt her, not while she was already down. That wouldn't be right, and it wouldn't give her the right to judge Issei for his actions. Because if she was happy at her friend's loss of family, then could she really say she and Issei were that different? My little poor boy. Why did this all have to happen? Why couldn't you have been? Venelana jolted slightly, as Rias touched her arm, stopping her from saying another word. He tried, Mom. Rias said softly, for once not acting, or at least not as much as she normally would. She was still trying to act and look like the perfect girl. On her face were small, yet still wet stains of her tears. He tried every day to be better, despite what it might have looked like. He was trying his best. I know he was, Rias said before falling onto her knees while clutching the ends of her mother night dress, almost ripping it apart with how strong her grip was. Like if she let go it would mean she had lost everything. Venelana didn't say anything in return, but simply placed her left hand on Rias'S hanging head, slightly patting her head as she used to when Rias had been younger. No words needed to be shared, as the thankful gesture of her mother was more than enough for Rias in her already overly emotional state that she had entered. It was going to be rough for them. Underworld, Lilith Castle, many of the most powerful beings in the Devil faction had all gathered, inside one of the many gathering halls, all to discuss a problem that Falbium had. Said problem was how to deal with Issei. It's simple, we should just kill him. Easy solution. A few of them were saying, while others talked of simply sealing him away, since just killing him would be a waste of power, not to mention that he had an almost unknown amount of power hidden inside of him. But what if just set him free? A single person asked, a red-haired man of much renown and one of the current Devil Kings. Sirzex Lucifer had already been politely weakened a lot by this whole case, since some now believed he was just as guilty as Issei was of killing a few members of the old Devil Council's family members and their peerage. He stood almost entirely alone in the large room, with only Seraphal and a jug standing by his side, but mainly on the premise of them all being friends. He could hear many of the other people, who had their eyes on him with disrespectful gazes and untrusting looks, as they all began to talk and berate him in their own little groups. He just hung his head low, as he felt their words were right, yet he still felt angry that they had to say them out loud. It felt like they were only here to mock him, not to pass judgment on Issei and the tragedy he had caused in the last few weeks. But luckily, before anyone could say any more lies, and a few truths about him, the giant curtains that had covered where Issei obviously was being held, drew to each side and showed Falbium and Issei on the stage. Issei was chained and sealed to a small cage, where he was standing up with much difficulty as the roof was too low for him. Everyone's focus landed on him, the many chains that held him in place and his angry glare, that he was sending each and every one of them. A few dared to speak up, some even mocking him loud enough for him to hear them, while a few others simply asked why he was still even alive. Ladies and gentlemen, I called you all here, so that we can as a faction and species, pass judgment onto Issei Hijoski Gregori for all his both past and present crimes against our people. Falbium spoke up, breaking off all the many groups who spoke quietly in the mass of important devils, as each watched and listened to him, awaiting what level of punishment would be passed onto Issei. A few words were shared between some of the devils, as they each voiced what they felt was the right kind of punishment for him, with others agreeing or adding their own and much more extreme punishments. Issei just watched them do it, as he listened in with a new and creepy look in his eyes, as he watched each person who whispered the possible worst punishments against him. Almost like he was noting who they were and how they looked, for future use. As the leader and founder of the Justice Department of our faction, I have learned to tell truth and lies from each other, as well as judge people on the simple basis of them being innocent until proven otherwise. As such, I have dug through many of our department's files on Issei, as well as his other alias, Veda's Ahi, to find all known info on him. He slowly raised his hand up, with a single piece of paper standing up with the help of his thumb supporting it. The whole room's energy shifted, as many of the people that were gathered there felt uneasy with this lack of documentation. Falbium made a quick smirk, before regaining his former neutral expression, and began reading the single piece of paper up. As is stated on this one singular piece of paper, that I and many of my Peerage's members have worked hard to find, is that no one or thing in our faction goes by the name Issei Hijaski, nor Veda's Ahi. So this person right here, Falbium pointed towards Issei, with everyone's eyes following slowly and worriedly along, all wondering where he was going with this, does in fact not exist in any document, paper, or any informative form that is deemed valid by devil law. The whole room went silent, as his words began to slowly set in, and in one fell swoop, they all knew what he had done, and none of them were happy with it. Only a few. Many yelled out in objection to this statement, others began to fight with the guards standing in front of the stage, as they tried to get to Falbium, wanting to know what was wrong with him. He watched them all with a stern expression, having known that this loophole would make them react negatively, yet still he was head of the Justice Department, and he knew he needed to fulfill his duties correctly and unbiasedly. Now everyone, I am not saying that he doesn't exist, as we can all plainly see he is sitting in that very cage. But what I am saying is that his identity is not that of his false and self-given name, as either of them were ever his real one. Falbium said, even earning Issei attention as he had previously just waited for this whole show to be over with. But now, after that last bombshell and this next one was just around the corner, he couldn't help but pay attention to what Falbium had to say. Thanks to our alliance with the Angel faction and Fallen Angel faction, I have been given a few documents pertaining to both this person here, as well as others of similar identical confusion. He raised another piece of paper, this one being laced with a fine and thin line of gold around the corners, with heavy and deep writing on it, making it almost be mirrored on the blank side of it. On this piece of paper, that was handed to me by Lord Michael himself, it states that the person we all know as Issei Hijaski, or in some cases as Veda's Ahi, is in fact Lucian Argento. He stopped and watched as the whole room went up in flames, not literally, but still. Nobles began to yell and scream, demanding that this all to just be a joke made by Falbium himself. Others tried to fire magic at him, which a juk from behind the crowd cancelled out or sent back at the attackers, before having them apprehended. He is a member of a formerly prominent church-controlled dragon slayer family, and as such is not and never has been within our right to judge him, as per the Devil, Angel, and Fallen Peace Treaty contract. He will be handed over to the Angels, and will be banned from ever entering our territory unannounced again. Falbium didn't even wait for the crowd, as he hit the small wooden circle on the panel with a small hammer, making his judgment absolute and done. No longer could he or any of them touch Issei, as he was now of this moment a member of the Church, and thereby the Angel faction. Human World, Vatican City, a normal site in the great and holy center of the Christian belief, and the Church's main base of operations, would be an almost eerie quiet with only the bells of the many towers, and the nearly heavenly birds singing, accompanied by sights many would never believe had been built by humans. That was the normal sight of this most holy city, but today's sight was a bit of an eyesore, as the main cathedral's view of the sun had been blocked by a giant iron cage, with 4 angels carrying said cage. Inside of it was a massive black snake-like dragon, with purple lines on small parts of its body, with even a bit of gold shining on it whenever the sun just happened to touch it. Many people, mainly exorcists and high priests, had come out to see what this visit from the angels was all about, with even a few high-ranking members of the church being there. Cardinal priest and the best holy warrior of his time, Vasco Strata, had even come out to see what this was all about, with him being accompanied by a folk of soldiers in training. A bright light formed itself in front of the cage, making a few people have to cover their eyes. As it vanished, a feminine voice was heard before her body was then shortly after seen. I, Gabriel of the 4 archangels of heaven, have come to you today with good news. She hovered slowly downwards, with all of the clergy almost upon the mentioning of her name, bowing in respect to her. She giggled a bit at their respectful gesture, before pointing towards Vasco, signaling him to raise. Vasco, faithful and ever-ready priest of the church, I have brought you a new member to your order of dragon slayers. Vasco became confused by her friendly words, as he felt that if she had brought him a new dragon slayer, then he should have seen one by now. He had only seen a. Is that dragon? That new dragon slayer you speak of, my lady? Gabriel simply nodded her head, smiling at him gently. Yes, he is the very same I speak of. He is of a rather interesting heritage, if I dare say so myself. She nudged to how he, unlike any currently known or historical dragon slayers, looked and was a dragon. A grave sin for a dragon slayer, as written into their very soul from birth, is to befriend or even worse be romantically involved with the dragon, as a child of that kind could only bring ruin with its birth. But, my lady, we can't accept him as he betrays the very core of a dragon slayer's duties. I am sorry, and I apologize deeply, my lady. But I simply can't let him join. He stopped. Almost everyone did, as a cold chill ran over the whole area and a deep growl followed it. Vasco looked up to see a single big, deep purple eye looking at him intently, like it was seeing right through his skin and was trying to find his heart. He almost on pure instinct jumped backwards, covering his exposed chest with his muscular arms, and watched the dragon with full focus. Once again, Gabriel simply giggles a bit at his action, before flying upwards to the side of the dragon's head, gaining its attention. Lucian, we talked about this. You can't just glare at people like you used to. You're a member of the church now and need to act like one, okay? She said sweetly, talking to the dragon in a weirdly friendly tone that still held a sense of sterns or maybe even motherly nature to it. It really only served to confuse the many believers down below, and make Lucian stop glaring at Vasco and just watch Gabriel. Good boy, now let me finish my talk with Mr. Strato here, and then we can go and get you settled into your new home, okay? Her request was met with a less than happy grunt, but she took it for what little agreement it was, and just ignored his rude actions. She turned back towards the people below, her friendly smile making them almost forget the rather spine-chilling experience earlier. Vasco had slowly, with a bit of embarrassment, walked back to his former position, not wanting his brothers and sister in faith to be discouraged by his dishonorable actions. I apologize for that. He has been rather moody since we left Hell 2 days ago, but trust me, he will come around sooner or later. So I hope that, until then, you will try to guide him and teach him how to be a proper dragon slayer. You will do that, right, Mr. Strato? She asked softly, feeling a bit guilty that she had to leave them with Lucian, since he was a bit of a mouthful. But she tried to assure herself that with Vasco around nothing too bad would happen. Vasco, not really seeing any way for him to decline in a nice or even proper way, decided that for now he would watch over this dragon slayer. He bowed deeply again, taking a deep breath as he felt he was either about to make the single biggest mistake in his whole life or go through a rather meaningful part of his life and teach this clearly confused child how to grow up. I shall do as you ask of me, Lady Gabrielle. I vow in the name of our Lord, in the name of our Father in heaven, and in the name of his Son, Jesus. Amen. The whole area around him joined him, as they all each as well said amen, all agreeing to his vow with Lady Gabrielle being this vow's witness. Good, then I shall leave him in your capable hands, once I am done with him for the day. May you all be blessed, amen. In a bright and quick golden light, both her, the other 4 angels and the cage with Lucian in it, all vanished, leaving the many believers to wonder what their lives might be like from now on. Only time would tell, as they now needed to 1. Figure out who this member of the Dragon Slayer group under Vasco was, and how he had any ties to the underworld, since normally one wouldn't think a Dragon Slayer, who's a part of the church, would spend too much time in a place that is outside of their main area of duty. The next day, Italy Argento Villa, inside one of the many still uncleaned and unfurnished rooms of this historic villa, sat Issei, or as he had to call himself now, Lucian, and ate a piece of bread with a glass of wine in a room that looked to be an old study. He wasn't alone in there either, as Vasco stood across from him near a black board he had found standing in a corner with a blanket over it. Issei watched the old man with a bored and tired expression, since he had been woken up quite early in his opinion, hence why his face was also filled with bruises, since no dragon wakes up by order of anyone else but themselves. Vasco was in a similar physical state of being wounded, though his early morning battle scars looked more like the ones a cat owner would get from a feisty young cat they had just bought, which was a rather fitting metaphor for Lucian in Vasco's opinion. An old clock in the room rang 12, making Issei groan, as this would usually be the time where he would think about waking up, but that had been made impossible thanks to his new path in life as a member of the church. Now he had to wake up at 6 or 8 in the morning. So then, Lucian, I assume Lady Gabrielle told you of the schedule for today? Vasco asked, waking Issei from his tired thoughts and half-assed eating of this boring piece of bread, grunting as a sort of response, though if it was positive or not, Vasco didn't really know, but he decided to just continue. Well, the plan has been changed. You will be taking a few classes on yours and other important Dragon Slayer family's history today, then a quick class on proper manners, and then I'll take you to meet them tonight, at Holy Brothers Hall, Vasco said, writing each of his points down on the board, with both him and Issei having to almost crush their teeth with how sharp-sounding the board had become, when it was touching chalk. But why? I thought they already knew who I was, so why would I need to meet them? Issei asked, though his words were a bit muffled by the loaf of bread that was stuck between his more draconic teeth, an after effect of his fight with Vasco. Vasco just sighed, knowing that saying what he believed to be true would be gossip, or worse yet slander, which was nearly the same as lying, but he felt it would be okay to explain to Issei what he believed the reason behind this sudden shift plans was. It seems that your grand arrival yesterday didn't go over too well with high-ranking members of the church. Only myself and a handful of others are willing to help the angels with this, he explained, earning a slightly intrigued nod from Issei, before it was ruined as he gulped down the entire glass and bottle of wine. So what, those the Pope not like me being here or what? If not for his many years of training, and his ways of venting and using his emotions in a more productive way, Vasco would have been much more physically surprised than his face currently showed. But as that surprise shortly settled, he became a bit relieved that his new student seemed to be used to this kind of inner diplomacy, since he had hit the nail right on the head with his statement. Yes, the Pope is rather unhappy with your presence, and thus wants to make people see you as a danger, so he can remove you from the Vatican without much trouble, Vasco explained, before taking out a big book from his bag he had with him. He placed the book on the table Issei sat on, before opening it up to a page Issei knew quite well, the ED section of Important Figures in the Supernatural World, collection 1530 AD. Issei couldn't help but chuckle a little bit just from seeing it, since he saw his birth name, or at least the one he had always thought was his, as one of the first things when Vasco opened up the ED section. What's so funny, young man? Do you think evil dragons are a joke? Vasco asked, his voice sounding stern and serious, not knowing who he had just asked, as he only saw him as an experiment of a former leader of the Argento clan. Issei just looked at him calmly, his purple eyes flickering for just a moment, before placing his right middle finger on the first name, and slowly sliding it all the way down. No, of course not. I would never dare make a joke about those monsters, Issei calmly said, since he really wouldn't make a joke about them, maybe besides Grendel and Apophis, but besides those two he wouldn't. I see. Anyways, you will probably hear a few of the other families talking about them tonight, mainly because of each of their house's vows. You do know what a house vow is, right? Issei shook his head, himself being a bit confused to what this vow was, since he for all his many years of life had never heard anything like that. He was a bit surprised, since he had thought he knew most of the things that was needed to know about dragon slayers, but here he was actually being taught something he didn't know. Vasco seemed to smile a bit at his response, feeling he finally found something that the young dragon in front of him didn't know for once. Well, it is a vow much like any other, but instead of a single person seeking to live by it or accomplish it, an entire family has to live up to it or do it, Vasco explained, before he began writing down a few names and something beneath each of those names. Issei stood up a bit just to see what he was writing. He could only see 2 names, though he was sure there were at least 3, but he couldn't see the last thanks to Vasco's broad and muscular body. Dandelions and are strong. Must be other dragon slayer families. Issei thought, as he sat down again and continued to chew on his bread, finding it to be quite the Chang'elin. The House of Dandelions, Clan are strong, and House Argento, each of these have a house vow of a similar kind. Namely, killing one of the few remaining evil dragons in the world. Vasco stated, before moving to the side and showing the thing he had written underneath each name, which made Issei a bit surprised. The dandelions seemed to think highly of themselves, since underneath their name stood Crom Crouch as their target. An impressive and widely known evil dragon and the unofficial third heavenly dragon and king of all evil dragons. Issei smirked a bit, finding their arrogance to be rather humorous. Though the same could be said for the Arstrong, since they had targeted Apophis the second-hand man or dragon to Crom. It made him think that these two families had a similar relationship, like their two targets had. Quite funny, isn't it? But don't say that to them tonight, since they take this very seriously and will not tolerate anyone speaking ill of it. Vasco said before pointing his finger towards the name under Argento and directed Issei's attention towards the name. His name. I am sure that you know of the evil dragon king, Vitra, right? Well, thanks to his sudden death by Indra, your family changed their vow to killing his son, Veda's Ahi, instead as payback for not being able to kill Vritra and to avenge the mother of that cursed child, since she had been forcibly made to birth that child. Vasco said sternly, before looking over at Issei, who seemed relaxed and calm on the outside, but inside he was trying to decide if he was angry, sad, or was about to die of laughter from this. I am supposed to kill myself? What a great joke. Time skip, Vatican, Holy Brothers Hall. Oh, I can't wait to see how the other families will react when they meet him. What do you think will happen, Lord Dulio? Irina asked, as she looked over to her fellow guard and joker of the same deck, Dulio. He just sent her a calm smile, before looking back at the many rows of food stood upon tables, with nobles and great warriors all standing around and talking. He had a hungry look in his eyes, not that that was new, since all he ever really did was eat, at least when he wasn't guarding the sacred tree in the Garden of Paradise. I think that table over there is calling my name, since it seems to have been abandoned by God, and needs a little holy loving an eye before he could run off, forsack his duties and leave poor little Irina on her own. He was grabbed by a strong man, namely his former mentor, Vasco. Where do you think you're going, Sonny? Vasco asked, his normally kind yet stern voice gone, and in its place was only disappointment from his former student's continued path of gluttony and sin. Oh, I was just about to show Irina-chan around, right, Irina? Right. He asked, almost begged, even as Irina looked at the two with a bewildered look, since she didn't understand what was so wrong with her senior angel's obvious need to eat. Then again, she had only met him today and didn't know he was an infamous glutton. Right, what he says is true. So please spare him for now, Lord Strato-sama. Irina asked respectfully, even bowing slightly. Vasco shrugs his shoulders, knowing that this young angel had yet to know of her senior's rampant eating addiction, so he would let it go for today. Plus, he also knew that this mission they had been sent here to do was going to be rather stressful, at least from his perspective, since he had been trying his hardest to teach Issei how to behave himself for the last 6 hours. Fine, you gave that food some of your holy loving, but don't let that interfere with your duties, and especially not tonight. The two angels looked confused at the old man, as his tone and facial expression seemed to dampen the mood. His warning hadn't been overly clear, especially since he didn't want the other people around them to have more reasons to dislike Issei. The two angels gave each other a quick glance, before looking back at Vasco. Is that new dragon slayer really that strong? Dulio asked, receiving a stern nod from Vasco, who then looked towards Irina with a knowing look. You should know that if you read the report made by Lord Michael, and your junior here. Vasco said, directing Dulio to look towards Irina, who just smiled nicely. Though underneath it, she was hoping that Vasco wouldn't have brought that up, since what she and Michael that night was quite scary in her opinion. Yes, he is very capable, and also quite who is that woman next to Issei, I mean Lucian? Irina asked, her slight fright of that night gone and her surprise at what she, and now everyone else in the hall, saw coming out of the main entrance. On the right came out a tall and slender man, with long black and purplish hair, with a deep crimson-red coat, with gold outlines on it. It was Issei who was standing, that was clear as daylight to Irina, but there was something about him now with how he looked, that made her feel weird for looking at him. But while he made her feel something she hadn't felt before, she could clearly tell what she felt when she looked at the woman standing to him. A tall, small-chested, yet still mature woman with long, shallow aquatic green-like hair that reached her lower thigh. Not that she or anyone else could see them, thanks to her sleeves and hip-grabbing dress she wore. It was a darker green than her hair, making Irina for a moment think she had just walked into the room. She had a bracelet on her right arm that looked a bit like a multi-headed snake, or maybe seaweed with eyes. She had deep red eyes that seemed to flicker for a moment, and resembled snake eyes for that short moment. She was beautiful, that was undeniable to everyone in the room, which was probably part of the reason why they were all so quiet. But to Irina, Dulio, Vasco and a few other keen-eyed guests, she was clearly dangerous. In introducing Lord Lucian Argento, of Clan Argento, and his personal guest, Lady Yamada of the Eastern Sea, a young man called out, before he practically cowered into a small ball, as the couple of mostly unknown origin began to walk down the stairs together. Lady Yamada held on to Issei's right arm, with her left arm being coiled around his right, with her right hand holding loosely onto his left hand. She managed to walk in a mostly fully forward-facing stance, with Lucian doing the same, but her head was mostly directed toward him, as she seemed to talk to him, with him barely responding back from what Irina and the others could see. "What's going on here? Do you know who that person might be, Irina?" asked Dulio, with Vasco wondering the same, though he felt that he had heard her name somewhere before. Irina just kept looking at the pair, her eyes scanning them to see another flicker of this disguise she now knew they had on them. For a moment she and the woman made eye contact, and again she saw that snaky red eye, but this time it looked at her. An unspoken threat. "I don't know who she is, but I know that she is dangerous." "Really dangerous," Irina said, with the two others nodding their heads, their own suspicions agreeing with her statement. Flashback, 15 minutes earlier, inside one of the few dressing rooms of Holy Brothers Hall, on a lone and rather bitten and scratched chair, sat Issei with his long hair on his lap and a brush in his right hand. He was painstakingly trying to brush and clean his normally badly kept hair, by order of Vasco. He also wore a crimson-red coat, with slight gold outlinings, which was a staple of the Argentos thanks to their inherently golden hair, something he didn't share with them. It also had the mark of his family on the back of it. It was a gold pattern ring, with a shield with 4 different-looking plates, each showing a different figurative symbol of what the Argentos believe in. On his right hand, underneath the long coat sleeve, was also a silver cuff he had been given by Gabrielle, to keep his powers at a minimum and block his connection with the boosted gear for the next few weeks. He suddenly threw the brush away, as his hard labor seemed to amount to nothing as he finally realized he had really long hair. "Why do I have to do this shit? I don't even want to be a part of the ING church. Why couldn't they just have killed me? Or even ING sealed me? Why Falbium? Why?" Issei roared out into the empty, before calming down again and looking angrily at the broken wooden brush lying on the floor. "Cheap garbage," he mumbled, before standing up and stretching a bit, as he prayed for one of the dragon gods to kill him, so he could avoid this bullshit party. Instead, he got a feminine and almost patronizing giggle from the nearby window, followed by a familiar and somewhat haunting voice. "Why did he exile you to this dump?" "Good question, my dear Issei." "Oh, wait, I am supposed to call you Lucian now, right, dear?" Yamada said, before walking slowly over towards Issei, as she and him both noticed each of their weirdly fine clothing. Issei chuckled a bit at the rather fine dress the many-headed evil dragoness was wearing, while she rolled her eyes and giggled as she saw the infamous son of Vritra, wearing very royal-looking human clothes. Each of these laughs were noticed by the other, awakening a dragon's most precious treasure, their rather weak egos. "Hey, what the hell are you laughing at?" they each yelled at the other, before both of them just growled slightly, either finding their weird little two-man show they had going to be fun. Well, I just think it's amusing how you think that just wearing your own skin as a dress is acceptable. Not to mention that hideous color. Issei spat at her, not wanting to lose to her in this verbal fight he had just started. But Yamada was like that too, and she wouldn't back down from him insulting her beautiful scales. Well, I could say the same for you. It seems your human side has finally taken over. I mean, just look at you, half-breed. You wear their clothes, use their tools, and smell like their soft and weak bodies. Yamada spat right back, even sending him an evil little smirk, revealing for a moment her snaky tongue. Issei growled briefly, finding this conversation too useless and uninteresting already. He had noticed this happening a lot lately, with him losing interest in things almost as soon as they had begun, from either boredom or a sudden lack of desire to further it, he didn't know. But he did know that he just wanted this to be over already. Why are you here, Yamada? Does Crom not have anything for you to do, or is this his way of saying, you up? Issei asked, his tone sounding bored and uncaring, much to Yamada's surprise since she had always known him to be quite an aggressive being, unlikely to ever back down from a fight. She looked at him for a moment, wondering where that being had gone off to, since she could only see this slightly bored and uncaring being in his place. She moved slowly over towards him, reaching her right hand up towards him hopingly, with him barely batting an eye at her action. Not even when she held his right cheek did he seem to care, only finding her actions uncomfortable at best. What happened to you, dear? Did these humans break you? Or was it those devils? Come on, you can tell me, can't you, Issei? She asked softly, her tongue striking out again, as she tightened her hold on his cheek with him barely acknowledging it. He scuffed a bit after, mainly because of the nickname she had used, as it made him remember something he would have liked to forget. I am fine, Yam. She placed her left middle finger on his lips, interrupting him. He could taste the salty sea water, and the few remaining scales of dead fish on her surprisingly soft finger. Call me Yami, like you used to, Issei? She asked, as she slowly came closer to him, her body only being a few inches away from his. He pushed her hands off of him weakly, but still with enough force to make her let go, before his and her eyes met fully and as they truly were. You always do this. Acting like you and I have something special together, when we don't, and then go on to barely remember me whenever you talk with the others. I will never call you by that name, got that, Yamada? Issei demanded, his deep growling amusing the woman a bit, as she could see her Issei was still alive and well, somewhere in this shadow of his former self. She couldn't help herself from wanting to see more of it, of his true self, so her mind went to the one thought she knew would rile him up the most. A diabolic smirk was drawn on her face, as her body began to become bubbly, with her hair shorting and her dress falling apart, showing her body. Her skin became a lighter tone, with her hair becoming white and her eyes becoming as blue as the sky. Her body barely changed, only making herself a bit shorter than before and adding a bit of size to her chest, but nothing else. She watched him, happily in fact, as his clear anger and disgust tried to pierce her from his brightly shining purple eyes, as he watched her show off the body of his first true love. Moria. Look at that, I forget how much bigger her were compared to mine, but at least we share a similar but, now don't we, as in the blink of an eye. Issei had his now much more dragon-looking hands and claws around her neck, with his other pointed towards her stomach, as he glared at her with all the rage he could gather. Yamada just looked at him with an amused look, as she smirked pridefully, liking what she was seeing. A true evil dragon adores strength, so when one of the opposite overpowers them with strength, they can't help but feel a slight interest in said being. She carelessly put her legs around his stomach, as she tried to pull him towards her hips. Stop it, right now, Yamada, or else I will. He became flustered, not knowing what to do as his options were quite and rather unfortunately limited. Either he killed her right now, and would then have to deal with the many dragon slayers gathered here, or he made her change back and leave. But before he could come up with a second option to deal with her, she beat him to it, in a sense. He felt her slimy, rough and almost acidically sweet tongue touch his lips. Or what? You're gonna kill me? Me like you did back then and give me another child? She asked, almost challenging even as she licked his chin for a brief moment, before resting up against the wall, while breathing with an excited tempo. But she should have chosen her words a bit more carefully, since now Issei knew what to use against her. "Or I will kill that little thing you call a daughter, Yami," he said, as he sent her an even more evil smile than the one she had been sending him. Her face became surprised, before it became angry and changed back to her real face, making Issei let go of her neck. "You bastard! How dare you! She is your daughter. How could you even say such a thing?" she yelled, as now she held her hands around his throat, with her eyes glaring at him with all the motherly rage she could feel at this moment. Issei just smirked, feeling a sort of balance had been returned between the two. "Then never do that shit in front of me again, Yamada. Or else, that little thing will finally get to meet its papa," Issei said threateningly, but with a tone of absolute calm and relaxed smile as he watched Yamada slowly retract her hands, while glaring at him angrily. Present time ballroom. As the people in the hall began to gather themselves again, so too did their lack of comments. Many of them made simple remakes to Issei's choice of clothes, him being a stain for the Argento family, and so on. But a few made much more mean-spirited ones. "A dragon among us, holy warrior? What a joke! By God, I can smell him all the way over here. He must obviously not bathe, like us humans. What a beast!" Comments like that and so on, which Issei ignored as he somewhat hiddenly dragged Yamada with him, over towards Strato and the two angels. "What the hell do you think that hell-lot with him is? Some other beast? My, even the beast can find love, or maybe he forced her to be here." A few others commented as they looked judgingly at the couple, who they unknowingly have offended a few times already, since if they had listened and not ignored them, they would have seen the real beasts that they are. "Mr. Vasco, well met, and who might these two be?" Issei asked, as he and Yamada reached the small group, who all three still eyed the woman worriedly. Issei noticed this, not that it was hard to, and tried to snap his fingers in front of them, which seemed to regain their attention. "Hello? Are you listening? Who are these two? Some special guards or something?" Issei asked, a bit energetically, as he eyed them both with a suspicious stare. The trio all regained their focus, directing it towards their original target, before Vasco began to introduce the two angels. "This is Irina-chan, a member of Lord Michael's deck. And this here is Delio, my former student, and another member of the same deck as Irina." Vasco introduced the two briefly, keeping his voice lowered so as to not give the many onlookers more things to gossip about. Issei just nodded his head, as he looked them over for a bit, seeing their obvious strength. Especially the young man, Delio. He could feel he too had a sacred gear, and a powerful one to boot. It made him find slight interest in him, but those things could wait for now, as he made eye contact with Vasco briefly and could practically hear the words in his head, from just the look alone. "Who is that woman and why is she here?" "A good question, old man," Issei thought, before moving a bit to the side, turning himself halfway towards her, making it look like he was presenting her to the others. "This is fine. This woman here is Yamada. She's also a dragon. Let's just leave it at that." It wasn't overly obvious to the three church members, or the others around them listening in, but the look in Issei's eyes as he looked at Yamada told a very strange story of their relationship. One in which neither really liked the other, but could still put up with each other if they needed to. This story was only more solidified by the sarcasm Issei used while talking about her, as he acted like he didn't what she was to him, while having a tone that hinted at some kind of relationship. Yamada's slight glare towards him didn't help to debunk this theory. But his mention of her being the same race as him had been a dead giveaway from the moment they all saw her. As all humans know, supernatural beings are supernatural beauties. And the stronger they are, and even sometimes just depending on their race, that beauty can reach godlike levels. So her standing next to someone everyone already knew was a dragon, who looked objectively like the king of models, with her own beauty being able to rival his, if not overpower it, it was clear she too was a dragon and a strong one at that. "You little worm, you could at least say my full name to these little douse, and their mad flock of lizard slayers," Yamada said, irritated with Issei's lack of respect for her, also as a way to vent a bit of her pent-up annoyance from everyone speaking behind their backs, like they couldn't hear them. And her own disrespectful comment didn't go without being criticized by the many lizard slayers around them. So? I don't hear you saying my full name, titles or anything either, so why should I, Weeb Hydra? Issei spat back, before looking back at the trio in front and surprisingly bowing a bit with his head, before showing off his little smug smirk. I am so sorry for her rude behavior. She is not normally around so many people and just tends to expect people to do whatever she demands of them. Issei joked, showing off his sharp teeth as he grinned widely, while looking at Yamada with a condescending look in his violet eyes. She sent back one of annoyance back, as she didn't like his disrespectful tone, but couldn't totally deny his point on her wanting people to do as she wants. But that was kind of normal for an evil dragon. Even he had this kind of thought in his head from time to time. Their little talk about respect was short-lived, thankfully, as a group of 4 people neared the 2 guests of honor. All 5 of them looked their way as they stopped only a meter or so away from Issei. The church trio knew who these people were, as did everyone else except for the 2 dragons, who just looked slightly annoyed at the group of redheads, finding their presence to be irritating for some reasons. Like a fly that you couldn't quite hit. But Issei also for a moment thought that one of them was Rias, thanks to her similar long red hair and voluptuous body, that her yellow dress's open front didn't help to hide. But as soon as their eyes met, he spotted her bright yellow orbs, making it painfully obvious she wasn't Rias. But it also made him spot the weird similarities that all these people shared: redhead, yellow eyes and yellow clothing. They were all members of the same family, that was obvious. But which one wondered about Issei, since he had kind of skipped out on remembering what Vasco had said about the different families' physical appearance. But he didn't need to worry about that too much, as the leader of the little group and probably the oldest of them all, reached out with one hand while smiling friendly. The name's Albert Dandelion, oldest son and heir to the House of Dandelions. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lucian Argento, Albert said, his voice sounding calm and friendly. His posture was pretty good too, since Issei just kept looking at his open hand for a bit, before grabbing it and shaking it courtly. Lucian Argento, head of House Argento and Dragon Slayer in training, Issei said back, trying to act as courtly as he could to not receive a lecture about tomorrow from Vasco. Albert nodded a bit speedily, before letting go and turning to the side, as to start presenting his family, which he shortly did. These fine people here are my younger siblings. My younger brother, Martin, my youngest brother Luther and my older sister, Rebecca, he said, pointing towards each of them respectfully, as he watched them all closely like he was making sure none of them would do anything wrong. Issei could almost not help himself from not laughing at how obviously planned out this was, since it was clear that behind Albert, Martin and Luther's eyes were all obvious hints of egotistical kids who looked down on him for being a dragon. He would even bet that if he said something rude, then they would all say something like he'd have to respect his elders, which would just be hilarious in his opinion, since he was currently the second oldest being in this room. What a lovely group of siblings you have here, can't say I don't envy you. You all look alike and seem to do well with each other, which is not something I can say for myself and my siblings, Issei said, more as an off-topic comment and also to see how they would react to this bit of gossip. He couldn't lie to himself and say he didn't like their poor attempt to hide their obvious superiority complex that he saw for a quick glimpse in their eyes. But still, he had to act courtly and introduce his gusset, so his fun had to stop for now. And a new one should take its place. Oh, where are my manners? I almost forgot to introduce my kinwoman here. He turned towards Yamada, acting almost like he was actually worried about it. This beautiful multi-headed snake beast of a woman is the mother of a very special child, my child. Her name is Yamada no Orochi, the evil dragoness of venom. Issei just casually put out there, as he reveled in the looks of shock and horror from all the onlookers, the 2 mostly human groups and the satisfied look on Yamada's face. Normally one would think that saying you or someone next to you is an evil dragon, in front of an entire hall filled with dragon slayers, would be a bad thing. But not when you mention one of the most ancient and powerful evil dragons, since no sane dragon slayer would ever even attempt such a suicidal fight normally, and even more so when they don't even have their gear with them. But to some of the more prospective people in the room, his earlier comment about kin women had them even more scared, as that would imply he was also an evil dragon, maybe a lesser known one. But that doesn't really matter when face to face with an evil dragon. A name doesn't mean shit to most races, but dragons most of all. A name can inspire fear, horror, strength, or inspiration. But a dragon with one is not inherently easier to fight. It can sometimes even just mean that they are so strong that no one has ever survived to be able to tell stories about them. This was the case for Crom Crouch, Grendel, and a few others. Even Issei's dragon name was largely unknown to the wider world, until a few hundred years ago. What's wrong, Albert? Did I say something that offended you? If so, then I am honestly not sorry, Issei said as he took a small step closer to the terrified heir and his siblings. Issei couldn't hide his almost Yuya-like smile of pure pleasure from how afraid everyone looked, the scaredy cat retreating steps, the few glimpses he got of parents seeming to shield their kids from him, and Yamada. He looked over at Yamada, who seemed to find this situation to be decent, as she looked at the many men who had earlier thought they could tame her. Now they all stood shaking like scared little boys, not fully grasping how much trouble they were in. Issei looked back at Albert, feeling pure joy from his scared eyes. It made him feel this sudden urge to do something Vasco had warned him about. Your family wants to slay Crom, right? He asked calmly. His eyes' deep glow faded slightly, as he watched Albert nodding his head slightly. Whoever made you have to do that vow was a idiot. You can't ever hope to kill a being like him, when you can't even dash, stand down, dragon, or I will end your life right here. Right now, Rebecca said, as she held a long golden blade to Issei's neck, her eyes glaring dangerously at him, while he only looked back at her with an amused look. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Marcus from 2005 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.